Chapter 1122. In a desolate mountain range, a miserable shriek sounded out. A huge black bear that was dozens of feet in size was sent flying. Its majestic body smashed through dozens of trees, and then it fell heavily to the ground. Its body was covered in blood, and after a casual movement, it was completely lifeless. At this time, a small blood-red tower appeared on the black bear's corpse. In the blink of an eye, all of the black bear's vitality and blood essence were absorbed by the small tower, turning it into a dried corpse. 3 silhouettes appeared. They were Jianghu and the other 2. Jianghu waved his hand and the Zulong tower fell into his hand and merged with his body. They had been in the desolate mountain range for 2 days and had killed a large number of demonic beasts. The weakest among them was an early Earth Immortal expert. Jianghu didn't even have the interest to kill the weaker ones. The strongest was the black bear in front of them. It had already reached the early Heaven Immortal realm. Jianghu had to transform into his dragon form and cooperate perfectly with the Huang dog to kill it. "Little Qinzi, how is it going?" asked Han Yen. In these 2 days he had killed a few half-step Earth Immortal demonic beasts. His combat strength had improved a lot. Under the perfect use of Gu Tianma's bloodline, experts who were 1 level higher than him were no match for him. This was the advantage of being a genius. The 13th level of the Zulong Tower has only been condensed a quarter of it. There is still a long way to go before it is completely condensed. The Zulong Tower is a supreme divine tool. The higher the level, the scarier the energy needed to condense it. But we still have plenty of time. We have only reached the periphery of the desolate mountain range. There will be more and more demonic beasts inside, and they will become stronger and stronger. Plus, I have gained great benefits in these 2 days. I have condensed some dragon marks and my combat strength has increased," said Jianghu. Every time the ancestral dragon pagoda absorbed a large amount of essence and blood, it would separate out a small amount of energy for him, benefiting him immensely. In just 2 days he had condensed a total of 10,000 dragon marks, increasing his dragon marks from 320,000. He was only a step away from the intermediate Earth Immortal realm, only 20,000 dragon marks were left. Dong dong. The earth trembled and a roar shook the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, a black demonic ape that was 30 meters tall appeared not too far away from the 3 of them. This demonic ape's eyes were red and its entire body exuded a brutal aura. Just from its appearance, one could tell that it was extremely ferocious. The devil ape was attracted by the commotion and the smell of blood. When it saw Jianghu and the others, it sneered and licked its lips with its dark red tongue. "It's been a long time since I've eaten a human." The devil ape spoke in the human language and stared unblinkingly at Jianghu and the others. In the devil ape's eyes, the 3 of them were already his. An early Earth Immortal devil ape dares to show off in front of Master Dog? See how Master Dog will tear him apart. The Huang dog sneered and was about to attack. "Let me," Han Yen said, stopping the Huang. "Brat, you are only a late human immortal. At most, you can kill half-step Earth Immortal demonic beast. This devil ape is an early Earth Immortal expert which is 2 levels higher than you. Don't try to show off." The Huang dog said. "We can let Ayen have a try. If it's an ordinary early Earth Immortal demonic beast, Ayen is certainly no match for it, but this devil ape has an extremely strong demonic nature. Ayen has the most complete Gu Tianma bloodline, which is the bloodline with the highest demonic nature. When the devil ape fights with Ayen, its bloodline will be greatly suppressed. Therefore, even if this devil ape is only an early Earth Immortal expert, Ayen still has a chance," Jianghu said. He agreed to let Han Yen fight. Han Yen was a man who had been through hundreds of battles. He wasn't a flower in a greenhouse. Furthermore, to Han Yen, this devil ape was far from being invincible. Although Han Yen had lost an arm, it didn't hinder his growth. Adventuring itself was a process of growth. Fighting with high-level demonic beasts was the true meaning of this adventuring. Han Yen took a step forward and stood in front of the devil ape. His white hair danced in the wind and his eyes sparkled. A monstrous combat intent burst out from his body. The combat intent was like an invisible blade, cutting down the surrounding trees, turning the area into an empty space. "Jia, a puny human immortal dares to fight with me? You are simply overestimating yourself. In that case I will eat you first." The devil ape looked at Han Yen contemptuously. A mere human immortal was nothing in its eyes. With such cultivation base it could easily eat him up. Really? War devil. Han Yen coldly snorted. Immediately after he let out an explosive roar. A boundless demonic wave rushed out from his body. His body started to change. In the blink of an eye, his body doubled in size. His pupils turned completely black, like a black abyss, unable to see anything. That was the true devil nature. I didn't expect this kid to have formed the war devil body. Incredible. No wonder he is so confident. Looking at Han Yan's transformation, De Huang Dog couldn't help but feel surprised. The worries he had disappeared as well. Gu Qianma originally had the war devil body. It's just that Yen hasn't formed it yet. I think Yen must have formed the war devil body before ascending to the immortal world. Now, I have more confidence in dealing with the devil ape. Jiang Qin said with a relaxed face. His confidence in Han Yen had never weakened. He knew very well how strong Gu Tianma's bloodline was. Han Yan's future achievements were destined to be limitless. The smile on the demonic ape's face froze when it saw the change in Han Yan, especially when it sensed the ancient demonic aura emanating from Han Yan's body, which suppressed the demonic aura in its body. In other words, in front of Han Yan, it had an urge to worship the ancient and pure devil nature. Under such circumstances, the devil ape couldn't unleash its full strength. The aura of the ancient heavenly devil bloodline. Damn it. How could this kid have this bloodline? The devil ape cursed. But in the next moment, its expression was replaced by excitement. This is my fortune. As long as I devour this human brat, I will be able to obtain Gu Tianma's bloodline. If Gu Tianma's bloodline fuses with mine, my cultivation base will advance by leaps and bounds. With the purest devil nature, my future achievements will be limitless. Haha, the heavens are really looking after me. Brat die. The devil ape laughed loudly. Suddenly, it raised its huge palm and slammed it down on Han Yan. Sky Devil Blade. Han Yan's momentum didn't lose to the devil ape at all. He swung his single arm and slashed out a shocking devil blade. The black devil blade turned into the sharpest weapon in the heaven and earth, slashing down on the devil ape's palm. Han Yan knew the difference in cultivation base between him and the devil ape. Therefore he exerted his full strength and displayed the war devil body. Even with the suppression of the devil nature, Han Yan didn't dare to be careless. The difference in cultivation base was the hardest to make up for. Chapter 11:23. Tila. Han Yan's devil blade landed squarely on the palm of the devilish ape, creating a large amount of sparks, but these sparks were nothing. Han Yan's sky devil blade was far more terrifying than anyone had imagined. It was an indestructible blade. Not only did it cut off the energy that the devilish ape sent out, it also left a deep wound on the ape's palm, causing blood to flow out. Damn it! How dare you injure me? The devilish ape turned pale with fright. It was an early Earth immortal expert, but now it was injured by a late human immortal human. How could it accept such an outcome? It couldn't wait to eat Han Yan alive, but it was a pity that Han Yan's devil chi had greatly suppressed it. Under such suppression, it couldn't fully exert its abilities. It could only vent its grievance by roaring. It wasn't easy for Han Yan to face the devilish ape head-on. Although he managed to injure the ape, he was forced back dozens of meters before he could regain his balance. Again? Han Yan leaped up again, leaping up dozens of meters into the air, above the head of the devilish ape. 9 layers of devil waves, each layer is a devil barrier. Han Yan unleashed the power of Gu Tianma's bloodline to the extreme. Only the ultimate Gu Tianma's bloodline could suppress and restrain the devilish ape to the greatest extent. Only in this way could he close the gap between them and make up for the gap in their cultivation base. Long. Suddenly, the demonic waves were like the real waves of the sea. There were black demonic clouds everywhere, and each wave was higher than the previous one. The rumbling sound was endless, like the thunder of a few days. Every demonic wave turned into an illusory demonic dragon, and directly rushed towards the demonic ape from 9 different directions. This kind of momentum was really too mighty, as if millions of demonic armies were descending from the sky, and it was frightening. Han Yan had already used his strongest combat skill and the war devil physique. No matter how strong the devilish ape was, it wouldn't be able to withstand it. The devilish ape was enraged. It tried to counterattack, but its devil chi was suppressed to a great extent. Due to its innate fear of a king, it couldn't exert its combat strength. Even after exerting all of its strength, it still couldn't withstand Han Yan's 9 layers of devil waves. The 9 layers of devil waves were enough to destroy all enemies. Rumble, the violent battle continued without end. Some of the weaker demonic beasts in the surroundings felt such a powerful aura and immediately scattered in all directions in fear of being caught in the crossfire. When the devil wave disappeared, Han Yan returned to his original position. When he looked at the devil ape in front of him, he saw that it was in an extremely sorry state. At this moment, the devil ape did not have the slightest bit of arrogance from before. Its body was covered with wounds and blood, and its majestic body was trembling. It seemed like an arrow at the end of its flight. The war devil physique was too powerful. Han Yen used the war devil physique to display the 9 layers of devil waves. It was the same as Jiang Qin using the true dragon transformation. Of course, although the war devil physique was powerful, it couldn't be compared to Jiang Qin's dragon transformation. The demonic ape cast a reluctant glance at Han Yen, then turned around and fled. The demonic ape wasn't a fool. Being able to cultivate to the earth immortal realm, it was a shrewd existence. Although it wanted to catch up to Han Yen and obtain the bloodline of the ancient divine devil, it knew that it wasn't a match for this little devil king in front of it. If it didn't flee now, it was afraid that it wouldn't be able to escape. In the end, it might even lose its life here, which would be a great loss. Still want to run? Seeing that the devil ape was about to run away, Han Yen's lips curled into a sneer. If the devil ape ran away from the beginning, Han Yen definitely wouldn't be able to catch up with it. However, with the devil ape's current state, it would be too humiliating for it to run away from Han Yen. Whoosh! Han Yen leaped up again. Like an arrow leaving the bow, he caught up with the devil ape in the blink of an eye. A gloomy devil saber appeared in his hand out of nowhere and he slashed at the devil ape's head. Arg! The devil ape let out a blood-curdling scream. Its huge head was split in half by Han Yen and it died on the spot. Its majestic body fell to the ground, creating a huge pit. Han Yen made a grabbing motion with his hand and pulled out the demon spirit of the demonic ape from its shattered head. Good lad, you're really powerful. Da Huang Dog came to Han Yen's side and praised him generously. Yen, this devil ape's demon soul is very beneficial to you. Hurry up and refine it. You'll have no problem advancing to the half-step earth immortal realm. Jiang Qin reminded Han Yen hastily. At the same time he took out the Zulong Tower and absorbed the devil ape's body. All right. Han Yen nodded and began to refine the devil ape's demon soul. If it was an ordinary demonic beast's demon soul, he wouldn't be able to refine it in such a straightforward manner, but the devil ape's demon soul was different. It contained a large amount of demonic essence that had the same attribute as Han Yen. An hour later, a powerful qi burst out from Han Yen's body. After refining the devil ape's demon soul, just as Jiang Qin had expected, Han Yen's cultivation base had advanced once again, advancing to the half-step earth immortal realm. Yen, congratulations on advancing again. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Given my current combat strength, I can easily kill the devil ape even without using the combat devil physique. Han Yen became spirited and said confidently. He was quite satisfied with his continuous growth. The only thing he lacked was his broken arm. The thought of how Jiang Qin was willing to go after the regenerative lotus in order to regrow his arm, Han Yen's heart was filled with endless gratitude. However, he wouldn't say it out loud. There wasn't a need for too many words between him and Jiang Qin. Everything was in their hearts. If he and Jiang Qin were in each other's shoes, he would definitely do the same as Jiang Qin. Even if there was only a slight chance, he would still risk his life for his brother. In the following days, 2 men and a dog continued to fight against demonic beasts as they ventured deeper into the desolate mountain range. During this period of training, they had all obtained the benefits that they wanted. Han Yan's cultivation base had reached the peak of the half-step earth immortal realm, only a step away from the early earth immortal realm. Da Huang Dog had advanced to the half-step heaven immortal realm. Even Jiang Qin and Han Yen were left speechless by this dog's miraculous ability. Of course, the one who benefited the most was Jiang Qin. The 13th floor of the Zulong Tower was about to be condensed. Jiang Qin had also gained tremendous benefits from the Zulong Tower. In these few days, he had condensed another 20,000 dragon marks, bringing the total number of dragon marks in his body to 350,000. His cultivation base had also advanced to the intermediate earth immortal realm. Very good. My current cultivation base has reached the intermediate earth immortal realm and my combat strength has increased by a large margin. Calculating the time that we've been out, the regenerative lotus will be fully matured tomorrow and the 13th floor of the Zulong Tower will be fully condensed soon. Chapter 11:24. There was only 1 day left before the regenerative lotus matured, but Jiang Qin wasn't in a hurry. He only needed to get his hands on the regenerative lotus before the grand ceremony. So he still had plenty of time to prepare. Furthermore, the 4 major powers would be on high alert during these 2 days when the regenerative lotus had just ripened. The 8 late golden immortal experts would put all their attention on the regenerative lotus, which wouldn't be advantageous to him. Unknowingly, Jiang Chen and the others had already reached the center of the desolate mountain. This place was already very dangerous compared to the outer region of the desolate mountain. Ordinary intermediate heaven immortal experts wouldn't dare to step into this place, because there were late heaven immortal demonic devils guarding this place. Once they were angered, death would be certain. In front of them was a desert. It wasn't very big, only 100 miles in circumference. The desert was calm and tranquil. Apart from the yellow sand, there was nothing else, but Jiang Chen and the others could smell the scent of danger. It was the smell of blood. Huge skeletons and some human skeletons were scattered all over the place. It was obvious that under the tranquility of the desert, there was a great danger. These skeletons were enough to prove that there were often fierce battles in this desert. The law of the immortal world was cruel, especially the demonic beasts. A desolate mountain range was a world. The law here was even crueler. The law here was the law of the jungle. Be careful. This desert isn't as peaceful as it looks. Jiang Chen reminded them and strode into the desert. Sha. Just as Jiang Chen and the others entered the desert, they heard a rustling sound coming from the ground. The sound sounded like it came from hell. It was incomparably unpleasant. When it reached the ears of those who heard it, they would feel nauseous and extremely uncomfortable. Long. The earth began to tremble violently. The yellow sand on the surface rose and fell. No one knew what kind of powerful monster was hiding underneath. It looked like an earth dragon. After that, an unpleasant roar resounded from beneath the ground, and then a monster that was the color of yellow sand charged out. Even though this monster was extremely swift, Jiang Chen was still able to see it clearly. It was an enormous scorpion that was covered in spikes, and its yellow skin emanated rays of dark light. This yellow scorpion had a clear target, and it opened its huge mouth as soon as it appeared and bit towards Jiang Chen's group. Jiang Chen unleashed the true dragon grand palm, enveloping yellow scorpion and heavily slamming him into the ground, turning him into dust. Countless amounts of black liquid flowed out of the yellow scorpion's body, making sizzling sounds. When the black liquid came into contact with the yellow sand, white smoke rose up. Some of the black liquid came into contact with Jiang Chen's hand, and it sizzled. It seemed like the liquid was going to corrode Jiang Chen's entire hand. What a strong poison. Jiang Chen was slightly shocked, but he didn't take it to heart. He was immune to hundreds of poisons, so these poisons were nothing to him. He could dissolve them in an instant. It's actually scorpion. Han Yan's expression slightly changed. This is the yellow poisonous scorpion. It lives in harsh deserts and is known as the king of the desert. In addition to being good at camouflage, they are also good at sneak attacks. What's truly terrifying is the intense poison they carry. The poison of the yellow poisonous scorpion is different from ordinary poisons. Ordinary poisons can be identified with a single glance, but the yellow poisonous scorpion has the camouflage of its skin, so it's very difficult to tell that it carries a deadly poison. The yellow poisonous scorpion usually has its own territory, and other demonic beasts don't want to provoke it for no reason. Obviously he knew this kind of demonic beast very well. Da Huang Dog explained. This desert has a circumference of 100 miles. It seems like there is more than one yellow poisonous scorpion down there. Jiang Chen said. That's for sure. The yellow poisonous scorpion lives in groups. In addition to sneak attacks, they are also good at group attacks. We are now deep in the desert. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid we have already been surrounded by the yellow poisonous scorpion. Da Huang Dog said. However, he looked relaxed and not nervous at all. Although the yellow poisonous scorpion was very terrifying, it couldn't display its advantage when encountering Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog, because these two guys were truly immune to hundreds of poisons. No poison could have any effect on them. Instead, it would become their nourishment. For venomous creatures, once they lost this huge advantage, everything else would be turned into a disadvantage. Ayan, be careful later. Jiang Chen reminded Han Yan. He and Da Huang Dog weren't afraid of the poison of the yellow poisonous scorpion, but Han Yan didn't have this advantage. If he was hit by the venom of the yellow poisonous scorpion, it wouldn't be a joke. Rustle. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, the rustling sound from below became even more violent. Within 100 miles radius, the originally tranquil desert suddenly began to rumble, as if there was a great earthquake. Thick cracks began to appear. Chilly wind rustled, countless yellow sand drifted in the air. Bang bang bang. Huge yellow poisonous scorpions rushed out of the cracks. In just a blink of an eye, more than 100 of them had emerged, surrounding Jiang Chen and the others. All of the scorpions were staring at Jiang Chen and the others with vicious eyes. There were also a few scorpions floating in the sky. These scorpions had already reached the Heaven Immortal realm, but they were only early Heaven Immortal realm. To Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog they couldn't pose any threat at all. Damn it. So many of them. This is giving me a headache. Han Yin couldn't help but curse. Don't worry. These scorpions are my nourishment. With them, the 13th floor of the Zulong Tower will be fully condensed. In the face of such a situation, not only did Jiang Qin not show the slightest bit of nervousness, he even revealed a hint of a smile. De Huang, you and I Yin go into the Zulong Tower. I'll deal with these monsters. Jiang Qin said to De Huang Dog and Han Yin, then opened the entrance of the Zulong Tower. Dissatisfied, De Huang Dog walked into the Zulong Tower. Although he wanted to stay and fight, De Huang Dog knew what Jiang Qin was capable of. He reckoned that Jiang Qin wanted to finish off these scorpions as soon as possible. Therefore he didn't want to waste any more time. After De Huang Dog and Han Yin entered the Zulong Tower, Jiang Qin was the only one left in the desert. He stood in the middle of the densely packed scorpions' encirclement. His black hair fluttered in the wind, but there wasn't the slightest hint of fear on his face. Instead he looked very relaxed. Roar! When these yellow poisonous scorpions saw a man and a dog suddenly vanishing into thin air, they roared and lunged at Jiang Qin as if they had gone mad. Eternal Immortal Wind. Jiang Qin shouted and a powerful Eternal Immortal Wind was about to blast out from his body. However, the instant the Eternal Immortal Wind was about to blast out, Jiang Qin forcefully retracted it. Damn it. I almost made a huge mistake. Jiang Qin secretly broke out in cold sweat. Just now he only wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Therefore, using the Eternal Immortal Wind, which was a large-scale and extremely destructive combat technique, was the best way to deal with these scorpions. A gust of Eternal Immortal Wind was enough to blow all the scorpions to death. However, Jiang Qin had neglected the fact that this Eternal Immortal Wind wasn't his own skill. It was obtained from the Northern and Southern dynasties. This was a skill that belonged exclusively to the Northern and Southern dynasties. Currently, the true bodies of the Northern and Southern dynasties were searching for him everywhere. It wasn't easy for him to remove the imprint left in his body by them. If he used the Eternal Immortal Wind now, it was very likely that he would be sensed by the Northern and Southern dynasties. According to De Huang Dog, there was a high possibility that the Northern and Southern dynasties had powerful immortal emperors. A powerful immortal emperor would possess unfathomable means and power. He was afraid that the moment he used the Eternal Immortal Wind, he would be sensed by the Northern and Southern dynasties. Given his current cultivation base, if he fell into the hands of the Northern and Southern dynasties, the consequences would be imaginable. Fortunately, Jiang Qin thought of this at the critical moment, and retracted the Eternal Immortal Wind as fast as he could. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. It seemed like before he had absolute confidence in dealing with the Northern and Southern dynasties, he wouldn't be able to use the Eternal Immortal Wind. 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. However, Jiang Qin had plenty of means to deal with these yellow venomous scorpions. The instant the Eternal Immortal Wind was retracted, Jiang Qin cast out an even more ferocious 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. Dragons of different colors whizzed out, carrying earth-shattering killing intent, rushing towards the yellow venomous scorpions from all directions. Long. Arc. The deafening shockwaves of the battle were accompanied by the miserable shrieks of the yellow venomous scorpions. Under the impact of the 5 elemental barbaric dragons, a large number of yellow venomous scorpions were killed. Some of them were directly crushed into powder. Their essence and blood were absorbed by the Zulong Tower on the spot. Many of the yellow venomous scorpions who died tragically released their own venom before they died, trying to cause great harm to Jiang Qin. Unfortunately, the venom had no effect on Jiang Qin at all. The entire desert fell into a frenzy. Yellow sand and blood mixed together. This was the most primitive and most ferocious massacre. In just 1 minute, all the yellow venomous scorpions below the Heaven Immortal realm had been wiped out by Jiang Qin. The few Heaven Immortal yellow venomous scorpions had yet to make their move. They hovered in midair, their eyes filled with shock. Looking at the tragic scene below and the massacre of their people, a monstrous rage suddenly burst out from their bodies. Chapter 11:25. The few Heaven Immortal yellow scorpions were infuriated. They locked onto Jiang Qin's chi, opened their huge mouths and shot out several black poisonous arrows at the same time. These poisonous arrows were completely condensed from the venom of the yellow scorpions. Apart from being very toxic, they also had a very strong lethality. However, all of this was still useless against Jiang Qin. With a swish, the flaming wings appeared. Jiang Qin soared into the sky and appeared in the sky in an instant. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand. He didn't even need to use his dragon form to deal with these early heaven immortal scorpions. Previously, Jianghu was only an early earth immortal expert. He needed to use his dragon form to deal with early heaven immortal experts. Now that he was an intermediate earth immortal expert, he didn't even need to use his dragon form to deal with early world immortal experts. Moreover, these scorpions' venom was useless against Jianghu, losing their biggest advantage. Therefore, to Jianghu, these scorpions weren't as threatening as ordinary early heaven immortal experts. Voila! Jianghu's speed was extremely fast. The heavenly saint sword carried the fusion of the true thunder fire and the true dragon fire, slashing towards one of the scorpions. Venomous creatures like the yellow scorpion originally belonged to the dark attribute. Jianghu's flame had a great restraining effect on them. Clang! The heavenly saint sword slashed on the body of the yellow scorpion. A large amount of blood splattered. The yellow scorpion let out a miserable shriek and flew backwards. How could Jianghu give it a chance? With a casual flap of the flaming wings, he immediately turned into a stream of light and chased after it. In a blink of an eye, he had caught up with the yellow scorpion. The process was so fast that the remaining scorpions didn't even have the chance to react, let alone help. By the time they reacted, their companion had already died tragically in the hands of Jianghu. Even their corpses had been devoured and refined by Jianghu. The scorpions roared angrily towards the sky. Their skin began to change from yellow to black. This was their original appearance. At this time there was no longer any need to hide. The scorpions attacked from all directions at the same time. Countless poisonous blades shot out from their bodies. Wherever they passed, the void would sizzle, seemingly corroding the air. As a matter of fact, these yellow poisonous scorpions were very depressed. They were very confident in their poison. They really couldn't figure out how Jianghu was able to remain unscathed under such a deadly poison. Could it be that there was really a man who was immune to poison in this world? Inside the ancestral dragon pagoda, Han Yen and Big Yellow were watching the battle outside, which made Han Yen click his tongue in wonder. Little Chin is really scary. This kind of immunity is really enviable. I'm afraid those yellow poisonous scorpions are going to be pissed to death by now. I'm really envious of those scorpions. I'm afraid those scorpions are going to be pissed to death. Han Yen said with a smile. Seeing how tenacious these scorpions were, Jianghu's fighting spirit was aroused. He immediately put away the heavenly saint sword. His robe fluttered and a golden whirlpool appeared under his feet. It carried a trace of profound meaning. It was the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Currently, Jianghu had obtained 3 types of true dragon combat skills, the true dragon palm, the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, and the 5 elemental combat dragon seal. Each of these skills possessed incredible destructive power. The 5 elemental combat dragon seal could be used to attack groups of people, but when it came to concentrated attacks, the Azure Dragon's 5 steps was the most destructive. Bang! All the power was concentrated at one point. Jianghu's big foot stepped on the head of one of the scorpions. Under the situation where the venom had no effect, the scorpion couldn't stop Jianghu's strength at all. Its hard head was like soft tofu as it was crushed by Jianghu's foot. Jianghu grabbed the scorpion's body and sent it into the Zulong Tower to be refined. After killing 2 scorpions in a row, the remaining 3 scorpions began to panic. They were not fools. They all had very high intelligence. They knew that they were no match for the human in front of them. Immediately, their bodies flashed and they began to drill into the sand below. Still want to run? Jianghu sneered. The 5 elements sphere spread out and enveloped all 3 scorpions. Then the Azure Dragon's 5 steps stepped on them again. Bang! Bang! 2 dull sounds were heard. 2 more scorpions were trampled to death by Jianghu and turned into a mist of blood. They shouldn't be so weak, but they were really shocked by Jianghu's ferocity. In addition, they didn't escape. They panicked and didn't have the slightest strength to resist. There was only 1 scorpion left. Naturally, Jianghu wouldn't let it go. Seeing Jianghu's big foot stepping on it again, the scorpion hurriedly made an ear-piercing cry towards the ground. This cry made Jianghu frown. Although he didn't understand the meaning of this cry, he knew that it was summoning its kind. It seemed that there were more powerful yellow scorpions under the desert. But he couldn't care less about it now. The one in front of him must be killed. After easily killing the last yellow scorpion, the Zulong Tower finally began to transform. The 13th floor of the Zulong Tower emitted a scarlet radiance and was completely revealed. The tower was covered with ancient and complicated patterns. The aura of the ancestral dragon was getting stronger and stronger. Every floor of the ancient tower was the most difficult to condense. Therefore, the 13th floor of the ancient tower absorbed a large number of yellow scorpions in order to condense. Good, the 13th floor is completely condensed. After all, the Zulong Tower was the key to stealing the regenerative lotus. The stronger the Zulong Tower was, the higher their chances of success would be. Boom. Before Jiang Chen had the time to feel happy, another heavy sound was heard from the bottom of the desert. After that, the ground at the center of the desert suddenly collapsed. A monstrous demonic energy rushed up, bringing with it a pungent smell that made people want to vomit. A muffled and hoarse roar was heard. An enormous yellow scorpion flew out. It was twice the size of the early heaven immortal scorpion. Its whole body was emitting poisonous qi. An intermediate heaven immortal yellow scorpion. It seems like it's the true king of this desert. Jiang Chen was shocked, but he wasn't afraid. After all, this yellow scorpion wasn't a late heaven immortal expert. As long as he used his dragon form, he would be able to deal with it. What a disgusting big fellow. Han Yen frowned. After the poisonous Scorpion King appeared, it immediately noticed the situation here. Seeing the piles of dried corpses below and its own kind that had been slaughtered in the desert, the poisonous Scorpion King could no longer restrain its anger. Swoosh. Venomous Scorpion King's eyes fell upon Jiang Chen, filled with endless killing intent. Damned human. How dare you kill my people while I'm asleep? This is unforgivable. I'm going to send you to hell. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Chapter 1126. The poisonous Scorpion King couldn't help but be angry. With its cultivation, it could dominate a region, and no one in the entire desolate mountain range dared to provoke it. This could be seen from the fact that no other demonic beasts dared to approach the desert after fighting for such a long time. For other demonic beasts, this was almost a forbidden area. No one dared to meddle in Yellow Scorpion's business. Even if the sky was broken, no demonic beasts would appear. If they were caught in the crossfire, it would not be a joke. You're just a little scorpion. How dare you call yourself a king? Ridiculous. Jiang Chen ridiculed. He didn't put the Scorpion King in his eyes at all. In his point of view, the Scorpion King would die in the end and become the nourishment for his Zulong Tower. After refining so many scorpions, not only did the Zulong Tower successfully condense the 13th level, he had also gained the corresponding benefits of condensing another 5,000 dragon marks. Courting death. The Scorpion King was infuriated. It swung its thick tail, stirring up endless waves of sand, and lashed at Jiang Chen. The Scorpion King's tail was full of sharp thorns. In a blink of an eye, it had reached Jiang Chen. No one knew how much power was contained in this attack. That was the wind of extreme poison. Once touched by it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Dragon transformation. Jiang Chen bellowed. He didn't dare to be careless in the face of a mid-heaven immortal poisonous Scorpion King. Immediately he transformed into his dragon form. Given his current cultivation base, he could only fight a mid-heaven immortal expert in this form. Powerful energy waves surged out of Jiang Chen's body, turning into boundless waves. Dragon chi pervaded the air. In this state, Jiang Chen's ferocious was no longer enough to describe him. Jiang Chen struck out a huge blood-red dragon claw and grabbed the Scorpion King's giant tail. What? The Scorpion King turned pale with fright. It was completely shocked by Jiang Chen's transformation skill. It could feel that after the human in front of it transformed, his combat power had instantly increased by a lot, but what really shocked it was its attack just now. This tail was a furious strike from the Scorpion King, and it was the concentration of almost all the strength in his body. In his opinion, this strike was enough to turn Jiang Chen into a meat patty. However, he did not expect that the power of this giant tail not only failed to send Jiang Chen flying, but also did not even shake his body. Instead, he was tightly gripped by his opponent's dragon claws, unable to break free for a while. For the Scorpion King, this could be said to be a great blow. World-devouring poison. The Scorpion King was extremely ferocious. The giant tail that was gripped by Jiang Chen suddenly changed. Poisonous needles shot out from the tail. In his opinion, these poisonous needles were the essence of his venom. No one would dare to hold his tail like this. Anyone who came into close contact with him would be a fool, and the end would be extremely tragic. However, what happened next made the Scorpion King spurt out blood. He was horrified to find that after his poisonous needles pierced into Jiang Chen's palm, Jiang Chen did not have any reaction at all. The poison that could make countless cultivators tremble in fear couldn't cause any damage to Jiang Chen at all. How is this possible? The Scorpion King was completely shocked. To him this was simply an unprecedented scene. This human young man in front of him was too evil, and had left an indelible shadow in his heart. Haha, come down here. Jiangchen laughed loudly. This kind of battle was really satisfying. The dragon marks in his chi rippled, and all the power was poured into his arm. That was a power that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The Scorpion King could not resist it at all. Its huge body was dragged down from the sky by Jiangchen, and smashed heavily onto the ground. Rumble, a huge pit was smashed into the desert. Yellow sand flew everywhere and the air waves were everywhere. There was also the blood that was spurting out from the Scorpion King's body. It had to be said that Jiangchen had thrown the Scorpion King quite hard. It was really confused and miserable. Ouch, that's a bad fall. Inside the Zulong Tower, De Huang Dog was shaking his head, enjoying the scene. Little Qinzi is so fierce. Han Yin also shook his head and sighed. It was a miracle for a heaven-defying existence like Jiangchen to appear in this world. A man like this would never be ordinary no matter where he went. Back then Han Yin and Jiangchen started from the Black Sect, and as they grew they finally overturned the rules of the entire Saint Origin realm and established the true martial Saint dynasty. Although Jiangchen had just arrived in the immortal world and his cultivation base was still weak, no one could guarantee what his future would be like. Han Yin believed that sooner or later, the rules of the immortal world would be trampled under Jiangchen's feet. Dong dong dong, Jiangchen was as ferocious as an ancient beast. The Scorpion King had lost the initiative and was now completely under his control. In Jiangchen's hands, the Scorpion King was smashed dozens of times and in the end, its tail was torn off. During this process, the poisonous Scorpion King didn't give up on resisting, especially using the venom that it was so proud of to attack Jiangchen. However, the venom that had always been effective against Jiangchen had completely lost its effect today. It couldn't do anything to Jiangchen at all. This was the end of the poisonous Scorpion King. Besides, after being completely controlled by Jiangchen, the Scorpion King didn't even have the chance to escape. It wanted to drill into the ground and escape, but it couldn't escape from Jiangchen's palm. In the end, the Scorpion King was smashed to death, lying motionless on the ground with blood all over its body. Jiangchen returned to his original appearance, walked towards the Scorpion King and killed it effortlessly. Big Yellow and Han Yin clearly saw that the Scorpion King did not even close its eyes before it died. It was so sad that it died with everlasting regret. As the first Scorpion King in history to be killed by a fall, it would not have the face to meet its ancestor's spirit in the netherworld. The chi and blood essence of an intermediate heaven immortal Scorpion King was incomparably huge. Naturally, it would be very effective in condensing the Zulong Tower. Naturally, Jiangchen wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Now that the 13th floor of the Zulong Tower had been condensed, he would continue to advance towards the 14th floor. The higher the floor of the Zulong Tower, the more advantageous it would be for Jiangchen, and the higher the success rate of stealing the regenerative lotus. Little Qinzi, now that your cultivation base has advanced to the intermediate Earth Immortal realm and the 13th floor of the Zulong Tower has been condensed, I think it's about time for us to return. De Huang Dog said. All right. We have now reached the heart of the mountain range. There are already powerful intermediate heaven immortal demonic beasts. If we encounter a late heaven immortal demonic beast, it will be very troublesome. The regenerative lotus will mature tomorrow. It will take us at least 2 days to reach the heavenly mountain from here. Chapter 11:27. After locking on the direction of Heavenly Mountain, 2 men and a dog set off immediately. But not long after they set off, they were once again shrouded by a monstrous demonic chi. It wasn't just demonic chi but also devil chi, a powerful demonic chi. That was the devil of demonic beasts, an existence that was more terrifying and ferocious than demonic beasts. Not good. A powerful demonic devil has appeared. It has locked onto us. De Huang Dog's facial expression changed slightly. It's a late heaven immortal demonic devil. Jiangchen knitted his brows. Dong. Right after Jiangchen's words left his mouth, a black beam shot down from the sky and landed 30 meters in front of Jiangchen and the group. It was a huge bull with a human body and a bull's head. It was over 3 meters tall and its body was covered with solid muscles. It looked majestic and strong. The barbaric bull had black scales on its body and its whole body was shrouded in a steaming devil flame. This is a late heaven immortal heaven devil barbaric bull. It's an incomparably powerful demonic devil with monstrous demonic nature and bloodthirsty nature. Any human cultivator or demonic beast of the same level would surely die if they were to fight it. This heavenly devil barbaric bull is warlike and ferocious by nature. Ordinary half-step divine immortals wouldn't dare to provoke it. Damn it. I can't believe we bumped into it. We're really unlucky, said the Huang dog gloomily. Not necessarily. It should be our good luck. If I'm not mistaken, this barbaric bull should be the true king of this region, said Jiangqin. After sensing the characteristics of the heavenly devil barbaric bull, not only did he not feel nervous, but his eyes were filled with excitement. Brat, where did your confidence come from? I think we still have a chance if we run away now. The Huang dog rolled his eyes. A late heaven immortal barbaric bull's combat strength was comparable to an ordinary half-step divine immortal. It was really unfortunate for him to encounter such a powerful and ferocious demonic devil. How could Jiangqin say that he was lucky? He was a typical sick man, a very sick one. What do you know? I once comprehended the edifying light together with Tyrant. It's the nemesis of this kind of demon. Now that I've just arrived at the one-line sky, I'm still unable to establish myself. This is the time when I need a trump card. If I can edify this barbaric bull, it will be a powerful trump card for a short period of time. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This was what he truly wanted. A powerful heavenly devil barbaric bull would definitely be a great help. By the way, how could I have forgotten about this technique of yours? This barbaric bull isn't easy to deal with. Even the two of us together aren't a match for it. I'm afraid that edifying it won't be an easy task. The Huang dog's eyes sparkled. If Jiang Qin really edified this barbaric bull, the benefits would be boundless, but it was destined to be an extremely difficult task. Given their current cultivation base, it was imaginable how dangerous it would be to edify a powerful heavenly devil barbaric bull. How will you know if you don't try? The Huang, let's join hands. My flame can suppress its demonic nature and I will use the edifying light to interfere with it. You don't need to hold back anymore. Give it your all. We must take down this barbaric bull today. This desolate mountain range has a circumference of 10,000 miles. I guess there must be more than one late heaven immortal demonic beast here. After subduing this barbaric bull, we will let it lead us to kill the other great demons. Perhaps we can condense the 14th floor of the Zulong Tower. At that time, we will have a greater chance of obtaining the regenerative lotus, said Jiangqin. After hearing what Jiangqin said, Big Yellow and Han Yen couldn't help but roll their eyes. Jiangqin was the real shrewd one. He was able to see everything from a single point. It turned out that the heavenly devil barbaric bull had a greater use after being subdued. This was the so-called wise man. He would always be able to see things further and wider than others. That was why Jiangqin was the one who succeeded. All right. Master Dog will also go all out today. I will let this stupid bull witness my power. The Huang dog shook his head. He was ready to fight. Plus, this wasn't the first time that he and Jiangqin fought side by side. Their teamwork had reached a perfect level. I'd better enter the Zulong Tower to rest. Han Yen shrugged helplessly. He walked into the Zulong Tower again. In a battle like this he really couldn't help at all. Although Gu Tianma's bloodline could suppress the heavenly devil barbaric bull's bloodline, under the unbridgeable gap in cultivation base, all the suppression was futile. The heavenly devil barbaric bull could easily kill Han Yen with a single breath. On the opposite side, the heavenly devil barbaric bull's eyes were like torches. Its cold gaze fell on Jiangqin and the Huang dog, then it said, "A damned human and a stupid dog, how dare you slaughter in my territory? You're not putting me in your eyes at all. Courting death. Stupid bull, how dare you scold Master Dog? Do you believe that Master Dog won't pull out your horns and pull out your tendons?" Hearing the heavenly devil barbaric bull calling him a stupid dog, the Huang dog couldn't take it anymore. How astute was he? Could there be another dog more astute than him in this world? How dare this damn bull be so disrespectful to him? This was an unforgivable crime that deserved 10,000 deaths. You two idiots, get your ass over here and kowtow to me as an apology. If you do that, I might be merciful enough to spare your lives and give you a chance to be my slaves. Idiots, hurry up and cherish this opportunity. The heavenly devil barbaric bull harumphed coldly, then spoke in a lofty and inviolable tone. For God's sake, this damn bull is even more arrogant and despotic than Master Dog. The Huang dog couldn't stand it anymore. A pair of light wings emerged on his back, and his majestic body turned into a beam of golden light, charging toward the heavenly devil barbaric bull. Jiangqin didn't dare to be careless. Holding the heavenly saint sword in his hand, he transformed into his dragon form and attacked the heavenly devil barbaric bull from another direction. Two idiots who don't know death. Looks like I'm going to cook you and eat you. When the heavenly devil barbaric bull saw Jiangqin and the Huang dog taking the initiative to attack it, It immediately snorted disdainfully. The bull stood there motionlessly, slapping at De Huang Dog and Jiang Chen with both of its hands. Before Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog could get close, they could already feel the enormous power coming from the bull's palms. The pressure was like a mountain suffocating them. "Motherfucker, this damn bull is really scary," De Huang Dog cursed. Crackling lightning bolts appeared above his head. Facing the powerful heavenly devil barbaric bull, De Huang Dog had no choice but to put away his joking attitude and display his most powerful innate ability. Papa. A third dragon horn appeared between De Huang Dog's eyebrows. Electric sparks flickered, and in the next second, a dazzling beam of light blasted out, carrying a terrifying destructive force. Hong Long. Chapter 1128. De Huang Dog's innate ability could be said to be a secret weapon. It was not a problem for him to kill an opponent 2 levels higher than him. However, using this skill consumed a lot of his energy. Fortunately, De Huang Dog's cultivation base was much stronger than before. If it was before, he would have collapsed from exhaustion after using this skill. However, no matter how powerful De Huang Dog's innate ability was, the heavenly demonic barbaric bull was even more terrifying. The difference in strength between the two sides was not on the same level. Under this collision, De Huang Dog's huge body was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Cough. De Huang Dog was shocked and coughed out a mouthful of blood. However, he did not panic, because such an ending was actually within his expectation. He knew his position very well. The main purpose of his attack was to restrain the heavenly demonic barbaric bull. That was all. As for the rest, he still had to rely on Jiang Chen. On the other side, Jiang Chen's heavenly saint sword turned into a real dragon and roared. The tip of the sword flickered with mysterious vortexes. Those were sword chi vortexes, the true essence of a sword skill. Jiang Chen's sword skill was simple and direct, but it was also extremely violent. Its lethality was many times stronger than some fancy sword skills. Moreover, the heavenly saint sword carried endless raging flames. It was the fusion of the true dragon fire and the true thunder fire. Coupled with the dragon transformation skill that Jiang Chen cultivated, all of them had a great restraining effect on the heavenly demonic barbaric bull's attributes. In this way, it could at least weaken the heavenly demonic barbaric bull's combat strength. Bang! The long sword collided with the heavenly demonic barbaric bull's palm, producing a large amount of sparks. The power of the heavenly demonic barbaric bull was enough to topple mountains and overturn seas. Jiang Chen felt as if a vast ocean was pressing down on him. Even though he was in his dragon transformation state, he could not withstand it and was pushed back by the energy wave. What? Although Jiang Chen was repelled, the heavenly demonic barbaric bull was shocked to the extreme. It raised its palm, which was dripping with blood. There was a wound on the spot where it collided with Jiang Chen's long sword. I was actually wounded by a puny human? How is this possible? Also, what kind of cultivation technique does this bastard cultivate? It actually has such a great restraining effect on me. And that flame, it's practically this king's nemesis. Under this kind of suppression, it's very difficult for me to unleash my full strength. How frustrating. The heavenly devil barbaric bull bellowed in anger. He didn't put this human and dog in his eyes at first, but now it seemed that he had indeed underestimated them. Putting aside the fact that this human brat was so powerful and could restrain him, even that dog was incomparably mystical. It was a miracle that a mere half-step heaven immortal brat could come out unscathed in a head-on confrontation with him. Tempest of Swords. Immediately after that, Jiang Chen unleashed another powerful attack. The heavenly saint sword in his hand seemed to have come to life. Boundless sword chi rained down on the heavenly demonic barbaric bull like a storm. At the same time, Jiang Chen unleashed his flaming wings, turning into phantoms, circling around the heavenly demonic bull and unleashing powerful attacks. On the other side, De Huang Dog had also unleashed his wings of light. His speed had also reached the extreme. For a moment, the heavenly demonic bull was dazzled by his attacks. Too bad the heavenly demonic bull wasn't that easy to deal with. Despite the combined attacks of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, they still couldn't cause any damage to the heavenly demonic bull. It could easily deal with them. But very quickly the heavenly demonic bull was infuriated. It raised its head and bellowed. Its body began to transform. In an instant, it grew to a height of 30 meters. Boundless devil waves gushed out from its nostrils, mouth, and every part of its body. The heavenly demonic bull had gone mad. Its eyes began to turn red. It couldn't help but be angry. To it, such a battle was too depressing. Plus, it had been fighting two puny figures for so long. It was an incomparably shameful thing. If this matter was spread to its enemies, it would become a laughing stock. It couldn't afford to lose its face. Not good. This bastard has gone mad. It's very dangerous. De Huang Dog's facial expression changed. He hastily sent a message to Jiang Qin. This heavenly demonic bull was far scarier than they had imagined. Its combat strength was equivalent to that of a half-step divine immortal expert. Even an ordinary half-step divine immortal expert wouldn't be a match for this bull. Provoking this bull was no different from courting death for Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. Don't panic. Our chance has come. We must make it angry. I'm going to use my trump card now. De Huang, don't hold back. I will let you eat enough immortal metastones later. A hint of ruthlessness was revealed in Jiang Qin's eyes. This heavenly demonic bull wasn't easy to deal with, but it wasn't to the point where they had no chance. All right. Upon hearing this, De Huang Dog's eyes were filled with madness. He opened his mouth and spat out 2 broken swords above De Huang Dog. In just an instant, the broken swords became incomparably bright, as if they were the most powerful divine weapons in the heavens and earth. Jiang Qin wasn't unfamiliar with these broken swords. He had obtained them in St. Origin World. Even he couldn't tell what kind of treasure it was, but De Huang Dog treated it as a treasure. Now, it seemed like De Huang Dog's judgment was correct. After the 2 broken swords appeared, they automatically combined with each other. The qi that was emitted from them could make people feel a deep suppression. It was a suppression that originated from the soul. Even the heavenly demonic bull felt a trace of palpitation. Long. De Huang Dog channeled the energy in his body into the broken swords in an instant. It could be seen that the spirit in De Huang Dog's eyes began to dim. It was imaginable that even with De Huang Dog's current condition, the consumption of energy to forcefully use the broken swords was inestimable. On the other side, Jiang Qin had finally stopped using the heavenly saint sword. A giant golden halberd appeared in his hand. It was the heavenly dragon combat halberd, a peak great luo immortal weapon. Its grade was equivalent to an ordinary king-grade immortal weapon. Ever since Jiang Qin obtained this immortal weapon from Ouyang he had never tried to use it. Firstly, this immortal weapon was too famous. As Ouyang He's natal weapon, the heavenly dragon combat halberd's fame must be as great as Ouyang He's. Once it was used, it would immediately be noticed. Secondly, which was also the most important reason, Jiang Qin didn't have the ability to use it. According to his estimation, he would only be able to practice the heavenly dragon 9 strikes after reaching the heaven immortal realm. Chapter 1129. What kind of treasure is this broken sword? How could it be so terrifying? Looking at the dazzling broken sword, Jiang Qin couldn't help but feel astonished again. It seemed that De Huang Dog's treasure was not without reason. The tacit understanding between Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog had reached a high degree of compatibility. If it was an ordinary person, even if Jiang Qin had the heavenly dragon combat halberd, it would not be easy for him to subdue the heavenly dragon combat halberd. After all, Jiang Qin needed time to use the heavenly dragon combat halberd, and the heavenly demonic barbaric bull would not give Jiang Qin the time. Therefore, De Huang Dog's cooperation was extremely important. For example, De Huang Dog's terrifying broken sword had attracted all of the heavenly demonic barbaric bull's attention. Feeling the pressure from the broken sword, the heavenly demonic bull indeed focused all of its attention on De Huang Dog, or rather, on the broken sword. The heavenly demonic bull was not a fool. It could naturally see the terror of the broken sword. Although it didn't know what it was, it could guess that it was a treasure. Therefore, its eyes were filled with surprise and greed. Such a superior treasure actually fell into the hands of a dog. What a reckless waste. If I could get my hands on this treasure, I would definitely be able to kill those 3 guys and unify this desolate mountain range. The heavenly demonic bull was completely attracted by De Huang Dog's broken sword. For a moment, it completely ignored the existence of Jiang Qin. Of course, in the eyes of the heavenly demonic bull, whether it was De Huang Dog or Jiang Qin, they were far from being a match for it. Thus, ignoring them was not a big deal. The heavenly demonic bull moved. Endless demonic waves rushed out of its 100 zhang tall body. The demonic waves transformed into a black bull that was hundreds of zhang tall. It floated in the air and looked very real. Then it charged at De Huang Dog. Stupid bull, if you dare to fight with Master Dog will let you know why flowers are so beautiful. Big Yellow said arrogantly. At this moment he didn't care about anything else. He channeled all the energy in his body into the broken sword. After the fusion, the broken sword became restless again and turned into a 100 meters long heavenly sword. Then it slashed at the barbaric bull that was completely condensed from devil energy. Big Yellow! Big Yellow! Big Yellow shouted. Rummel. This was the strongest attack unleashed by the two great experts. There was an insurmountable gap between Big Yellow and the heavenly devil barbaric bull, but the combat strength of the heavenly sword was just too strong. It contained the pressure of the origin. In this world, it seemed like no one except Big Yellow could use the heavenly sword. That area had turned into chaos, or it could be said that it was completely covered by the fluctuations of the battle, and the original colors could no longer be seen. He did not pay attention to the battle, nor did he have the energy to do so. This was the most critical moment. De Huang Dog had temporarily restrained the heavenly demonic bull, but Jiang Qin understood that it was impossible to defeat it. He still needed to take action. The heavenly dragon combat halberd produced a buzzing sound in Jiang Qin's hand. The dragon marks in Jiang Qin's body began to ripple. Countless energy swarmed toward the halberd like a storm. In just the blink of an eye, more than half of the energy in Jiang Qin's body had been absorbed. The halberd in his hand sank. Jiang Qin felt that he could not hold it anymore, as if the halberd in his hand weighed hundreds of millions of jin. Son of a bitch. What a vampire. Jiang Qin rolled his eyes. He had the urge to spurt out blood. He had to admit that forcibly using a Grand Luo immortal weapon, especially a peak Grand Luo immortal weapon like the heavenly dragon combat halberd, was simply torturing himself. It would consume all his energy in an instant. If he couldn't kill his opponent in time, he would be harmed instead. However, Jiang Qin was very confident in the heavenly dragon combat halberd. He believed that this strike would have no problem killing the heavenly demonic bull. Of course, it was impossible for Jiang Qin to really kill the heavenly demonic bull because he wanted to subdue it for his own use. On the other side, the fierce battle between De Huang Dog and the heavenly demonic bull had ended. The broken sword had been kept away by De Huang Dog. At this moment, De Huang Dog was lying on the ground far away, motionless. His tongue was hanging out of his mouth and he was gasping for breath. It could be seen how much energy he had consumed from that strike. The heavenly demonic bull didn't have a good time either. It looked very miserable, but it was after all a peerless devil king, which was equivalent to a half-step divine immortal expert. Its combat strength was still very strong. At this time Jiang Qin also moved. The heavenly dragon combat halberd had already absorbed all the energy in his body. The halberd in his hand whistled, reaching a length of 100 meters, and was hurled towards the barbaric bull's head. What? As if sensing great danger, the heavenly demonic bull exclaimed. Its huge eyes stared at the incoming halberd, blood almost oozing out from its mouth. Son of a bitch. Damn it. Another invincible treasure. How could these two fellows possess so many treasures? The heavenly demonic bull was extremely depressed. As the king of this desolate mountain range, it didn't even have a suitable weapon. But this man and dog in front of it had displayed their invincible immortal weapons. How could it accept this? Furthermore, it was focused on fighting De Huang Dog just now, completely ignoring Jiang Qin. Now that the opponent had launched a powerful attack while it was resting, it could be said that the timing was perfect. However, the heavenly demonic bull reacted very quickly. Once again, it struck out a huge bull that collided with the heavenly dragon combat halberd. Tila. However, this time the heavenly demonic bull's luck wasn't as good as before. Under the might of the heavenly dragon combat halberd, the devil bull was split into two on the spot. The huge combat skill landed on the heavenly demonic bull's body, leaving a deep wound. This was the result of Jiang Qin not wanting to kill the bull. Otherwise, if the combat skill landed on the bull's head, it was afraid that it would be half dead. The heavenly demonic bull let out a miserable cry. Being injured by a zenith heaven immortal weapon was no ordinary pain. After unleashing this attack, Jiang Qin was completely drained. The energy in his body was completely consumed. He put away the heavenly dragon combat halberd, his face a little pale. However, this was not the time to be negligent. The flaming wings supported his body to fly in the sky. Almost at the same moment when the heavenly demonic bull was seriously injured, Jiang Qin struck out the edifying light at lightning speed. Whoosh! The edifying light entered the mind of the heavenly fiend barbaric bull like a snake. The heavenly fiend barbaric bull struggled violently for a while before stopping. In its current state, it could no longer resist the edifying light. Chapter 1130. Guard it for me first. After I recover, I will help you heal your injuries. Jiang Qin glanced at the heavenly devil barbaric bull. Both he and De Huang Dog were exhausted and needed to heal their injuries as soon as possible. As for the heavenly devil barbaric bull's injuries, it wasn't a big deal as it didn't hurt its origin. Jiang Chen would be able to help it recover very quickly using the wood spiritual energy. Yes, master. The heavenly devil barbaric bull nodded, not daring to disobey Jiang Chen's words. This was the magic of the edifying light. Once the opponent was edified, it would obey the master completely. Even if Jiang Chen asked the heavenly devil barbaric bull to commit suicide in front of him, it wouldn't hesitate to do so. At this time Han Yen walked out of the Zulong Tower. Comparing the obedient heavenly devil barbaric bull to the ferocious devil king, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. This edifying light is truly miraculous. Now that I have this barbaric bull following me, it's like I have a half-step divine immortal expert by my side. Plus, this guy's cultivation base has already reached the peak of heaven immortal realm and could break through to the half-step divine immortal realm at any time. At that time he would be equivalent to an early divine immortal expert. Han Yen exclaimed in admiration, repeatedly giving a thumbs up to Jiang Chen's horrifying means. De Huang Dog came to Jiang Chen's side, almost crawling over. Kid, Master Dog is dying of exhaustion. Hurry up and help Master Dog recover. Bring me a large amount of immortal meta stones. De Huang Dog wouldn't be polite to Jiang Chen. Don't worry. Jiang Chen wouldn't be stingy towards De Huang Dog. Immediately he took out a large amount of immortal meta stones. At this time, not only De Huang Dog needed immortal meta stones, but also Jiang Chen himself needed them. The heavenly dragon combat halberd had consumed all of his immortal meta stones, so he needed to recover as soon as possible. The interior of this desolate mountain range was filled with dangers. Fortunately, the heavenly devil barbaric bull was guarding from the side. After an hour, both Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had fully recovered. Neither of them had suffered any injuries. It was just that they had consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, De Huang Dog's bloodline was powerful, and Jiang Chen's dragon transformation art had an astonishing recovery speed. Therefore it only took them an hour to fully recover. Such a terrifying recovery speed directly shocked the heavenly demonic bull beside him. Master is truly an extraordinary person. There will definitely be many benefits from following him in the future. The heavenly devil barbaric bull was secretly delighted. Naturally, the first thing Jiang Chen did after his recovery was to help the heavenly devil barbaric bull recover. Now that the heavenly devil barbaric bull had become his greatest helper, he naturally needed to restore it to its peak state. Barbaric bull, come here. I'll help you recover now. Jiang Chen said. The heavenly devil barbaric bull hastily approached Jiang Chen, acting respectfully. It had no idea what method Jiang Chen would use to help it recover, but it dared not disobey Jiang Chen's words. Jiang Chen reached out his palm. Powerful wood spiritual energy swarmed out, entering the heavenly devil barbaric bull's body through its wounds. After receiving the wood spiritual energy's baptism, the heavenly devil barbaric bull's body couldn't help but shiver. It felt so comfortable, like a dried-up wasteland receiving the baptism of rain. In merely 10 minutes, all the injuries of the heavenly devil barbaric bull had fully recovered. Its entire body was brimming with energy and vigor, unlike before. Master's means are truly miraculous. Thank you for healing me, Master. The heavenly devil barbaric bull was shocked. It had never seen such a heaven-defying healing method before. If it hadn't experienced it personally, it wouldn't have believed it. De Huang, what was that broken sword you used just now? How could it be so terrifying? Han Yen looked at De Huang Dog. This was the first time he had seen such a method. The heavenly devil barbaric bull also looked at De Huang Dog curiously. It was also very curious about that treasure. I won't tell you guys. Can't this Master Dog have his own secrets? De Huang Dog said proudly, not giving Han Yen any face. Fuck. Han Yen raised his middle finger at De Huang Dog, expressing his disdain. Alright, we've gained a lot from this trip to the desolate mountains. I'm more confident about getting the regenerative lotus now. Jiang Chen said. Little Chinzi, are we going back now? Asked Han Yen. There's no hurry. We still have time. After saying that, Jiang Chen looked at the heavenly devil barbaric bull and asked, Barbaric bull, how many great demons like you are there in this desolate mountain range? Jiang Chen had always been like this. He would squeeze out all the benefits that he deserved. Master, there are a total of 7 of them, each occupying a mountain in different parts of the desolate mountain range. Now this is my territory, said the heavenly devil barbaric bull. 7, huh? Are you confident in dealing with them? Asked Jiang Chen. If he could kill and refine all of them, he would be able to reach the 14th floor of the Zulong Tower. I'm not confident. The 7 of us have similar cultivation bases. "We've fought many times in the past for territories, but there was no clear winner," said the heavenly devil barbaric bull honestly. "It seems like it won't be easy to kill them all." Jianghu frowned. A heavenly devil barbaric bull was already so hard to deal with, not to mention that it was because of the attribute suppression. If it were other beasts that he couldn't suppress, it would be even harder to deal with. "Master, are you thinking of killing them?" "Well, I have an idea," said the heavenly devil barbaric bull. "Speak," Jianghu said. "I originally had a twin brother, both of them from the heavenly fiend barbaric ox clan. Later on, due to some trivial matters, they had a falling out and each of them occupied a territory and proclaimed themselves as kings. My brother is the will of the 7 demon kings of this desolate mountain range. If Master and I join forces, we can reform my brother as well. At that time, we can join forces to deal with the other demon kings. Defeating them one by one will not be a problem," said the heavenly devil barbaric bull. Hearing this, Jianghu, De Huang Dog and Han Yan's eyes lit up. They never thought that they would have such an unexpected harvest. They thought that subduing a heavenly devil barbaric bull was already a great harvest, but now there was another one. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Furthermore, if the 2 bulls could kill the other demon kings, the ancestral dragon pagoda would be able to improve further. In that case, stealing the regenerative lotus would be more likely. This was indeed a perfect thing to do. "Little Qinzi, looks like you want to squeeze this desolate mountain range dry," said Han Yan with a grin. "Since we're already here, we can't come empty-handed. Barbaric bull, bring me to your twin brother and edify him," said Jianghu. He might not be confident in dealing with ordinary demonic beasts, but it was a different story when it came to dealing with the heavenly devil barbaric bull. His flame and dragon transformation skill could greatly restrain it. Now, with the help of the heavenly devil barbaric bull, it would be a piece of cake for him to subdue the other one. At least, it would be much easier than joining hands with the Huang Dog. Chapter 1131. Yes, Master. The heavenly fiend barbaric bull obeyed everything Jianghu told it to do. Even the stupid idea of messing with its twin brothers was his own idea. In the eyes of the heavenly fiend barbaric bull, Jianghu was its one and only master, an existence that it must obey. This time, Jianghu didn't make too much noise. He let the Huang Dog and Han Yan hide inside the Zulong Tower again. Only after arriving in the immortal world did Jianghu truly feel the magical effect of the Zulong Tower. It was simply too amazing for words. Putting everything else aside, just the ability to hide itself was already a treasure that ordinary people yearned for. This function had brought a lot of convenience to Jianghu. Jianghu unleashed the flaming wings and quickly flew towards the other direction of the desolate mountains together with the heavenly fiend barbaric bull. That was where the twin brothers were located. The heavenly fiend barbaric bull was incomparably arrogant, and its chi was incomparably powerful. Now that its injuries had fully recovered, it was in peak condition. It was the absolute king of this desolate mountain range. Naturally, it had the capital to be arrogant. Wherever it went, it could do whatever it wanted. Very soon the 2 of them arrived at an area. In front of them was a huge mountain, and halfway up the mountain was a cave. From the outside, the cave looked very well hidden. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it at all. The heavenly fiend barbaric bull flew straight to the entrance of the cave and unleashed its powerful chi. Each of the 7 demon kings of the desolate mountains had their own territory. If it unleashed its chi in someone else's territory, or at the doorstep of someone else's territory, it would be regarded as a provocation, and a big battle would be inevitable. The heavenly fiend barbaric bull's way of challenging someone was even more direct than shouting. Sure enough, a furious roar came from the cave as soon as the celestial devil bull unleashed its aura. The entire mountain shook as black demonic flames rushed out of the cave. The devil flame danced and turned into a raging bull. These 2 bulls were indeed twin brothers as they looked exactly the same. If they were to stand in front of Jianghu at the same time, Jianghu wouldn't be able to tell who was who. Of course, the raging bull had already been subdued by Jianghu. Its body had the aura of the edifying light, so it was easy for Jianghu to judge. "Boss, what are you doing here? Could it be that you're so bored that you want to fight with me?" After Barbarian Bull appeared, he immediately said in a bad mood. It could be seen that the relationship between the 2 brothers was not good. But soon after, the Barbarian Ox transformation's gaze landed on Jianghu. When he saw that his big brother was actually standing together with a human, a trace of surprise immediately appeared in his eyes. "Why did you bring a human here? I know you probably want to use this human to curry favor with me and make up with me. Unfortunately, this king doesn't care for it. I can see that this kid's blood and chi is very vigorous and he has soft skin and tender flesh. The taste should be pretty good. Leave him here and go. As for you disturbing this king's sleep, this king won't pursue it. Barbarian Bull played it down. He actually thought that Jiang Chen was a prey that his big brother had sent to him. Shut up, second brother. Don't be rude to my master. The heavenly fiend Bull immediately shouted at his second brother. He absolutely wouldn't allow anyone in this world to be disrespectful to his master, not even his own twin brother. He could humiliate him, but he couldn't show any disrespect to his master. What did you say, master? Boss, is there something wrong with your head? How can you call a human master? The second brother was startled at first. Obviously, he was stunned by his big brother's words. Although they didn't have a good relationship, they still understood each other well. As one of the 7 kings of the desolate mountain range, they had their own dignity. Even if they were to die in battle, they would never be subdued by a human, not to mention that the human was only an earth immortal brat. What was going on? Second brother, I'm now master's man. Master is a first-class genius in this world. If I follow him, my future will be limitless. I came here this time because we are twin brothers. I want you to submit to master together with me. I hope you won't be so stubborn, said the big brother. Second brother was stunned on the spot when he heard this, and he was astounded to the point his mouth gaped open to the point it could fit a wash basin. He even suspected that his ears were deceiving him. He wouldn't be surprised even if his big brother was in a bad mood and came over to fight with him, but what's going on now? The arrogant and domineering heavenly devil barbaric bull had actually submitted to a human. What was so special about this brat? How could his big brother be so loyal to him? The second brother wasn't an idiot. He could see that his big brother had been completely subdued by this young man in white. This made him feel even more strange. He couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen again. Your big brother is right. Submit to me and you will get great benefits. Don't resist or you will suffer a lot of pain. Jiang Chen said to the barbaric bull. Haha, damned human. What ability do you have to make me submit to you? This is the biggest joke in the world. I can eat 100 of you in one go. Barbarian bull burst into laughter. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. Although he didn't know what was going on with his chief, he knew that it was impossible for him, the king of a mountain, to surrender to a young human. It was impossible for him to do that. Don't waste time. Make your move. Jiang Chen's face turned cold and said to the barbaric bull. He had already expected such a scene. A beast like the heavenly devil barbaric bull was extremely prideful. It was absolutely impossible to make it submit to him for no reason. If it wasn't for the edifying light, Jiang Chen wouldn't have been able to subdue it. Yes, master. The big brother bowed to Jiang Chen and unleashed his powerful chi. His battle intent surged up to the sky as he turned to second brother. Second brother, since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite. While speaking, the heavenly devil barbaric bull roared and charged at old two. Its body was incomparably strong. Even if it charged head-on, it could still kill a late heaven immortal human. Motherfucker. Big brother, you've gone mad. Second brother had the urge to spurt out blood. He could already see that the current big brother was completely under the control of this young man. Not to mention killing him, even if the big brother wanted him to commit suicide, he wouldn't even frown. Long. Chapter 1132. Jiang Chen did not make a move. Instead, he chose to observe the battle from afar. He wanted to see the gap between these two brothers. By seeing the gap between them, he would basically be able to see the gap between them and the other demon kings. One had to admit that these twin brothers were truly ferocious. The innate skills that they displayed were all the same. After exchanging over 100 rounds and clashing countless times, it was still hard to determine the victor. These two guys are really barbaric. If the two of them were to join forces to deal with the others, it would definitely be the end of the world for the enemies. Within the Zulong Tower, De Huang Dog saw the battle between the two brothers clearly. That's right. If little Qinzi could subdue both of them, he would definitely have an extremely powerful combat strength. As twin brothers, their battle styles are completely the same. Coupled with the fact that they are telepathically connected, they would be able to coordinate well with each other. In a situation where it's 2 against 1, the outcome for the other demon kings would definitely be a tragedy. Han Yen added. Fortunately, these two brothers don't have a good relationship with each other. Otherwise, if the two of them were to join forces, the other demon kings wouldn't even have a chance to occupy this mountain range. De Huang Dog said. From his tone, it could be seen that he was rather optimistic about these two barbaric bulls. Big brother, are you fucking crazy? To think that you would be ordered around by a human. Are you going to let down your ancestors? Are you going to let down the heavenly demon bloodline in your body? Old Air was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. This big brother's moves today were extremely ruthless. He was countless times more serious than his usual battles. He really wanted to know what methods Jiang Chen had used to make the arrogant heavenly demon barbaric bulls submit to him like this. Old Air, as long as you submit to Master, we brothers will be able to reconcile. In the future, if we follow Master, we will be as glorious as we can be in the future. Big Brother continued to advise patiently, as though he had turned into a completely different person. Glorious URSS. Old Air was about to vomit blood. Where did we get our SS from? Big Brother's words caused Old Air to vomit blood again. Fuck your sister. We don't have a sister. This pair of twin brothers did not forget to shoot off their mouths as they fought. Jiang Chen was almost amused. After all this time, these two were the best. If this continued, he would not have to make a move. Even his second brother would not be a match for them. Of course, that was not a true defeat. It was not a lack of strength, but a result of anger. In this world, there was an incomparably wonderful martial art called qigong. It was a martial art that could infuriate someone to death. It was quite powerful. Kaka, these two cow spirits are so funny that I'm going to die. Da Huang dog convulsed with laughter. Rumble. The battle continued. In any case, the boss was relentless because he had already received Jiang Chen's orders. He would not stop until he took down Old Two. Old Two was unwilling to submit, so naturally the battle continued. Little Chinzi, hurry up and attack. Don't waste any more time. After all, the commotion caused by their battle is too big. Moreover, we still have to deal with the other monster kings. Don't delay our journey to Celestial Mountain. Han Yin reminded. All right. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Immediately, he used his dragon transformation and joined the battle with the Heavenly Saint Sword. The Heavenly Saint Sword carried boundless blazing flames as it attacked Old Two. He did not expect to cause any damage to Old Two. What he wanted to do was to use the true thunder fire and true dragon fire to suppress Old Two's demonic nature. In this way, Old Two would not be able to display his full combat strength, and he would not be a match for the boss. Once the boss suppressed Old Two, Jiang Chen would take the opportunity to use the edifying light to edify Old Two. Damn it. I never thought that this human would have such a powerful technique. He even has an abnormal transformation skill. What the hell are these flames? Why are they suppressing my demonic nature so much? Old Two's expression changed drastically. He was not afraid of Jiang Chen's combat strength, but he was shocked by Jiang Chen's flames. Under the suppression of such flames, he was unable to display his super strong combat strength. Unparalleled barbaric bull. At the same time that Jiang Chen made his move to suppress Old Two, the boss made his move as well. As a powerful Yao King, he had a wealth of combat experience. He knew when to make his move. This was the best time to suppress Old Two. The boss's unparalleled barbaric bull transformed into a huge black bull, a vivid and lifelike black bull, a true bull demon king. The bull's huge hoof kicked down at Old Two. Bang. Old Two was defending against Jiang Chen's flames while defending against the boss's powerful skill. Instantly, Old Two fell into a disadvantageous position. Under the attack of the boss's unparalleled barbaric bull, Old Two was sent flying and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. One more strike. Jiang Chen did not show any mercy. Relying on the Heavenly Saint Sword, he continued to attack. At the same time, the boss's powerful attack arrived. Under such coordination, in less than 10 moves, Old Two was utterly defeated. His combat strength plummeted and he became utterly dispirited. Boss, suppress him. Jiang Chen shouted. Yes, master. The boss unleashed all his energy, which transformed into a huge net, instantly trapping Old Two. Edifying light. Jiang Chen's timing was incomparably precise. While Old Two was not paying attention, the edifying light entered his body. Brr. Feeling the threat of the edifying light, Old Two instantly roared out. He clutched his head with both hands and cried out in pain. At this final moment, he finally knew how the boss was subdued. It was the light that entered his mind. Once he failed to resist it, he would be edified and would have to listen to the other party. After doing all that, Jiang Chen kept the Heavenly Saint Sword and returned to his original form. He was very confident in the edifying light. Old Two would not be able to endure for more than a minute before he was completely edified. Just as Jiang Chen had expected, a minute later, Old Two completely gave up struggling. The malevolence and anger in his eyes disappeared and were replaced with brightness. He walked to Jiang Chen and bowed deeply to Jiang Chen. Master. Ah, old two, that's the right thing to do. It's best to follow master. What you did previously was pointless struggling. The boss came to old two's side and patted his shoulder. Thank you for your teachings, big brother. I almost went astray. Old two blushed with shame. The deteriorating relationship between the two brothers had finally been resolved. Damn it. Not only did he subdue me, he even made me feel grateful. This edifying light is too sick. Chapter 1133. From now on, you two brothers will follow me and change your names to Ada and Air. Jianghu said. Ada and Air were the names he used when he subdued the demon kings in the devil realm. Now he used it on the two heavenly devil barbaric bulls. Yes, master. The two of them bowed to Jianghu at the same time. Air, come here. I'll help you heal first. Jianghu said. Air had suffered some injuries in the battle just now. He needed to recover as soon as possible before he could deal with the other demon kings. After killing the other demon kings, the Zulong Tower would absorb their essence and blood to condense the 14th floor. That was their next goal. After that, they had to return to Tianshan Mountain. A huge amount of wood spiritual qi was poured into Air's body by Jianghu. Air's expression became the same as before. His eyes were filled with shock. In just a short while, Air's injuries were completely healed. He had returned to his peak state. His injuries were not as serious as before, so it was relatively easy for him to recover. Master's means are really amazing. If I follow Master in the future, I'll definitely achieve great success. My future will be limitless. Air's tone was filled with gratitude. This was the effect of being edified. In their subconscious, there was only obedience and obedience. Ada and Air, you two have fully recovered. Now let's get rid of the other 5 demon kings. Who do you think we should kill first? Asked Jianghu. He did not want to waste time. Since he had already decided, he had to do it as soon as possible. If we join hands, we can dominate this desolate mountain range. The demon king closest to here is the Silver Lion King. We can start with him first. Said Ada. That's right. Although the Silver Lion King is powerful, the 7 demon kings here have fought each other before. Their combat strength is equal. Now that we two brothers have joined hands, the Silver Lion King can only wait to be captured. Air also opened his mouth and said confidently. All right, let's start with the Silver Lion King. Jianghu nodded and flew toward the Silver Lion King's territory under Ada and Air's guidance. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the Silver Lion King's territory. Ada and Air were very direct. They released their most powerful auras as soon as they arrived to attract the Silver Lion King's attention. A powerful wave of air rose from the mountains in front of them. Then a silver cloud appeared. On the cloud, there was a middle-aged man in a silver robe. He had a head of silver hair and was extremely muscular. His nose was high like a lion's. This was a powerful Silver Lion King that had a different bloodline. It could not be considered a noble beast, but it was not something that ordinary demonic beasts could compare to. Otherwise, it would not be able to occupy the mountain and become the king. Humph! You two stupid oxen, what are you doing here? Are you here for tea? The Silver Lion King said in an unfriendly tone when he saw Ada and Air. Silver Lion King, we brothers have come here today to take your life. Ada said straightforwardly. Haha, that's funny. Haven't you two fought enough? The 7 demon kings in this desolate mountain range have always minded their own business. Now you two have trespassed my territory without permission and even boasted shamelessly. Are you trying to break the peace here? The Silver Lion King laughed. The 7 demon kings must be very familiar with each other. They had been fighting for so long, but they had never been killed. Therefore, he did not care even if 2 heavenly demonic oxen appeared in front of him at the same time. Silver Lion, we brothers have let go of our former enmity and will work together to kill you. Air said and directly released his murderous aura, locking on the Silver Lion King's aura. Only Ada and Air appeared in front of the Silver Lion King. Jianghu was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Jianghu was also hiding in the Zulong Tower, paying close attention to everything in front of him. It was conceivable that the Silver Lion King would not be a match for Ada and Air. However, the Silver Lion King was very powerful after all. It would be possible for him to escape at the critical moment. Jianghu hid in the dark to prevent the Silver Lion King from escaping, so that he could give the Silver Lion King a fatal blow at the critical moment. The Zulong Tower's concealment ability was very powerful, but to deal with the Silver Lion King, Jianghu could only use it to launch a sneak attack at the last moment. Moreover, he couldn't attack continuously in the Zulong Tower, because once the Silver Lion King grasped his movements, it would be disadvantageous for him. Although the Zulong Tower was strong, the Silver Lion King was also very terrifying. It would be no laughing matter if he damaged the Zulong Tower. Jiangchen was focused on upgrading the Zulong Tower in order to steal the regenerative lotus. Therefore the Zulong Tower couldn't be damaged. In the sky, the Silver Lion King's expression finally turned solemn when he sensed the murderous aura of Ada and Air. He wasn't a fool. He could already tell that the two oxen were not here to play with him. The murderous aura they emitted was about to materialize. It was obvious that they were here to fight. Humph! I'm not in a good mood today. I don't want to play with you. The Silver Lion King snorted coldly, then turned around and left. He was a very shrewd guy. He knew that he wouldn't be a match for the two oxen if he were to fight them alone. Silver Lion, are you trying to run away? Ada roared. He had been paying close attention to the Silver Lion King's movements. How could he give the Silver Lion King a chance to escape? He immediately flew out and blocked the Silver Lion King in the middle with air. Although the two brothers didn't get along well with each other, they were twins after all. Their minds were connected and their coordination had reached a perfect level. Their divine sense and aura had completely fused together, sealing the entire area. They would never give the Silver Lion King a chance to escape. You two stupid oxen, do you really think that you can kill me? Worst comes to worst, both of us will die. The Silver Lion King was flustered and exasperated. He didn't expect that the two oxen would be so serious. It seemed like they wouldn't stop until one of them died. Second brother, cut the crap. Unparalleled ox. Ada didn't waste any more time with the Silver Lion King. He called out to Air before unleashing his most powerful technique. On the other side, Air also unleashed his unparalleled ox. At that moment, two 300-meter-long oxen appeared in the sky. They were lifelike like huge black mountains. It was enough to make people's hearts tremble. Roar. Chapter 1134. A giant silver lion appeared in the sky. It was also 100 meters tall. Its cultivation base was at the peak of late heaven immortal realm, only a step away from the half-step divine immortal realm. Unfortunately, it was still a step away from the half-step divine immortal realm. The silver lion's body was radiating silvery light. Boundless silvery light flickered incessantly. A layer of silvery light appeared on the surface of its body like a defensive shield. Not only did it have great defensive power, it also had great offensive power. This skill was comparable to the Firethorn combat armor that Jiangchen had obtained from Firethorn Savage, but it wasn't as powerful as the Firethorn combat armor. Long. When the attacks of the three demon kings collided with each other, the color of the sky was overshadowed in an instant. Boundless destructive energy spread in all directions, causing the mountain below to collapse. All the demonic beasts in the area fled in all directions. Some of them prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear. The surrounding trees and withered vines were destroyed. Raging flames rose from the ground. The whole scene looked like the end of the world. After a single move, the Silver Lion King was in a sorry state. His originally indestructible body was now covered with countless wounds and blood was dripping out. Even though the Silver Lion King was very powerful, it was destined to be no match for two heavenly demonic barbaric bulls. Damn it. These two bastards are too well coordinated. I'm no match for them. This won't do. I have to run away now or else I'll be dead. The Silver Lion King saw the situation clearly and decided to run away. It wasn't a shameful thing to run away, at least it could save its own life. However, Ada and Air had long been aware of this. How could they give the Silver Lion King a chance to escape? Almost as soon as the Silver Lion King made a move, Ada and Air struck again. Invincible. In the end, under Ada and Air's frenzied bombardment, the powerful Silver Lion King did not last for more than a few minutes before it was beaten to the brink of death by Ada and Air. It completely fell to the ground and became an arrow at the end of its flight, unable to fight back at all. For God's sake. The cooperation between these two is simply perfect. Perhaps they can even fight an ordinary early divine immortal expert. De Huang Dog saw everything that was happening outside. Even though he was arrogant, he had to admit that Ada and Air were cooperating perfectly. This is the cooperation between twin brothers. Their minds are interlinked. It's a kind of innate perfection. The combat power that they can display when they join hands is absolutely not as simple as two late heaven immortal demon kings stacked together. If they had joined hands earlier, this desolate mountain range would have been theirs long ago and we wouldn't have the chance to deal with them. Jiangchen smiled. What he said was true. If he had encountered a combination of two celestial demon bulls instead of a even if Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog worked together, they would not have stood a chance. Looking at the scene of the two barbaric bulls dealing with the Silver Lion King, Jiang Chen deeply felt that he had underestimated the strength of Ada and Air. As long as he hid in the Zulong Tower, there was no need for him to attack, let alone worry about the Silver Lion King escaping. Ada and Air were enough to deal with everything. I've really picked up a treasure this time. I think if they cultivate together they will help each other improve. In the future, when they advance to the divine immortal realm or even higher realms, they will be able to help each other even more. Han Yan's eyes sparkled. He would never believe such cooperation if he didn't see it with his own eyes. Jiang Chen walked out of the Zulong Tower and came to the front of the Silver Lion King. With a single slash, the Zulong Tower absorbed all of the Silver Lion King's blood essence and chi essence. Seeing Jiang Chen's abnormal and cruel means, Ada and Air couldn't help but sweat in their hearts. They thought that their master really had too many means. They were even more grateful that Jiang Chen didn't kill them. Otherwise they would have ended up like the Silver Lion King. Ada and Air, you did well. Now let's strike the iron while it's hot and go kill the other demon kings. Jiang Chen said. Yes, master. The two nodded and went to the next location. For the next day the entire desolate mountain range was in a huge tremor. The battle between the 7 demon kings continued and turned the desolate mountain range upside down. Some cultivators who came to the desolate mountain range for training and some disciples of Skycloud Pavilion immediately retreated after feeling the tremor. They wanted to stay away from this place of trouble. Damn it. I don't know why, but the Yao kings here are fighting one another. Thankfully, we did not venture too deep into the desolate mountain range, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. I know, right? We are so lucky. The Yao kings here are too ferocious. If we had been caught in the crossfire, we would have either died or been wounded. Come, let's hurry up and leave this place. We can come back for training at any time. Once the battle between the Yao kings is over, we'll come back. Many of the cultivators there were terrified and they quickly left the place. None of them wanted to die, especially not a meaningless death. In the desolate mountain range, the fierce battle finally ended the next morning. In a shattered valley, Jiang Chen used the Zulong Tower to absorb the blood essence and chi essence of the last demon king. Finally, the Zulong Tower underwent a huge change, successfully condensing the 14th floor. Not only that, when the Zulong Tower was absorbing the energy, Jiang Chen also gained some benefits. He condensed a total of 30,000 dragon marks, making the total number of dragon marks in his body 38,500. As long as he could condense another 15,000 dragon marks, he would be able to advance to the late Earth Immortal Realm. Currently, Jiang Chen had a lot of demon souls in his possession, including the demon souls of the 5 demon kings. As long as Jiang Chen refined these demon souls, he would be able to advance to the late Earth Immortal Realm. However, Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. His cultivation base had been improving very quickly these days. He needed to stabilize his cultivation base first. He couldn't blindly use this method to make a breakthrough, otherwise, it would be extremely disadvantageous to him. Little Chenzi, how is it? Asked Han Yan. The 14th floor of the Zulong Tower has been completely condensed. The chances of getting the regenerative lotus have increased. Chapter 1135. How long will it take for us to reach the heavenly mountain from here? Asked Jiang Chen. If we fly, it will take half a day. If we don't fly, it will take 2 days. Said De Huang Dog. We can't fly. The regenerative lotus is of great importance. We have to be careful and keep a low profile. The regenerative lotus has already matured for 2 days and there are still 3 days left before the grand ceremony. If we spend 2 days, we will be able to reach the heavenly mountain 1 day before the grand ceremony. I don't think the 8 immortals will go to the heavenly mountain before the grand ceremony. These 2 days will allow those golden immortals guarding the regenerative lotus to relax their vigilance. That way we will have a greater chance of success, said Jiang Chen. He had always been meticulous when doing things, not to mention stealing the regenerative lotus. Even if he couldn't guarantee that nothing would go wrong, he had to at least try his best. It was undoubtedly the best time to strike the night before the grand ceremony. The 8 immortals hadn't arrived yet, and those golden immortals guarding the regenerative lotus should have relaxed their vigilance after a few days of intense guarding. This was Jiang Chen's plan and decision. Little Chenzi, are you really confident? Asked Han Yan. He was still very worried. From the very beginning he didn't agree to this plan as it was too dangerous. It was 1,000 times more dangerous than snatching food from the tiger's mouth. It wouldn't be a joke if any accidents happened. I have to do it regardless of whether I'm confident or not. I won't change my decision. You and De Huang Dog can return to Cloud Mist City and meet up with Fu Hui. I will go to the Heavenly Mountain alone," said Jiang Qin. "I'm not going. I want to go to the Heavenly Mountain to have a look." De Huang Dog rejected Jiang Chen's good intention on the spot. "Good brothers, we share hardships and hardships together. Besides, you are going to steal the regenerative lotus for me. I will go with you even if I have to hide in the Zulong Tower," said Han Yen. He and De Huang Dog naturally understood Jiang Chen's intention. After all, it was too risky to steal the regenerative lotus. Jiang Chen asked them to return to Cloud Mist City for their safety. Ada and Air didn't say anything. Their mission was to listen to Jiang Chen's orders. If Jiang Chen didn't allow them to express their opinions, they wouldn't say anything. After killing all the demon kings, Jiang Chen asked Ada and Air, De Huang Dog and Han Yen to hide inside the Zulong Tower. The environment inside the tower was pretty good and suitable for their cultivation. Jiang Chen stayed outside alone. He left the mountain range and flew towards Tianshan Mountain. Tianshan Mountain was the most famous place in One Line Sky. It was the tallest mountain in One Line Sky. It was at least 3 times taller than the other peaks. One couldn't see the top of it at a glance as if it was connected to the sky. The weather on Tianshan Mountain was icy cold. The accumulated snow over the years had made it very solid. There were also glaciers that extended into the sky. The regenerative lotus grew on the peak of Tianshan Mountain. It took Jiang Qin 2 days to reach Tianshan Mountain. He deliberately slowed down during the journey. When he arrived at Tianshan Mountain, it was already late at night. Tomorrow was the grand ceremony of the pinnacle. At this moment, there was already a sea of people outside Tianshan Mountain. The area within a radius of 100 miles was filled with people. This grand ceremony is really lively. There are already so many people before it even starts. Jiang Qin sighed. That's for sure. It's a grand ceremony that happens once every 2 years. It's a big event in One Line Sky. Who doesn't want to see the 8 immortals with their own eyes? It's a dream for many immortals to be able to witness the battle of the 8 immortals. So it's normal for there to be so many people, said Han Yen. Little Qinzi, when are we going to make our move? Asked De Huang Dog. I'm going to get close to the peak of Tianshan Mountain and check the situation first, said Jiang Qin. Then he went into the Zulong Tower. Zulong Tower was a very mysterious supreme artifact. Now that it had merged with Jiang Qin, it was perfect for hiding. However, there was one flaw, which was that Jiang Qin couldn't move quickly inside the Zulong Tower. In other words, if Jiang Qin was inside the Zulong Tower, he could only use it to hide or move within a short distance. Otherwise, if Jiang Qin used the Zulong Tower to fly, who would be able to find him? However, these functions had already pleased Jiang Qin. After all, compared to the 99 floors of the Zulong Tower, the 14th floor was still too weak. There were still many functions of the Zulong Tower that had yet to be developed. The Zulong Tower turned into a speck in the void, like a speck of dust in the Great Thousand Universe. It was like the first particle in the air, slowly moving towards the peak of Tianshan Mountain. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense it, not even mighty golden immortals. Only immortal kings who had comprehended the spatial law could sense the existence of the Zulong Tower. Even so, Jiang Qin was still very cautious. After all, the guardian of the regenerative lotus was a mighty late golden immortal expert, a pinnacle figure of the 4 major powers, who was only a step away from the half-step immortal king realm. Naturally, Jiang Qin wouldn't dare to be careless. Han Yen and De Huang Dog didn't even dare to breathe, fearing that they would make any noise. After moving for an hour, the Zulong Tower had yet to reach the peak of Tianshan Mountain. This Tianshan Mountain is too tall. The Zulong Tower is moving so slowly. Han Yen couldn't help but comment. This is the tallest mountain in One Line Sky. We have only flown halfway there. De Huang Dog said. Another hour later, the curtain of night had completely fallen. The night sky tonight wasn't very good. It was very dark. The moonlight was covered by dark clouds. Not a single twinkling star could be seen in the sky. Normally, something would happen in a dark and windy night. However, the peak of Tianshan Mountain wasn't dark at all. Everywhere was snow white, reflecting the peak of Tianshan Mountain as if it was daytime. It was like an illusion or a painting. Whether it was day or night, it was incomparably beautiful. The peak of Tianshan Mountain was very large, covering a radius of 1,000 miles. It was covered by solid snow and glaciers. It was a completely ice-cold world. After reaching the peak of the Zulong Tower, Jiang Qin had already sensed the aura of an expert through the Zulong Tower. Without hesitation, he began to move towards the direction of the expert. It wasn't easy to find the regenerative lotus in such a large area without using divine sense. However, Jiang Qin was almost certain that the place where the aura of an expert was located would be the place where the regenerative lotus grew. Chapter 1136. Now that they had arrived at the top of Tianshan Mountain, Jiang Qin had to be extra careful. He controlled the Zulong Tower and slowly moved towards the aura of the experts. At this moment, the Zulong Tower had become a grain of sand that had completely merged with the void, making it impossible to detect. At the center of the peak of Tianshan Mountain, there was a translucent pillar made entirely of glaciers. It was as beautiful as a pure crystal. This was the coldest place on Tianshan Mountain. The regenerative lotus was growing on the top of this pillar. It was a blooming snow lotus. The snow lotus wasn't big, only the size of a palm. It was completely transparent and emitted a resplendent light. The aura it emitted was intoxicating. This was a peerless divine medicine, a true treasure. There was no one who wouldn't drool over it. The 8 experts surrounded the regenerative lotus from 8 different directions, leaving no gap. They didn't stay on the ground but instead floated in the air at the same height as the regenerative lotus. This was the tightest defense they could muster. Their eyes were filled with greed when they saw the regenerative lotus. However, they didn't dare to have any improper thoughts about it. The 8 of us are very lucky. Although we can't consume the regenerative lotus, it's still beneficial to our cultivation by absorbing its aura at such a close distance. An old man said, "That's right. The regenerative lotus is a peerless divine herb. Its entire body is a treasure. I can feel my blood qi improving after staying close to the regenerative lotus for the past few days." Another person said. Jiang Qin, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but frown when he saw all of this. Fuck them. Do they really need to guard it so tightly? Jiang Qin had the urge to spurt out blood. The 8 experts were guarding the regenerative lotus too tightly. Even if Jiang Qin could use the Zulong Tower to get close to the regenerative lotus, he wouldn't have the chance to attack. Once he did, he would be immediately detected. The aura of the 8 experts had completely enveloped the regenerative lotus. We won't have the chance to attack at all if these guys keep guarding it like this. We can only give up in the end. De Huang Dog shook his head. Judging from the scene before him, there was no chance of success at all. He didn't even have the chance to make a move. "Little Qinzi, I don't think we should take the risk. It's not too late to retreat now," said Han Yen, feeling somewhat apologetic in his heart. It was mostly because of him that Jiang Qin risked his life to steal the regenerative lotus. If any accident happened to Jiang Qin, he wouldn't regret it even if he died, but if Jiang Qin was implicated, he wouldn't feel good even if he died. There's no turning back. Let's wait and see. If we don't have a chance by daybreak, we'll retreat. Jiang Qin's eyes were full of determination. He wasn't a man who would give up easily. If there was no chance, he would wait for it. He believed that there would always be a flaw for him to exploit. If there really wasn't a chance, he would retreat at daybreak. Jiang Qin wouldn't joke around with his life. Just like that, Jiang Qin waited for another 3 hours. It was already late at night, but the 8 experts still hadn't revealed a single flaw. In the Zulong Tower, De Huang Dog and Han Yen couldn't sit still anymore. De Huang Dog paced back and forth, seeming very agitated. Jiang Qin still had an indifferent expression on his face. It was a calmness that wouldn't change even if the sky collapsed in front of him. This was the demeanor of a true superior. The most precious part of the regenerative lotus is its heart. I heard that it can bring the dead back to life. It's very heaven-defying. However, other than the heart, the other parts of the regenerative lotus are also treasures among treasures. I've done a meritorious service in guarding the regenerative lotus this time. When we get our hands on the regenerative lotus, the Patriarch will surely reward me with some parts of the regenerative lotus. At that time, my chances of breaking through to the half-step immortal king realm will be higher. An elder of Yun family spoke. His eyes were staring unblinkingly at the regenerative lotus. Judging from his tone, it seemed as though the regenerative lotus already belonged to his family. How shameless. How dare you Yun family boast like this? In my opinion, the regenerative lotus will surely belong to our Huangfu family. At that time, I'll surely benefit from it. An elder of Huangfu family retorted. Huangfu family and Yun family had always been at odds with each other. Even their subordinates were always against each other. Although they had been guarding the regenerative lotus together these days, the elders of both families had quarreled with each other. It seemed like they would have fought each other if it wasn't for the regenerative lotus. The two of you should stop fighting. Our sect master has made sufficient preparations for the grand ceremony and is determined to get it. There won't be a share for you too. If our sect master is happy, he might even give you two a lotus leaf. The elder of Xianyang school said while stroking his beard. Ah, I can't help but laugh out loud after seeing how confident you two are. Your patriarch and sect master are getting old. Our sect master Tian is the truly powerful one. He has already reached the half-step immortal king realm at such a young age. He's even a little stronger than our sect master Ouyang. I'm sure the winner will be decided in this grand ceremony. The elder of Tianyun Pavilion burst into laughter. Tian Muyun isn't a good guy either. Someone harumphed coldly. Tian Muyun was indeed a headache-inducing existence. The patriarchs and sect masters of the other three major powers were all from the older generation, the same generation as Ouyang He. Only Tian Muyun was a junior, but it was precisely because of this junior that he was even scarier. In this era where geniuses were everywhere, a true genius couldn't be judged by common sense. Just like what the elder of Tianyun Pavilion said, Tian Muyun had surpassed his master. After the fall of Ouyang He, Tian Muyun's cultivation base had improved once again. No one knew how strong he had become. More importantly, the patriarchs and sect masters of the three major powers knew each other very well. They had fought with each other before, so they knew each other's means and trump cards very well. However, the three of them knew very little about Tian Muyun. They didn't know what kind of powerful means and trump cards this legendary genius of one-line sky had. This was undoubtedly disadvantageous to the three of them. Everyone, we have been guarding the regenerative lotus for such a long time. In fact, it's meaningless to do so. Who would dare to covet the regenerative lotus in one-line sky? Plus, we have absorbed a lot of essence of the regenerative lotus these days and gained some benefits. Now that we're at the last moment, let's retreat. If the patriarchs find out that the essence of the regenerative lotus has decreased, they will certainly despise us. At this time, an elder of Huangfu family suggested. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen, who was about to give up, suddenly became spirited. Chapter 1137. To be honest, even Jiang Chen was ready to give up at this time. There wasn't much time left before dawn. The 8 golden immortal experts were still as tight as ever. Jiang Chen didn't have any chance to strike. You're right. You're right. You're right. At this critical moment, the elder of the Huangfu family had actually given such a suggestion. This had instantly improved Jiang Chen's impression of this elder. He was simply a great benefactor. Brother Huangfu is right. If the big brothers see this, it will only show that we are too greedy. We have already obtained a lot of benefits from the regenerative lotus, so this last bit won't make much of a difference. Our mission this time is to protect the regenerative lotus. Now that it's nearing its end, our mission can be considered accomplished. An elder of Tianyun Pavilion nodded in agreement. After all, they were the pinnacle figures in one-line sky. They wouldn't do anything that would cause them to lose face. If the news of the 8 experts absorbing the chi essence from the regenerative lotus was spread out, they would certainly lose their face. With us here, who would dare to snatch the regenerative lotus? I'm afraid that no one in one-line sky would dare to go against the 4 major powers. An elder of Yun family spoke arrogantly. As a matter of fact, there wasn't a need for 8 peak golden immortal experts to guard the regenerative lotus at the same time. However, the fact that the 4 major powers had sent their highly respected peak elders meant that they weren't here to stop outsiders from stealing the regenerative lotus, but to guard against each other. Everyone was well aware of this point. Subsequently, the 8 of them withdrew the chi of the regenerative lotus and descended from the sky. At this critical moment, they had truly relaxed their vigilance. In fact, they weren't vigilant at all because the people they were guarding against were right in front of them. Little Qinzi, the opportunity has come. Da Huang Dog's eyes lit up. This was a rare opportunity. They had been waiting for almost a night. If these 8 old men still didn't give way, they would be in despair. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Get ready to attack. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled into a smile. Then he controlled the Zulong Tower to approach the regenerative lotus. His speed was very slow, so slow that he didn't stir up any airflow. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be too fast. The more critical the moment, the more careful he had to be. Any carelessness could lead to a disaster. Sure enough, the Zulong Tower did not disappoint Jiang Chen. In the process of gradually moving, the experts below were not alerted at all. They were talking and laughing wittily. Soon, the Zulong Tower turned into dust and appeared above the regenerative lotus. The regenerative lotus was truly beautiful at such a close distance, especially the lotus heart in the middle. It was the size of a fingernail and transparent crystal with a faint fluid constantly squirming inside. One look and anyone could tell that it was a treasure of the heavens and earth. At this moment, De Huang Dog and Han Yen were incomparably excited. Both of them knew that this was the most critical moment. If Jiang Chen wanted to obtain the regenerative lotus, he could just stretch his hand and grab it. However, they had to worry about escaping later. Now that the 8 experts had descended, all of them seemed to be bored to death. None of them paid attention to the regenerative lotus. Jiang Chen had a panoramic view of everything. Finally, a cold light flashed in his eyes. We can't wait any longer. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and completely concealed his aura. A big hand stretched out from the Zulong Tower and quickly grabbed the regenerative lotus. Who's there? As soon as Jiang Chen stretched out his hand, the 8 experts were immediately alerted. The elder of Huangfu family bellowed. The 8 of them turned around at the same time and looked at the location of the regenerative lotus. They saw a palm appearing out of nowhere and grabbing the root of the regenerative lotus at lightning speed. In the next moment, the regenerative lotus vanished along with the palm. Not good. Someone has stolen the regenerative lotus. Damn it. Who's so daring to steal the regenerative lotus? Who goes there? Put down the regenerative lotus. The 8 of them were infuriated. How could they accept the fact that the peerless divine herb that they had been guarding for so long was stolen at the last moment? How could they explain this to the sect master and patriarch? Long. Almost at the same time, the 8 of them unleashed their qi at the same time. Qi waves of peak golden immortal rolled out and fused, sealing the entire heavenly mountain. What's happening in the sky? Why is there such a powerful qi fluctuation? My God! The entire heavenly mountain is shrouded by the qi. What's going on? Judging from the qi, they must be at least golden immortal experts. Could it be that there are people on the heavenly mountain? What a powerful pressure. Let's leave the heavenly mountain as soon as possible. The experts on the heavenly mountain are too powerful. We can't get caught in the crossfire. The cultivators who were waiting for the grand ceremony below the heavenly mountain were scared out of their wits. Everyone thought that the heavenly mountain should be empty. Never had they thought that there would be so many golden immortal experts hiding there. Now that these golden immortal experts were unleashing such powerful killing intent, it seemed like something big was about to happen. On the heavenly mountain, the 8 golden immortals were occupying different positions, sealing the void above them. They would never give the culprit a chance to escape, but what made them depressed was that they couldn't see where the culprit was. This situation made the 8 golden immortals nervous. After all, those who could travel through the void were experts above the immortal king realm who had comprehended the law of space. At this moment, Jiang Chen and the others were truly in danger. Although they could hide in the Zulong Tower, there was no way for them to leave the Zulong Tower immediately. Moreover, this place had been sealed by the 8 experts, making it even more difficult for them to escape. Damn it. Peak golden immortal experts are indeed hard to deal with. Their reactions are too fast. Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse. When he attacked just now, he had already concealed his qi. It could be said that he attacked silently. But he didn't expect that his opponent could still sense it instantly. It couldn't be said that he was too weak. It could only be said that peak golden immortal experts were too powerful. No wonder they had comprehended the profound meaning of Grand Luo. Honglong. Chapter 1138. Honglong. The destructive force was as vast as the ocean and as violent as a rainstorm, causing the void to flutter. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had immediately teleported away with the ancestral dragon pagoda, away from the center of the energy storm. Kacha. Even so, the shockwave of the energy still hit the Zulong Tower. The 14-story Zulong Tower couldn't withstand the attack of a peak golden immortal expert, not even the shockwave. Countless cracks appeared on the body of the tower. The entire tower began to wobble as if it was going to shatter at any time. Not good. Jiang Chen knew that this wasn't good. They were relying on the ancestral dragon pagoda now. If the pagoda was broken, they would be exposed to the golden immortal experts without any concealment. Then what awaited them would be the end of the world. Little Chenzi, what should we do now? This was the worst situation that they had expected, but they didn't expect it to happen. This was also because the Zulong Tower had advanced to the 14th story. Otherwise, the attack just now would have been enough to destroy the Zulong Tower. The destruction of the Zulong Tower had greatly affected Jiang Chen. Some injuries appeared on his body, but fortunately they weren't serious. Given his means, he would be able to recover very quickly. Sure enough, there's something here. The 8 experts instantly focused their divine sense on the location of the ancestral dragon pagoda. Although the sound of the pagoda shattering was covered by the sound of energy impact, it could not escape the senses of the 8 experts. They immediately noticed it. Jiang Chen's face was cold. There wasn't a trace of nervousness on his face. The more critical the situation was, the calmer Jiang Chen could be. If he panicked at this moment, then what awaited them would be a true tragedy. He Jiang Chen. Got it. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed, and then he directly tore a hole in the Zulong Tower. All the energy in his body was poured into the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd in an instant, and the huge Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd was directly stretched out by him. From the outside there was nothing in the sky, only a golden halberd, majestic. Rumble, the huge golden halberd slashed towards one of the experts. Of course it wasn't a real slash. It was just an act. What is that? He looks so familiar. That is sect leader Ouyang's Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. After sect leader Ouyang died, this halberd disappeared. How could it appear here? Could it be that the person in the dark is Ouyang he? The expressions of the 8 celestial immortals who were ready to attack again instantly changed. The Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd was as famous as Ouyang he in One-Line Sky. As experts of their level they might not know about other treasures, but they certainly knew about the famous Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. Humph! The few of you listen up. The regenerative lotus has been taken away by me. Considering our past friendship, I won't kill you all. But if you continue to pester me, I won't show any mercy. A voice rang out from the void. This voice was incomparably cold. It's the voice of sect leader Ouyang. Sect leader, you are still alive. Sect leader Ouyang has already become an immortal king. Sect leader, please show yourself. The 2 great elders of Tianyun Pavilion seemed somewhat excited as they spoke to the sky. In their point of view, the only explanation for Ouyang he to be able to move so terrifyingly in the void without showing himself was that he had already become an immortal king. Swish! The Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd disappeared. Inside the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen sat weakly on the ground. This was the second time he used the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. The energy in his body had been drained instantly. The scene just now was caused by Jiang Chen. First, he used the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd to create a commotion. He knew that these people must know Ouyang he and the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd would be able to deter them. Then he imitated Ouyang he's voice and threatened the 8 of them. Brilliant. De Huang Dog and Han Yen couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Jiang Chen. Under such a dangerous situation, Jiang Chen was still able to make such a clever response in time, successfully deterring the enemies and creating a chance of survival for himself. Such intelligence was simply unparalleled. Hurry up and leave. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow. The Zulong Tower had already been damaged. He had to leave as soon as possible. If he was late, he wouldn't be able to hide anymore. Moreover, his method just now was full of flaws. First of all, his imitation of Ouyang he's voice wasn't very similar. At most, it was only 70 to 80%. Others might not be able to hear it, but the 2 great elders of Tianyun Pavilion would definitely be able to figure out the problem. In addition, the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd that Jiang Chen used didn't have the slightest bit of power. It didn't look like something that an immortal king would use at all. Controlling the damaged Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen disappeared from Heavenly Mountain at the fastest speed. After a short while, Jiang Chen and the Zulong Tower appeared in a mountain range outside Heavenly Mountain. Jiang Chen had almost recovered after absorbing a large amount of immortal meta stones. The few of them walked out of the Zulong Tower and heaved a sigh of relief. The scene just now was too thrilling. Little Chinzi, you are truly awesome. Even those 8 heaven immortals were fooled by you. Han Yen gave a thumbs up and praised Jiang Chen. Wakaka, I got the regenerative lotus. This peerless divine herb is comparable to a treasure trove. De Huang Dog laughed heartily. He looked at Jiang Chen with excitement. In his opinion, there was nothing in this world that Jiang Chen couldn't do. Although we have gotten the regenerative lotus, the Zulong Tower has been severely damaged. It won't be able to recover in a short period of time. It seems like we won't be able to use this divine tool for a period of time. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, our goal has been achieved. The foundation of the Zulong Tower isn't destroyed. It's only a matter of time before it recovers. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Little Chinzi, where are we going now? Asked Han Yen. To watch the grand ceremony, of course. Jiang Chen chuckled. He wanted to see how things would progress next. Ja. I wonder if the grand ceremony will go smoothly tomorrow. I'm afraid that the 8 immortals will die of anger when they find out that the regenerative lotus has been stolen. The Huang dog laughed sinisterly. The thought of the black faces of the 8 immortals gave him a great feeling. Ada and Air, the two of you transform into your human forms. Let's sneak into the crowd and see what's going on, Jianghu said to Ada and Air. The two heavenly demonic barbaric bulls were too eye-catching, but as late heaven immortals, it wasn't difficult for them to transform into their human forms. Plus, there were so many people outside the heavenly mountain. They wouldn't be able to attract any attention if they sneaked into the crowd. After all, there were too many heaven immortals there, let alone an earth immortal like Jianghu. Yes, master. Chapter 1139. On the heavenly mountain, Jianghu had already left for a while. The 8 experts were still standing on the same spot. They didn't stop Jianghu from leaving. Their opponent was Ouyang, an immortal king expert. How were they going to chase after him? Were they courting death? Even if Ouyang hadn't advanced to the immortal king realm yet, he could still kill them effortlessly. Although they didn't see Ouyang himself, the heavenly dragon combat halberd was real. Everyone had seen it before, so it couldn't be faked. Ouyang's voice was deep and deep. Ouyang's appearance was a great blow to everyone, especially to Xianyang school, Huangfu clan and Yun clan. In their point of view, Ouyang's concealment had already posed a great threat to the 3 major powers. Tianyun Pavilion had a mighty immortal king, plus Tianmuyun and Daoist Yufeng. The other 3 major powers were no match for them. A sense of crisis instantly emerged in everyone's heart. Ouyang died 2 years ago while trying to break through to the immortal king realm? It's all bullshit. It seems like your Tianyun Pavilion is really scheming something big. An elder of Xianyang school looked at the elder of Tianyun Pavilion, Lung Lung, and said, "That's right. Ouyang didn't die at all and has secretly advanced to the immortal king realm. It seems like our 3 major powers are in danger." An elder of Huangfu clan said with a frown, "If sect master Ouyang really wanted to take action, you all would have died just now. Do you think you can still stand here unscathed?" An elder of Tianyun Pavilion, Lung Lung, said, "The 4 major powers didn't get along well with each other. Now that something like this had happened, they would naturally oppose each other. Alright, let's not talk about it now. Now that the regenerative lotus has been taken away by Ouyang, we should immediately send a signal to the sect master and tell him what happened just now. Otherwise, we won't be able to bear the responsibility." Another elder of Shenyang school said. The others nodded in agreement, feeling that what he said was very reasonable. They were more or less responsible for the loss of the regenerative lotus. Also, they had to inform their sect master and patriarch that Ouyang was still alive, as this was a major event in One Line Sky. The few elders took out their communication talismans at the same time, and began to summon their sect leader and clan leader. On the other side, Jianghu and the others had already blended into the crowd. Now, everyone's attention was on Tianshan Mountain, especially after the huge commotion in the sky just now. Everyone was guessing what had happened, so no one paid attention to Jianghu and the others. What happened just now? Why are there so many experts on Heaven Mountain? I don't know. The aura is gone now. Why don't we fly up and take a look? Alright, let's fly up and have a look at the situation in the sky. We won't go up the heavenly mountain, we'll just watch from afar. The 4 major powers won't make things difficult for us. This heavenly mountain is the symbol of One Line Sky and not their private property. Moreover, even during the pinnacle ceremony in the past, we can also fly up there to watch the battle of the 8 immortals. Driven by curiosity, some people were ready to fly up to see what was going on. As soon as one ascended, there would be a second. Then groups of people would fly up. There were many celestial immortals here who could fly. Even immortals were numerous. Some earth immortals who couldn't fly could also be brought up by their companions. For a moment, many people flew up into the sky, but no one dared to step into the heavenly mountain. They could only watch from afar. There were golden immortals up in the sky. Without knowing what was going on, no one was willing to frown at a golden immortal expert. If the expert was unhappy and killed them, they would die in vain. Ada, you take me up. Ayer, you take Ayen and Dahuang. Jianghu ordered Ada and Ayer. He felt very relaxed now. Anyway, he had already gotten rid of the matter completely. Even if the 8 immortals came, they wouldn't be able to find him. From the beginning to the end, Jianghu had been flawless and flawless. Even if the 8 immortals racked their brains, they wouldn't be able to link it to him. Not to mention them, no one in the entire One Line Sky would link the theft of the regenerative lotus to him, because he was just an earthly immortal. What Jiang Chen and the others needed to do now was to watch the show, a good show. Ada and Air, along with Jiang Chen, Han Yen and Da Huang Dog, blended into the crowd and flew up to the sky. They came to the top of the heavenly mountain. Even though it was very far away, they could see the place where the 8 golden immortals were. Look, aren't those the elders of the 4 major powers? And they're all peak elders. They're all supreme experts at the peak of golden immortal realm. Why would they gather here in advance? That's right. Tomorrow's grand ceremony has nothing to do with them. What are they doing here? They must be the ones who released the chi just now. I wonder what's going on. Have you guys noticed that their faces don't look good? It's as if they have suffered a great grievance. Is there anyone in One Line Sky that can make them feel aggrieved? Many people saw the elders of the 4 major powers and were guessing why they were here. After all, the matter of the regenerative lotus had always been a secret. Even among the disciples of the 4 major powers, only a few knew about it. Fu Hui happened to be one of the people who knew about it. One had to say that it was Jiang Chen's luck. Jia, little Chinzi, these guys look really ugly. I guess they are still dizzy. Da Huang Dog whispered to Jiang Chen. His current mood was completely different from the time when he stole the regenerative lotus. Are you waiting for a good show? They must have already sent the message back. If I'm not mistaken, the 8 immortals will be here very soon. Jiang Chen had a smile on his face, looking incomparably relaxed. He was very interested in the 8 immortals, especially Tian Muyun, his future enemy. Jiang Chen would like to see what he looked like. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, streams of light streaked across the night sky from 4 different directions. Wherever these streams of light passed, the void would flutter. Waves of tyrannical pressure were emitted from these streams of light. Under such pressure, one's soul would tremble. Very quickly, 8 streams of light descended on Heavenly Mountain and turned into 8 people. They were none other than the one-line 8 immortals of the 4 major powers. 8 half-step immortal king experts. They were the true pinnacle existences in One Line Sky, figures respected by countless people. My God! The 8 immortals have arrived. What's going on? Isn't the grand ceremony supposed to begin tomorrow? Why are they here now? That's right. The 8 immortals seem to have agreed to appear at the same time. It seems like something has happened. Chapter 1140. Many people were shocked. As cultivators of One Line Sky, they were very familiar with the grand ceremony of the pinnacle. In the past, the 8 immortals would only appear the next morning. Moreover, they would appear one after another. But now they appeared in the middle of the night. Moreover, they appeared at the same time and at the same time. Thinking back to the powerful movement that occurred on the Heavenly Mountain, many people began to suspect that something had really happened. Otherwise, the 4 great sects would not have sent 8 golden immortals here in advance. And now the 8 immortals had appeared here in advance. Although they were surprised, no one dared to speak loudly. All of them were quietly watching the development of the situation. The figures in front of them were too powerful. They couldn't afford to offend any of them. In One Line Sky, no one dared to speak loudly in front of the 8 immortals. These are the 8 immortals of One Line? This is my first time seeing them. Someone spoke, looking at the 8 immortals with curious eyes. He was only an earth immortal and was brought here by the seniors of his family. Naturally, he was very excited. Your cultivation base is too weak. It's normal that you haven't seen the 8 immortals before. Let me introduce them one by one. The 2 men in white robes are Shenyang school students. They look like they're in their 40s. One is Yun Zhanghe and the other is Yun Zhonglong. They are the patriarch and the great elder of Yun family, blood brothers. The other man with a crown on his head is the patriarch of Huangfu family, Huangfu Yaotian. The old man next to him is Huangfu Kun. Most importantly, one of the last 2, look at the blue-robed man, he looks like a dragon among men. He has messy black hair, starry eyes and a jade-like face. He's the legendary figure of One Line Sky, the current sect master of Tianyun Pavilion, Tian Muyun. Kid, you have to make sect master Tian your goal and idol in the future, understand? The old man next to him is Taoist Yufeng of Tianyun Pavilion. These 8 people are all half-step immortal king, the pinnacle existence of One Line Sky. They are called the 8 immortals of One Line Sky. An older cultivator explained. His words showed great respect for the 8 immortals, especially when he mentioned Tian Muyun. Apparently, he was very interested in this legendary figure of One Line Sky. The introduction of the 8 immortals fell into Jiang Chen's ears. At the same time, his eyes fell upon the 8 immortals. Whether it was in terms of bearing or chi, these 8 immortals were a notch higher than the others. There was a faint king chi in their bodies. They were indeed worthy of being half-step immortal kings. Finally, Jiang Chen's eyes fell upon Tian Muyun. Even he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Tian Muyun was a legendary figure in one-line sky to reach such a realm at such a young age. Tian Muyun's outstanding performance also proved Ouyang He's sharp eyes. Unfortunately, he only saw through Tian Muyun's potential, but failed to see through Tian Muyun's heart. In the end, he died in the hands of the person he trusted the most. He was the one who raised Tian Muyun. Now that he thought about it, it was no different than digging his own grave. What happened? Yunzhong, he asked as soon as he appeared. Where's the regenerative lotus? How did it disappear? Tian Muyun glanced at the top of the glacier pillar. There was no trace of the regenerative lotus. The 8 immortals also looked over at the same time. This time they were shocked. The regenerative lotus had disappeared. Patriarch, the regenerative lotus has been taken away, the elder of Yin family said. As soon as these words were spoken, the 8 immortals were enraged. What a joke. How could someone dare to rob the regenerative lotus here? This was a direct provocation to the 8 immortals, a blatant provocation. The onlookers outside heard their conversation, especially the words regenerative lotus. They instantly understood why the 8 golden immortals had appeared here in advance. The regenerative lotus. It turns out to be the peerless divine herb. It seems like the 4 major powers have discovered the regenerative lotus in advance. That's why the 8 golden immortal elders were sent here to guard the regenerative lotus. Unexpectedly, someone came to rob it. That powerful wave just now was the sign of someone coming to rob the regenerative lotus. How audacious. There's actually someone who dares to rob the treasure of the 8 immortals in one-line sky. How audacious is that person? Perhaps it's an even more powerful expert. Let alone the fact that an ordinary person wouldn't have the guts to do so, given the strength of the 8 golden immortals. How could they not be able to stop that person? But could it be that there's another terrifying expert in one-line sky? None of the people present were fools. They immediately figured out the crux of the matter, but it was precisely because of this that they were even more shocked. They were guessing who would dare to rob the regenerative lotus in one-line sky. Who could have robbed the regenerative lotus from your hands? Xianxia asked loudly. He absolutely didn't believe that there was anyone else in one-line sky other than the 8 of them who could rob the regenerative lotus from the hands of 8 peak golden immortals. Moreover, the 8 of them didn't seem to be injured at all. In other words, there wasn't a fierce battle during the process. Sect Master, it's Ouyang He. The elder of Shenyang School spoke. What? The 8 immortals exclaimed at the same time upon hearing the name Ouyang He. Each of their eyes widened in disbelief, especially Tian Muyun. His pupils began to shrink. This was the name that he didn't want to hear the most. Impossible. My master has already fallen 2 years ago. It's absolutely impossible for him to have taken action. Tian Muyun denied it immediately. He was almost certain of this. Back then, when he attacked Ouyang He had to burn all of his life essence to escape. There was no way that Ouyang He could recover from such injuries. Now that 2 years had passed, Ouyang He should have been dead by now. What's going on? Did you see it clearly? Ouyang He has already fallen. How could he appear here to rob the regenerative lotus? Huangfu Yaotian asked with a frown. Although they didn't see Ouyang He's death with their own eyes, he had indeed appeared in one-line sky 2 years ago. It's indeed Ouyang He. Ouyang He isn't dead. He has already become a true immortal king. It's him who took away the regenerative lotus without anyone knowing. Plus, he used the heavenly dragon combat halberd, the immortal weapon that made Ouyang He famous. We can't be wrong, the elder of Huangfu family spoke in an incomparably firm tone. Chapter 1141. Elder Huangfu's words made the 8 immortals even more astonished, especially Tian Muyun. Such news had set off a storm in his heart. Even though he was very confident, he couldn't help but feel nervous at this moment. After all, Ouyang He didn't really die. Could it be that the old man has found a way to save himself in these 2 years? Impossible. If that old man has advanced to the immortal king realm, he will definitely come back to find trouble with me. Tian Muyun muttered in his heart. This matter was too strange. He needed to ask more questions. Could it be that Sect Master isn't dead? Sect Master Tian witnessed Sect Master Ouyang's death with his own eyes. Taoist Yufeng knitted his brows. He had a good relationship with Ouyang He. In the past 2 years he had been feeling sorry for Ouyanghe's tragic death. If Ouyanghe didn't die, Tianyun Pavilion would have 3 half-step Immortal King experts. The overall strength of the pavilion would be above the other 3 major powers. From afar, Jiangchen was watching all of this. His heart was blooming with joy, especially when he saw Tian Muyun's expression. He was afraid that Tian Muyun's heart had already begun to beat like a drum. I'm afraid that Tian Muyun is about to be scared to death. Jiangchen sneered in his heart. It seemed like his last act of escaping had brought him an unexpected harvest. However, Jiangchen didn't expect that he could change the situation in one-line sky by impersonating Ouyanghe. After all, no one here was a fool, especially Tian Muyun. He might be shocked now, but he would soon figure out the key point. Compared to the shock in Tian Muyun's heart, the faces of the patriarchs and sect masters of the other 3 major powers changed dramatically. Great! It turns out that Ouyanghe isn't dead. Tian Muyun, you and your disciple have played a good trick. Now that Ouyanghe has advanced to the Immortal King realm, I'm afraid it won't take long for you and your disciple to attack the 3 major powers and unify one-line sky. Xianxia spoke to Tian Muyun snappily. There was a sense of crisis in his heart. This sense of crisis wasn't only felt in Shenyang school, but also in Huangfu family and Yun family. After all, if Ouyanghe wasn't dead, he would be the first Immortal King in one-line sky. A true Immortal King wasn't something that half-step Immortal Kings like them could compare with. Humph! The 2 of you, master and disciple, are really scheming something big. Looks like the 3 of us must quickly join forces. Otherwise, we'll definitely be devoured by the 2 of you. Yunzhonghe also snorted coldly. Now that they were certain that Ouyanghe was not dead, their sense of crisis instantly rose. Everyone, I think there's something fishy about this. Tian Muyun said. What's so strange about it? Could the heavenly dragon combat halberd be fake? Huangfu Yaotian said. No way, the one who attacked is Ouyanghe? What is going on? Is Ouyanghe still alive? If that's the case, wouldn't the other 3 major powers be in great danger? It seems like a storm is brewing in one-line sky, and the undercurrents are surging. It's not as calm as it seems on the surface. Many of the onlookers exclaimed. They couldn't help but be shocked. Ouyanghe had already become a historical figure in one-line sky. Everyone thought that the master of Tianyun Pavilion was dead, but they didn't expect that he would appear again today. 2 years ago, I did witness with my own eyes an accident when my master was trying to break through to the Immortal King realm. At that time, master's life essence was completely burned away, almost turning him into a cripple. I have tried many methods but to no avail. Later on, master left for one-line sky, preparing to end his life. That kind of injury is impossible to recover from. Besides, if my master is really alive and has already advanced to the Immortal King realm, why didn't he show up directly? Why would a dignified Immortal King attack sneakily to obtain the regenerative lotus? Given my master's temper, he would certainly teach the elders of the 3 major powers a lesson for speaking rudely to him. But now they are unscathed and unharmed, said Tian Muyun. One had to admit that Tian Muyun was indeed a very astute figure. He had figured out the crux of the matter in an instant. As soon as these words came out, everyone became silent. They were not fools. They were all very smart people. They all felt that there was something fishy about this matter, and Tian Muyun's words seemed to make some sense. By the way, there's something fishy about what happened today, said an elder of Tianyun Pavilion. An elder of Skycloud Pavilion seemed to have been reminded. He carefully recalled the scene of Jiang Chen stealing the regenerative lotus and began to have doubts. Tell me what's wrong? Asked Tian Muyun. He was more concerned about Ouyanghe's whereabouts than anyone else. Reporting to Sect Master, we have been guarding the regenerative lotus for a very long time. But just now, when we let our guard down, a big hand suddenly stretched out from the void. I saw it clearly. It's the hand of a young man. It's not Sect Master Ouyang's hand at all. That elder suddenly thought of something. As a peak elder of Tianyun Pavilion, he had spent a lot of time with Ouyanghe. Although he didn't know much about Ouyanghe's hand, given Ouyanghe's age, that hand clearly didn't belong to Ouyanghe. Yes, that's the hand of a young man. The culprit had obviously hidden himself and waited for us to let our guard down before making a move. If it's Ouyanghe, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Plus, the culprit didn't show up until the end. If it's a powerful immortal king, especially if it's Ouyanghe, he should have shown up directly. The others seemed to have been reminded of this, feeling that something was fishy. And then? What's going on with the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd? Asked Tian Muyun. We were intimidated by the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd just now, so we didn't dare to make a move. Now that I think about it, the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd is indeed Sect Master Ouyang's immortal weapon, but when it was used just now, it didn't have the slightest bit of Immortal King's might. That kind of momentum was like a child's play. If it was an Immortal King, a casual move would have the power to destroy the heaven and earth. I remember now. The voice that the culprit made was somewhat similar to Sect Master Ouyang's, but now that I think about it, there are still some differences. Damn it, we have been deceived. The culprit isn't Sect Master Ouyang at all. Chapter 1142. This situation was clearly seen by Jiang Qin, who was standing not far away. He shook his head helplessly, but this was also within his expectation. After all, these guys were all foxes and sly old foxes. If they could be so easily fooled, then the pinnacle figures in One-Line Sky would be too weak. Jiang Qin didn't plan to use Ouyang He to cause any big impact. His only goal was to escape. The situation was extremely dangerous at that time. If he didn't use this method, he wouldn't have a chance to survive. He was afraid that he would die a tragic death. However, even if he couldn't fool them, the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd had been exposed. There must be a knot in Tian Muyun's heart. If he couldn't find the owner of the halberd, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Naturally, Jiang Qin couldn't let Tian Muyun rest in peace because that would be too unfair to Ouyang He. This could also be considered as the first step of Jiang Qin's revenge for Ouyang He. On the Heavenly Mountain, the 8 golden immortals deeply felt that they had been cheated after recalling everything that had happened. The grievance they felt made them want to spurt out blood. The regenerative lotus was taken away from them so easily. Even if the 8 immortals didn't blame them, they would still slap themselves in the face. I knew that this matter was fishy. Sure enough, it wasn't my master's doing. All of you have been deceived. 8 peak golden immortals just watched someone take away the regenerative lotus. How vexing. Tian Muyun spoke coldly. He was determined to get his hands on the regenerative lotus, hoping to use it to break through to the Immortal King realm. Now that all his hopes were dashed, he felt even worse. What made the 8 immortals even more depressed was that they didn't know who had stolen the regenerative lotus. They didn't even have a clue. Although the elders were unwilling to be reprimanded by Tian Muyun, they didn't dare to refute him. After all, they had a lot of responsibility for this matter. Even if it wasn't Ouyang He, this matter must be related to him. The Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd has proven everything. Wang Fu Yao Tian said. At the mention of the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, Tian Muyun's face turned black. Given his intelligence, it was impossible for him to not understand what was going on. Ouyang He must have passed the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd to someone else before his death. And now, that person had come to One-Line Sky and snatched the regenerative lotus. Old man, my talent is so powerful, but you didn't pass the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd and Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes to me, and instead passed them to an outsider. Back then, I didn't kill you with my own hands. You really have gone too far. You probably want the person with the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd to come find me for revenge, humph. Unfortunately, my abilities have already surpassed yours. If that person dares to appear, he will die without a doubt. Tian Muyun snorted coldly in his heart. With his wisdom, he had already figured it out. It seems like Ouyang He has passed the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd to someone else before his death. Tian Muyun, you are known as Ouyang He's proudest disciple, but it's a pity that your master didn't even pass on his special skill and treasure to you, but to an outsider. It seems like Sect Master Tian isn't that important in Ouyang He's eyes. Xianxia said sarcastically. Shenyang School and Tianyun Pavilion had always been on bad terms. How could he let go of this opportunity to ridicule Tian Muyun? It's also possible that the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd was obtained by someone else after Ouyang He's death. After all, Sect Master Tian was Ouyang He's proudest disciple. If Ouyang He wanted to pass on the halberd, it's impossible that he didn't pass it on to him. Huang Fu Yao Tian said. We don't care about Ouyang He and Tian Muyun. What we're most concerned about now is who has obtained the regenerative lotus. How dare someone snatch our treasure in One-Line Sky? He's too audacious. Furthermore, he's obviously not an immortal king. How could he hide in the void and approach the regenerative lotus without being detected by the 8 peak golden immortals? Even we can't achieve such an ability, said Yun Zhonglong with a frown. Right now there were 2 key questions. One was where did the regenerative lotus go and who obtained it? The other was how the culprit could possess such a terrifying ability, which was beyond their imagination and cognition. That's right. This kind of energy is just too incredible. The patriarch of Yun family Yun Zhanghe nodded and said, "If I'm not mistaken, that person must have some kind of extremely powerful magical weapon. This magical weapon is at least a king-grade immortal weapon or an emperor-grade immortal weapon. This is the only explanation," Xuanhuan said. "An emperor-grade immortal weapon?" Upon hearing the words emperor-grade, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. That was an immortal weapon that only the former emperors who had surpassed the immortal king grade could possess. Such a realm was too far away for them. It was an existence beyond their reach. That's right. Otherwise, it's impossible for the 8 of us to not notice it. An elder of Tianyun Pavilion said, completely agreeing with Tianmuyun's conjecture. Jiang Qin heard their conversation and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. An emperor-grade immortal weapon is nothing. The Zulong Tower is a supreme divine weapon, an existence that transcends the immortal grade. It's not something you can imagine. The supreme treasure of the ancient dragon clan was not something ordinary people could imagine. For Jiang Qin, the potential of the Zulong Tower was still very great. It was so great that he couldn't even imagine it. A 99-floor Zulong Tower could only be considered to be complete. The current Zulong Tower only had 14 floors. As the number of floors continued to increase, the power that could be developed would certainly become more and more terrifying. To Jiang Qin, the Zulong Tower was the treasure that he was looking forward to the most. The regenerative lotus has disappeared. The only way for us to find it is to find the person who possesses the heavenly dragon combat halberd. Xinyang School's Du Guxing said. Moreover, as soon as the emperor-grade immortal weapon appeared, a trace of greed was unconsciously revealed in everyone's eyes. This aroused their interest in the person who possessed the heavenly dragon combat halberd. To them, Jiang Qin was not only an enemy who stole the regenerative lotus, but also a prey, a fat and strong prey. Whoever could find Jiang Qin would be able to obtain the legendary emperor-grade immortal weapon. The value of such a weapon was immeasurable and the benefits it could bring to the sect was unimaginable. To be honest, if one of the 4 major powers obtained the emperor-grade immortal weapon, they would be able to dominate one-line sky and make the other 3 major powers submit to them. Go back and issue the order immediately. If anyone sees the person who possesses the heavenly dragon combat halberd, report to me immediately. Chapter 1143. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be easy for them to find Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin wouldn't reveal his heavenly dragon combat halberd so easily. The moment he revealed it would be the moment of his battle with Tianmuyun. At this time, a palm suddenly patted Jiang Qin's back. Jiang Qin turned his head and saw a man smiling at him. The man was none other than Fu Hui. "Jiang brother, I thought you weren't coming. Never thought that you would come earlier than me. Your cultivation base has advanced again. Such talent is just too scary." Fu Hui clicked his tongue in disbelief. When he first saw Jiang Qin was merely an early Earth immortal. It had only been 10 days, but Jiang Qin had already advanced to the intermediate Earth immortal realm. Fu Hui couldn't help but be astonished by such a terrifying advancement speed. "It's just luck." Jiang Qin shrugged. "Jiang brother, I heard that someone has stolen the regenerative lotus. That person is truly audacious." Fu Hui had obviously learned about everything. The thought of someone stealing the regenerative lotus and stealing it before the grand ceremony was inconceivable to him. "That's right. That person is really audacious. Brother Fu, can you guess who did it?" Jiang Qin asked with a smile. "How can I guess? Anyway, it has nothing to do with us. This is a matter between experts. Let's not talk too much about it. But without the regenerative lotus, I wonder what the grand ceremony will be like tomorrow." Fu Hui sounded a little disappointed. He initially thought that the 8 immortals would have their own abilities and the competition would be intense. But now that the regenerative lotus was gone, he reckoned that the 8 immortals wouldn't be able to compete with each other. "That's right. That's why I'm not interested in the grand ceremony anymore. I'm going back now," Jiang Qin said. In his point of view, the 8 immortals had lost interest in the grand ceremony after losing the regenerative lotus, especially Tianmuyun. A man like him would surely not use his full strength in the grand ceremony tomorrow. So there was no point in watching it. "Don't. It's not easy for me to come here. It's only once every 2 years. It'd be a pity if I don't take a look." Fu Hui then noticed a De next to Jiang Qin, as well as a Air next to Han Yen and a Huang Dog. The 2 of them looked exactly the same, clearly twins. Moreover, the faint demon chi emanating from them indicated that they were demonic beasts. "Brother Jiang, who are they?" Fu Hui asked curiously. He had no idea how Jiang Qin had managed to mingle with the 2 Yao beasts. Although the two Yao beasts did not reveal their auras, they did not seem to be pushovers. Their cultivation bases were most likely above his. They are the friends I made in the Barren Mountain Range. They followed me out of the Barren Mountain Range. However, they are only here to watch the grand ceremony. They will return tomorrow," said Jiangqin. Ada and air were his secret weapons. They couldn't be exposed. He wanted them to hide in the Zulong Tower. Amazing. Upon hearing this, Fu Hui couldn't help but give Jiangqin a thumbs up. Normally, powerful demonic beasts were very ferocious, especially the great demons in the desolate mountain range. Ordinary cultivators would stay away from these great demons when they entered the mountain range, but Jiangqin was able to befriend them. He really had no idea how he did it. "Brother Fu, I'm no longer interested in this grand ceremony. We will return first and wait for you in Cloud Mist City. I still hope that you can introduce me to Tianyun Pavilion after you return," said Jiangqin. He had already guessed the ending of the grand ceremony. It was no longer attractive to Jiangqin. Of course, the most important thing for Jiangqin now was to return and recover from his injuries. His injuries were not a big deal, but the Zulong Tower needed to be restored. Furthermore, he had already obtained the regenerative lotus, so he had to make use of it as soon as possible. This treasure was like a ticking time bomb if he kept it in his hands. It was safest to refine it in Cloud Mist City. "Brother Jiang, are you really leaving?" asked Fu Hui. "That's right. I've already seen the one-line 8 immortals and I'm very satisfied. We brothers have obtained some benefits in the Barren Mountain Range and need some time to digest them. Brother Fu, we will take our leave now." Jiangqin cupped his fists at Fu Hui before disappearing into the crowd and flying towards Cloud Mist City with Han Yen and De Huang Dog. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was on the one-line 8 immortals, it was the wisest time for them to leave. If they waited until the grand ceremony ended tomorrow, they might encounter the people from Shenyang School. At that time, it would be inevitable for them to have a conflict with the people from Shenyang School. After leaving, Jiangqin got Ada and Air to hide in the Zulong Tower. The three brothers were running on the ground at high speed. Their behavior could be said to be very low-key. After all, they had just obtained the regenerative lotus. Although a part of the Zulong Tower was broken, the space inside was very large. It wouldn't be a problem for them to hide Ada and Air. "Little Qinzi, why are you leaving so soon? We haven't seen the grand ceremony tomorrow," asked Han Yen. "There's nothing to see. I've already guessed the outcome. It's going to be a draw. Do you think the one-line 8 immortals will still have the passion to fight without the regenerative lotus? What we need to do now is to go back and digest the regenerative lotus. We have to finish everything before we enter Tianyun Pavilion. Are we going to Tianyun Pavilion to refine the regenerative lotus?" said Jiangqin. Only a fool would go to Tianyun Pavilion to refine the regenerative lotus. There were countless experts in Tianyun Pavilion, especially Tian Muyun. Once he sensed the aura of the regenerative lotus, it would bring disaster to them. 2 men and a dog were extremely fast. Sometimes they would let De Huang Dog unfold his wings to carry them. Unknowingly, it was already dawn. The distance between Cloud Mist City and Heavenly Mountain wasn't short. After daybreak, they chose to run on the ground. There were cultivators flying above their heads at high speed. Their destination was the sky. It could be seen that the grand ceremony that was held once every 2 years was very attractive. 4 streams of light flew past in the sky and quickly returned. The aura of the 4 were incomparably tyrannical. All of them were heaven immortals. They instantly locked onto Jiang Chen's group. "We've been noticed." Just when De Huang Dog was about to raise his head, the 4 experts had already landed in front of them. "Senior Brother Li, it's him." Chapter 1144. The 4 of them were wearing the same uniform of Shenyang School. Apart from Luo Xiang, the other 3 should be the inner sect disciples of Shenyang School. Besides Luo Xiang, there was an early Heaven Immortal expert and the other 2 were even scarier intermediate Heaven Immortal experts. Even if Jiang Qin transformed into his dragon form, he could only deal with these geniuses. It would be very difficult for him to kill them. "Hee, long time no see, Brother Luo." Jiang Qin chuckled. These 4 guys must have gone to Heavenly Mountain to watch the grand ceremony. Unexpectedly, Luo Xiang noticed him when they were flying over, which was why he landed. Shenyang School had already issued the order to kill him. Naturally, they wouldn't let go of any chance to kill Jiang Qin. Of course, Jiang Qin didn't put these 4 guys in his eyes at all. Putting aside the fact that he and De Huang Dog weren't afraid of them, Ada and Air alone were enough to give them a hard time. "Jiang Qin, you have offended Shenyang School. Why didn't you find a place to hide? How dare you show up here? You really don't know what's good for you. It's your bad luck to meet me today. It's time to settle the score between us. Luo Xiang said fiercely. Although the sect didn't blame him for what happened that day, he had already become a laughingstock in the inner sect. He had been holding a grudge in his heart for the past few days. He didn't expect that he would meet his enemy here today. If he didn't vent his anger, he would definitely die of suffocation. Unfortunately, you are no match for me, Jiang Qin said indifferently. You are Jiang Qin? That audacious guy. The leading intermediate heaven immortal disciple kept sizing up Jiang Qin, seemingly very interested in Jiang Qin. However, Jiang Qin's appearance disappointed him. In his opinion, even if Jiang Qin wasn't as sturdy as a bear, he should at least look fierce. Never had he thought that Jiang Qin was a greasy-faced scholar. I don't dare to be audacious, but I advise you not to provoke me. I will give you a chance to live. Get lost from my sight immediately and I won't kill you. Jiang Qin's eyes turned cold. He didn't want to waste any more time. If these three guys insisted on fighting each other to the death, he was sure that they would die miserably. Ah, sure enough, you are very arrogant, but you need the capital to be arrogant. If you don't have the capital to be arrogant, you will have to pay a heavy price. Senior Brother Li laughed loudly as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He was an intermediate heaven immortal expert and an inner sect genius of Shenyang school. Any ordinary intermediate heaven immortal expert wouldn't be a match for him. With such a huge advantage and such an obvious gap in cultivation base, he naturally wouldn't put an earth immortal like Jiang Qin in his eyes. Senior Brother Li, don't talk nonsense with him. Just kill him and bring his head back. The sect will definitely reward us. Luo Xiang said. Jiang Qin, did you hear that? If we kill you, we'll be rewarded handsomely. If you kneel down and kowtow to me right now, I might be merciful and leave your corpse in one piece. Senior Brother Li said with a sneer. Is that so? Since you all want to die, I will fulfill your wish. I have already given you all a chance to leave. I, Jiang Qin, never like to give people second chances. Jiang Qin's tone was filled with killing intent, an incomparably cold killing intent. Courting death. Let's see how you are going to escape today. Luo Xiang said and was the first to rush towards Jiang Qin. He knew Jiang Qin's capability, so he exerted his full strength. A dazzling long sword appeared in his hand. In a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Jiang Qin. Now that there were late heaven immortal senior brothers behind him, he didn't have the slightest fear towards Jiang Qin. Seeing Luo Xiang dashing towards him, Jiang Qin shook his head. Then he suddenly punched out with his fist. The terrifying fist hit Luo Xiang's long sword. Clang! An enormous force pressed down like a mountain. Under the impact of this force, the long sword in Luo Xiang's hand buzzed and almost flew out of his hand. What? Luo Xiang's facial expression changed dramatically. Only now did he realize that Jiang Qin was much stronger than before. Plus, Jiang Qin hadn't used that powerful transformation technique yet. In other words, he was no longer a match for Jiang Qin. What a powerful earth immortal. The other three's facial expression changed as well. Even the two mid-heaven immortal geniuses instantly stopped underestimating Jiang Qin. This was their first time meeting such a terrifying figure. Ada, come out and finish them off. Jiang Qin spoke lung. A black shadow suddenly appeared in front of the four of them. Instantly, the four of them were shrouded by an enormous amount of demonic qi and devil qi. Cold qi flowed into their bodies, making them feel like they were on the verge of death. What a powerful qi. This is a late heaven immortal great demon. We are no match for it. Damn it. How could this bastard hide such a terrifying monster beside him? Run quickly. The four disciples of Shenyang school were scared out of their wits. They no longer had the arrogance they had before. They hastily turned and ran, preparing to fly into the sky. Although they were eager to kill Jiang Qin and claim the reward, their lives were more important than anything else. If they lost their lives, they wouldn't be able to claim the reward. They could ignore Jiang Qin, but this big guy in front of them wasn't something they could fight. Let alone a mid-heaven immortal, even a late heaven immortal inner sect disciple wouldn't be a match for this heavenly devil barbaric bull. Ada spat out a word. Boundless killing chi surged out of his body. He waved his hand and a huge hoof appeared. The black hoof was 100 meters long. It pressed down like a dark cloud, shrouding the four of them. Long. Arc. A loud bang was heard, followed by miserable shrieks. The four inner sect disciples of Shenyang school were trampled to death by Ada. They were flattened into meat paste. Not even a complete corpse was left. Damn it. That's brutal. Big Yellow curled his lips. He did not think that he was more ferocious than Ada when he wanted to be. Let's go. Hurry up. The commotion here might attract the attention of other cultivators. If the experts of Xianyang school are drawn here, it'll be troublesome. Jiang Qin immediately let Ada enter the Zulong Tower and disappeared. Today was the grand ceremony of Tianshan Mountain. There were many cultivators coming and going, including the experts of Xianyang school. It would be troublesome if they were exposed. Chapter 1145. The death of the 4 inner disciples of Xianyang school would soon attract the attention of Xianyang school. Generally, disciples of major powers would leave behind things like soul jade slips. As long as they died, the soul jade slips would immediately shatter. People would easily point their eyes at Jiang Qin because there weren't many people who dared to kill inner disciples of Xianyang school in one-line sky. Jiang Qin was in the eye of the storm, so it was natural for people to target him. However, Jiang Qin didn't care about this. Jiang Qin's philosophy was very simple. As long as they were enemies, they would fight to the death. Moreover, they had to kill the people of Xianyang school, and the people of Xianyang school wanted to kill him. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to be polite. Jiang Qin's current thoughts were on the regenerative lotus. If the 3 of them could refine the entire regenerative lotus, their cultivation would improve tremendously, especially Han Yen. Naturally, it wouldn't be a problem for him to regrow his arm. His cultivation would also improve tremendously. As for how far he could go, it would depend on his own ability. In the City Lord's mansion of Cloud Mist City, Jiang Qin and the rest returned quietly without alerting anyone. As they knew that Jiang Qin was a friend of young Master Fu Hui, no one stopped them from entering the City Lord's mansion. It was said that the mansion lord of the City Lord's mansion had also gone to the Heavenly Mountain to watch the grand ceremony. Therefore, the entire City Lord's mansion was rather quiet. This kind of silence was exactly what Jiang Qin needed. The quieter the place was, the better it would be for him to refine the regenerative lotus. In the courtyard, Jiang Qin observed the surroundings and said to De Huang Dog, "De Huang, arrange an invisibility formation around the courtyard. It doesn't need to be too strong, but it has to ensure that no aura will leak out." "All right." De Huang Dog nodded. He understood Jiang Qin's method very well. The regenerative lotus was of great importance. If even a trace of aura was leaked out, it might bring them a disaster, even if they were in Cloud Mist City. De Huang Dog was very familiar with arranging formations. As someone who was proficient in the Heavenly Book of Source formations, he could arrange countless ancient formations. There were some rare formations that even mighty immortal kings wouldn't know about. This was De Huang Dog's advantage. It took De Huang Dog more than 10 minutes to arrange the formation. The entire courtyard was enveloped by the formation. From the outside, there was nothing special about the courtyard. Even if a mighty immortal flew over it, he wouldn't be able to sense the slightest aura inside. Jiang Qin was an expert in formations. When he saw Big Yellow's formation, he couldn't help but feel surprised. The Heavenly Book of Source formations was no joke. "Ada and Air, choose a place to hide. If anyone comes near, inform me immediately." Jiang Qin summoned Ada and Air. These 2 barbaric bulls were true experts and would play a great role in critical moments. "Yes, master." Both of them didn't dare to neglect Jiang Qin's words. "These are 2 leaves of the regenerative lotus. Each of you can take one. You can help us guard the place while refining the leaves. These leaves will be enough to push your cultivation base to the peak of half-step divine immortal realm. It will also stimulate the potential of your bloodline, allowing you to break through to the true divine immortal realm at any time." Jiang Qin took out 2 leaves and handed them to the 2 barbaric bulls. "What?" Upon seeing this, both of them exclaimed at the same time. Their eyes stared at the leaves of the regenerative lotus in front of them. They were too shocked. They had never thought that Jiang Qin would be so generous. He was even willing to give them such rare treasures. They knew their status very well. After being edified by Jiang Qin, they had become his slaves. Now it seemed like being a slave was really worth it. Such benefits made them tremble. "Why aren't you taking them?" Jiang Qin yelled coldly. Apart from the core, there were a total of 18 leaves. Each of them was a rare treasure. If it was placed outside, countless cultivators would fight for it. It was indeed a waste to give such a treasure to 2 barbaric bulls, but Jiang Qin didn't feel that it was a waste at all. He knew very well what he was doing. After all, his cultivation base was still low and his foundation in the immortal world wasn't stable. These 2 heavenly devil barbaric bulls were his trump cards. The stronger they were, the more help they would be to him. In other words, Improving the strength of Ada and Air was equivalent to improving his cultivation base indirectly. If Ada and Air advanced to the half-step divine immortal realm, it would be equivalent to having 2 early divine immortal experts by his side. Jianghu knew very well how beneficial this would be to him. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." Ada and Air were incomparably excited. They knelt on the ground with a puff. This was a great grace. Tears almost flowed down their cheeks. Subsequently, Jianghu brought the Huang Dog and Han Yan into the room. The 2 barbaric bulls were still staring at the lotus leaf in their hands in excitement. "Lao Air, what do you think? Do you have a boundless future by following Master?" Ada asked. "That's right. We have only been following Master for less than 2 days and he has already given us such great benefits. I was really stupid to resist him." Air was also incomparably excited. "All right, we will follow Master loyally from now on. We will do whatever Master asks us to do. Our current task is to protect Master and the others. You and I will hide in 2 different places while refining the lotus leaf. I believe that we will be able to break through to the half-step divine immortal realm very soon," Ada said. In the room, Jianghu took out the regenerative lotus. All of a sudden, the whole room was filled with a strong aura of divine herb. Under the impact of this aura, the 2 men and the dog couldn't help but feel refreshed and indescribably comfortable. One had to admit that the medicinal energy of the regenerative lotus was too strong. If it wasn't for De Huang Dog's formation, the entire sky above Cloud Mist City would be filled with the medicinal energy of the lotus. That was simply courting death. This thing is really full of treasures. A single leaf is enough to improve a person's physique. Even a stupid pig will become a genius after eating a single leaf. The root and stem of the regenerative lotus are also treasures. The most precious one is, of course, the lotus heart. It has the ability to regenerate. Legend has it that the lotus heart can bring the dead back to life. De Huang Dog clicked his tongue. The fork in his mouth began to drool, which directly attracted the disdain of Jianghu and Han Yan. "This lotus heart belongs to A Yan. Don't even think about it." Jianghu didn't give Big Yellow any chance. He took out the lotus heart from the bundle of leaves of the regenerative lotus and handed it to Han Yan. The lotus heart looked like a relic. Saliva was squirming inside it. It was a peerless divine herb that amazed everyone. Chapter 1146. De Huang Dog looked at the lotus heart and licked his lips. If it was in the past, he would have taken a bite out of the lotus heart, but he knew the importance of the lotus heart to Han Yan. Han Yan's severed arm had to be regrown as soon as possible. If it took too long, it would have a negative impact on Han Yan's future cultivation. "Little Qinzi, thank you." Han Yan received the lotus heart and thanked Jianghu. He knew that it would make him seem like an outsider, but he really couldn't express his gratitude to Jianghu. There was nothing much to be said between the 2 brothers. Jianghu was even willing to give him a precious divine herb like the heart of the regenerative lotus. He could only remember Jianghu's kindness in his heart. Han Yan knew very well that the lotus heart of the regenerative lotus was an incomparably precious treasure to Jianghu. If Jianghu refined the lotus heart, the benefits would naturally be boundless, but Jianghu still gave it to Han Yan without hesitation. Plus, Han Yan also knew that the main reason Jianghu took the risk to steal the regenerative lotus was because of him. There's no need to talk about this between brothers. Hurry up and refine it. Given your current cultivation base, I'm afraid that it will take a long time for you to completely regenerate the lotus and regrow your arm. Jianghu patted on Han Yan's shoulder. He knew how Han Yan felt at the moment, so he didn't say anything else. If he said too much, it would only increase the pressure in Han Yan's heart. Han Yan smiled and didn't say anything else. He took the lotus heart and went to another room. As he turned around, Han Yan's eyes became slightly moist. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Having a brother like Jianghu is truly one of the greatest blessings in life. While Han Yan was refining the regenerative lotus, Jianghu and De Huang Dog also began to refine the other parts of the lotus. Jianghu didn't pursue too much at the moment. He was satisfied as long as he could advance to the late Earth immortal realm with the help of the lotus. The path of cultivation was a step-by-step process. The regenerative lotus was a peerless divine herb, a natural treasure. There wouldn't be the slightest psychological burden when refining it. Such a divine herb would only be beneficial to the cultivator. Even if the cultivator advanced a few levels in a row, he wouldn't have to worry about the instability of his foundation due to the rapid advancement. Before Jianghu and De Huang Dog could refine the rest of the regenerative lotus, they heard 2 powerful qi coming from outside the door. These two bulls have advanced so quickly. De Huang Dog shook his head. This speed of advancement was way too fast. Jiang Chen had just given them the leaves of the regenerative lotus and they had already advanced to the half-step divine immortal realm. That was why they were releasing powerful qi. Fortunately, De Huang Dog had deployed a formation around the courtyard to isolate everything. Otherwise, the qi released by Ada and Air would have attracted the attention of outsiders. It's very normal. Ada and Air have already reached the peak of heaven immortal realm, just a step away from the half-step earth immortal realm. Now that they have obtained the help of the regenerative lotus, it's only natural for them to break through the bottleneck instantly. But this also shows the scariness of the regenerative lotus. Jiang Chen smiled. He wasn't too surprised. After all, Ada and Air's cultivation base was still there. Plus, the effect of the regenerative lotus was incomparable to ordinary herbs. The success of Ada and Air's advancement was undoubtedly a good thing for Jiang Chen. His trump card had also become more powerful. Leaving Ada and Air aside, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog each took 5 leaves and began refining them. Long. As soon as the leaves entered his body, Jiang Chen felt an extremely powerful energy rushing into his qi. That energy was mixed with the medicinal energy, pure and violent. The energy was condensed into dragon marks by Jiang Chen using the dragon transformation skill. The medicinal energy then entered Jiang Chen's limbs, bones and internal organs, tempering his body from the inside out. It was a perfect tempering. What a powerful medicinal energy. It's indeed a peerless divine herb. This peerless lotus leaf is enough to push my cultivation base to the peak of late earth immortal realm. Additionally, my physique has been tempered to a greater extent. When I transform into my dragon form, my physique will be even stronger and my combat strength will be stronger than before. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. Sure enough, taking the risk to obtain the regenerative lotus was worth it. Such a peerless divine herb was something that every cultivator yearned for. On the other side, De Huang Dog's body was covered with a layer of golden light. Obviously, after receiving the help of the regenerative lotus, De Huang Dog's body began to change from inside to outside. In Han Yan's room, Han Yan was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat. The lotus heart was floating in front of his face. He looked at his severed arm. The lotus heart of the regenerative lotus had given him great hope and expectation. He was a little excited. However, Han Yan was also a man who had seen the world. He had an extremely tough mind and was used to life and death situations. He adjusted his condition quickly and began to refine the lotus heart. The way Han Yan refined the lotus heart was very simple. It could be described as barbaric. He opened his mouth and swallowed the lotus heart. The moment the enormous energy entered Han Yan's body, it spread out like a vast ocean. Every strand of energy turned into barbaric energy, rampaging inside Han Yan's body. Damn it! What a violent energy! Han Yan couldn't help but curse. He knew that he had overestimated himself. The energy in the lotus heart was countless times greater than what he had imagined. Now that the energy in his body had gone berserk, he felt like he was going to lose control of it. Fortunately, Han Yan had the bloodline of Gu Tianma. The strength of his bloodline wasn't something ordinary people could compare to. Very quickly he managed to suppress the energy. Gu Tianma's bloodline was comparable to an ordinary divine physique. It could play a great role at the critical moment. For example, if an ordinary cultivator swallowed the lotus heart, they wouldn't be able to control the enormous energy. They would explode and die. Not only would they not benefit from it, they would also harm themselves. However, Han Yan's Gu Tianma's physique was different. It was incomparably tyrannical. Even if the energy was stronger, he would still be able to withstand it. In the following period of time, the 3 brothers entered seclusion and began to refine the regenerative lotus without paying attention to the outside world. This was a slow process and couldn't be rushed. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, it would take at least 3 days for the process to be completed. As expected, the One-Line 8 immortals had lost their passion for the competition in the Heavenly Mountain due to the loss of the regenerative lotus. In the end, the competition ended in a draw. On the contrary, due to the loss of the regenerative lotus, the One-Line 8 immortals weren't as good as the previous years. Many cultivators felt somewhat disappointed. Chapter 1147. After the grand ceremony was over, the 8 immortals returned to their respective sections. However, the atmosphere in One-Line Sky was somewhat depressing. Everyone knew that the regenerative lotus had been stolen. It was something that the 8 immortals had taken a fancy to. It was a miracle that someone dared to snatch something that belonged to the 8 immortals. Everyone was very curious about the culprit, but it was destined to be a mystery that would be hard to solve. Almost on the same day, the 4 major forces sent out a message at the same time. All the cultivators in One Line Sky who found someone using the heavenly dragon battle halberd and reported it to the 4 major forces would receive the greatest reward. Everyone knew that One Line Sky wouldn't be peaceful for a period of time. First, there was the appearance of Jiang Qin, which caused the Shenyang school to issue a kill order. Now, there was another person who stole the regenerative lotus and left behind the heavenly dragon combat halberd. However, most of the cultivators knew very well that it wouldn't be easy to find the culprit, because as long as the culprit didn't use the heavenly dragon combat halberd, he wouldn't be discovered. No one would have thought that the person who caused these 2 huge disturbances in One Line Sky was the same person. While the 4 major powers were searching for the person who stole the regenerative lotus, Jiang Chen and the others were still refining the lotus in Cloud Mist City. When Fu Hui returned from Heavenly Mountain, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had already come out of seclusion. They had already refined the 5 lotus leaves and their cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds. The current number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had reached more than 440,000. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of late Earth Immortal Realm. He was only a step away from the half-step Heaven Immortal Realm. He only needed 10,000 more dragon marks to complete his breakthrough. Moreover, the leaves of the regenerative lotus had brought great benefits to him. Not only had his foundation stabilized, but his physique had also been greatly tempered. After advancing to the peak of late Earth Immortal Realm, Jiang Chen's combat strength had become even more terrifying. He could now easily kill intermediate Heaven Immortal experts even without using his half-dragon form. De Huang Dog was equally vigorous. He had successfully broken through to the Heaven Immortal Realm from half-step Heaven Immortal Realm and advanced to the intermediate Heaven Immortal Realm. The bloodline of the Dragon Horse Divine Beast had become even more powerful. Even so, there was still a lot of medicinal energy left in Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's body. This was also the reason why they didn't refine the remaining lotus leaves. It wasn't because they were reluctant, but because the medicinal energy was already sufficient. It would be a waste if they continued to refine the remaining lotus leaves. The regenerative lotus was a peerless divine medicine that could only be found by luck. There were a total of 18 lotus leaves. Jiang Qin and Jiang Chen had refined 10, while Ada and Air had each refined 1. Jiang Qin Dragon Lotus Qin Star Lotus Set. Jiang Lotus Lotus Leaves Dragon Lotus Jiang Star Lotus Leaves. Lotus Leaves Lotus Qin Mountain. Jiang Lotus Leaves Lotus. God Lotus God Lotus in Re the Lotus Sect Divine Lotus Imd Lotus Qin. Lotus. IMS Lotus King Sect. The big yellow dog licked its lips as if it wanted to continue. The most precious part of the regenerative lotus is its heart. I'm afraid that immortal kings won't be interested in a mere few lotus leaves, but the heart is different. It contains almost all the essence of the regenerative lotus. Anyone who obtains it will have a meteoric rise. Jiang Qin said. It seems like Yan's arm will grow back. De Huang Dog said with a smile. Currently, Han Yan was still in the process of refining the lotus. After all, the lotus heart couldn't be compared to the lotus leaves. It would take a long time for him to refine the lotus heart completely. Dong dong dong. At this time someone knocked on the door. Jiang Qin swept it with his divine sense and found that Fu Hui was already standing outside the door. It seems like the grand ceremony has ended. Let's go out and have a look. Jiang Qin pushed the door open and walked out of the courtyard. As for Han Yan's chi, it was concealed by De Huang Dog's formation, so Fu Hui wouldn't be able to detect it. Ada and Air were also hiding in the courtyard. Given Fu Hui's cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to detect anything unusual either. The door of the courtyard was opened. Fu Hui strode in without any hesitation. Brother Jiang Qin, how's your seclusion? Where's Brother Han Yan? Fu Hui asked. As Jiang Qin had completely concealed his chi, Fu Hui couldn't see through Jiang Chen's real cultivation base. He still didn't know that Jiang Chen had already reached the peak of late Earth Immortal Realm. Yan is still in seclusion trying to break through to a higher realm. Brother Fu, how was the grand ceremony? Jiang Qin hastily changed the topic, diverting Fu Hui's attention from Han Yan. It's not interesting at all. Just as Brother Jiang expected, after losing the regenerative lotus, the 8 immortals looked dispirited during the battle. Sect Master Tian didn't even use his trump card. It seems like we can cancel the grand ceremony in the future. It's no longer attractive if there's no winner or loser every year. Fu Hui shook his head in disappointment. I wonder who had the guts to steal the regenerative lotus. Jiang Qin sighed. The Huang dog, who was watching from the side, had an impulse to go up and bite Jiang Qin. He had seen many pretentious people, but he had never seen such a pretentious person. Who knows? The four major powers have already announced that they are looking for the owner of the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. I guess One-Line Sky won't be peaceful in the future, Fu Hui said. Hearing this, Jiang Qin smiled bitterly in his heart. It seems like I can't easily use the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd in the future. By the way, Brother Jiang, when are you going to head to Tianyun Pavilion with me? Asked Fu Hui. When Yin comes out of seclusion. I guess it'll only take 1 or 2 days. I hope I won't delay Brother Fu's matter, said Jiang Qin. Yin was still in seclusion, so it was impossible for him to leave without saying goodbye. Does Brother Jiang want to bring Yin and Yin to Tianyun Pavilion together? Tianyun Pavilion's disciple selection is rather strict. Furthermore, it's not the annual recruitment period. Even if I'm an inner disciple, it'll be troublesome if I introduce 2 people at the same time, said Fu Hui with a frown. He only had his eyes on Jiang Qin. If Jiang Qin wanted to bring Yin along, it would be troublesome. Brother Fu, you don't have to worry about this. Yin won't be entering Tianyun Pavilion with me. I'll go with you. Of course I'll bring De Huang with me. Chapter 1148. This was something that Jiang Qin had to consider. Furthermore, after Yin refined the lotus heart, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. At that time he would have the ability to protect himself. Even if he didn't follow Jiang Qin, he would still be able to protect himself. Moreover, Jiang Qin was the one in the eye of the storm, not Yin. To put it bluntly, there weren't many people in One-Line Sky who knew about Yin and his broken arm. Alright, in that case I'll wait for 2 more days. After Brother Yin comes out of seclusion, we'll set off for Tianyun Pavilion together. Fu Hui said with a smile. He didn't want to disturb Yin's seclusion and left. As the eldest young master of the City Lord Mansion, he was also busy with his own affairs. In the room, Yin was at the most critical stage. The regenerative lotus's lotus heart had played a great role. His broken arm was growing little by little. Yin was sweating all over his body. The regrowing of a broken arm was destined to be an incomparably difficult and painful process. His bones and flesh had to grow little by little. The pain was enough to tear one's soul apart. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they wouldn't be able to bear it. Only a person with great perseverance like Yin could endure it. At this time, Gu Qianma's physique had played its true role. The medicinal power of the regenerative lotus had played a great role. Yin was persisting. At this rate, 2 days would be enough. He believed that the moment his severed arm grew back, his cultivation base would advance by leaps and bounds, reaching an extremely terrifying level. He was afraid that even Jiang Qin wouldn't dare to estimate how terrifying it would be. After all, it was his first time seeing the heart of the regenerative lotus. Therefore he couldn't estimate its true effect. 2 days later, in the middle of the night. Finally, there was movement in Yin's room. Jiang Qin and De Huang dog, who had been waiting for 2 days, were shocked. Yin has succeeded. Big Yellow's face was filled with excitement. Just as he was about to dash into Yin's house, Jiang Qin grabbed his tail and stopped him. Don't go there. Yin's arm has just regrown. He's going to break through to the next realm. You'll disturb him if you go there now. Jiang Qin said bluntly. De Huang dog stuck out its tongue and quietened down. The man and the dog stared at Yin's door without blinking. Inside the house, Yin opened his eyes. 2 beams of black demonic light shot out from his eyes, causing the void to tremble. Yin raised his newly grown arm, and a smile finally appeared on his face. There were some things that one would only know how precious they were once they were gone. No one could understand Yin's current feelings. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been through a lot and had a strong heart, he would have jumped up in excitement. Buzz buzz. The process of regrowing his arm didn't end there. To Yin, the help of the regenerative lotus's heart wasn't as simple as regrowing an arm. Because he had been focusing on his severed arm, the energy in his body had reached a terrifying level. What he needed to do now was to use Gu Qianma's bloodline to control this energy and break through to a higher realm. That was the sound of breaking through the bottleneck. In just 2 minutes, Yin had broken through the half-step Earth Immortal realm and advanced to the early Earth Immortal realm. But this wasn't the end. It was just the beginning. Not even 1% of the energy in his body had been consumed, and the lotus's heart hadn't been fully refined yet. Ooh. The whole house was filled with horrifying energy, like a storm on the sea. If it wasn't for Big Yellow using a formation to cover this place, such a movement would have immediately attracted the attention of the Cloud Mist City's experts. 10 minutes later, Han Yen made another breakthrough and reached the intermediate Earth Immortal realm. However, this state of breakthrough didn't stop as it continued to advance towards the late Earth Immortal realm. Han Yen tried to suppress the excitement in his heart. The bloodline of Gu Tianma was circulating faster and faster. He wanted to digest all the benefits and not waste a single bit. The sound of advancement could be heard once again. Han Yen had made a breakthrough to the late Earth Immortal realm. By this time, Han Yen had advanced 3 levels consecutively, but this wasn't the end. Instead, his potential was fully unleashed. At this moment, his meridians were expanding, his qi was enlarging and his bloodline was being stimulated. He was in a state that couldn't be found even in 10,000 years. Half-step Heaven Immortal Realm. That was right. After just half an hour of hard work, Han Yen had assailed the half-step Heavenly Immortal stage. In just half an hour, his cultivation base had risen by 4 levels. If news of such a heaven-defying rise were to spread, no one would believe it. Who knows just how many people would be shocked. Outside the door, Jiang Qin and a Huang Dog widened their eyes in shock. Given their perceptive ability, they could naturally sense Han Yan's current state clearly. This was also the reason why they were shocked. Damn it, it seems like he has advanced 4 levels already. Now that he is already a half-step Heaven Immortal, it should be time for him to stop, right? The Huang Dog murmured. It seems like he hasn't stopped yet. It seems like he will only stop after advancing to the Heaven Immortal realm. Jiang Qin was speechless. Han Yen had advanced 4 levels and was now a half-step Heaven Immortal realm expert, but Han Yen didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Damn it. This peerless divine herb is too heaven-defying. The Huang Dog licked his lips, apparently wanting to have a taste of the lotus heart. Given Yan's strength, it's impossible for him to refine the lotus heart completely. The medicinal energy will be preserved in his body for a very long time. His advancement will also speed up because of the existence of the regenerative lotus, making him a first-class genius in the immortal world. Jiang Qin smiled. Jiang Qin felt happy for Han Yan's current achievement. Finally, Han Yen successfully advanced to the early Heaven Immortal realm. After advancing 5 levels in a row, his qi gradually retracted and the momentum of advancement finally stopped at the early Heaven Immortal realm. Upon seeing this, Jiang Qin and a Huang Dog heaved a sigh of relief. If Han Yen continued to advance, their hearts wouldn't be able to take it anymore. They had never seen such an abnormal speed of advancement. No one knew how many people would be shocked to death by such speed of advancement. Inside the room, Han Yan's qi had undergone an extreme change. Gu Tianma's qi waves drifted in the air. He could clearly feel the turbulence of the surrounding airflow. As long as he willed it, he could control the airflow and fly away at any time. This was the advantage of a Heaven Immortal. Amazing. Amazing. The lotus heart of the regenerative lotus is truly terrifying. I have only refined half of its medicinal energy and I have already reached such a level. Additionally, my severed arm has already grown back. The remaining medicinal energy in my body will bring me endless benefits in the future. Chapter 1149. The door was opened. Jiang Qin and a Huang Dog walked in. Yen, your advancement is a little too terrifying. Jiang Qin teased. Seeing Jiang Qin and a Huang Dog, Han Yen was in a good mood. Immediately, he stood up from the praying mat on the ground. The effect of the lotus heart is truly beyond my imagination. It can actually bring me such great benefits. Now that my severed arm has been regrown, my potential has been fully developed, my bloodline has become even stronger and my cultivation base has advanced by 5 levels, reaching the early Heaven Immortal realm. Such great benefits are like a dream to me. At this moment, Han Yen felt like he was in a dream. If this didn't happen to him, even he wouldn't dare to believe it. This is good news. Given your current cultivation base, you already have the ability to protect yourself. Ordinary intermediate Heaven Immortal experts won't be a match for you. I'm afraid that you can even put up a fight against a late Heaven Immortal expert. Jiang Qin said. Gu Tianma's bloodline was getting stronger and stronger. With the support of such a powerful physique, Han Yan's combat strength was naturally incomparable to experts of the same level. In front of the mighty Gu Tianma, killing people who were at a higher level was nothing. That's right. Plus, there's still a lot of medicinal energy left in my body. My speed of advancement will be very fast in the future. Han Yen nodded. The benefits that the lotus heart brought him were far more than that. It would have a great impact on his future cultivation. By the way, Yen, there's something I need to tell you. I'm going to the Tianyun Pavilion with Fu Hui tomorrow. I'm afraid that we will have to part ways. I'm relieved to see your current cultivation base. Jiang Chen's expression suddenly turned serious. Upon hearing this, Han Yen couldn't help but frown. The two brothers had just met in the immortal world not long ago. Yen, the news about the regenerative lotus has already spread in one-line sky. You have obtained the lotus heart, and Fu Hui knows about your previous cultivation base and the condition of your severed arm. If you follow me to the Tianyun Pavilion, putting aside the fact that you have advanced 5 levels in such a short period of time, the fact that you have regrown an arm is enough to arouse suspicion. Once the higher-ups of the Tianyun Pavilion notice you, the consequences will be unimaginable and we will be exposed. Jiang Chen patted Han Yan's shoulder. He also wanted Han Yan to follow him to the Tianyun Pavilion, but reality was reality. It was simply impossible. One should know that every disciple who entered the Tianyun Pavilion would be investigated. Fu Hui had to explain Han Yan's previous situation to him when he introduced Han Yan to the Tianyun Pavilion. No one could regrow an arm and advance 5 levels in just a few days. This itself was a miracle. Plus, the fact that the regenerative lotus had been stolen made it easy for people to link it to Han Yan. Plus, there was still a huge amount of medicinal energy left in Han Yan's body. If someone like Tian Muyun were to check on him, he would be able to find out immediately. This was a risk that they absolutely couldn't afford to take. And I know. Your goal in entering the Tianyun Pavilion is Tian Muyun. In that case, I'm going to leave one-line sky and head to other big domains. I'll come back to help you when I'm strong enough, said Han Yan. He understood Jiang Chen's concern, but there was nothing he could do about it. Given his current cultivation base, he already had the ability to protect himself. He was going to leave one-line sky temporarily and head to other big domains. Perhaps he might be able to make a name for himself there. In the ethereal immortal world, there were tens of thousands of big domains like one-line sky. No matter how big the immortal world was, there was bound to be a place for Han Yan. Alright. The immortal world isn't like Saint Origin World. We still don't have the slightest foundation. We have to be careful in everything we do. Jiang Chen advised. Don't worry. We've been through a lot along the way. What kind of storms and waves had he not seen before? Didn't he get through all of them? But you, Tian Muyun, isn't easy to deal with. You should be careful after entering the Tianyun Pavilion. Han Yan gave a carefree smile. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Yen, take advantage of the fact that Fu Hui hasn't arrived and sneak away in the middle of the night. It's best if you don't let Fu Hui see you like this. Although he's not bad, we still have to be careful and not let anyone catch us. We can't be caught by others, said Jiang Chen. Although Fu Hui was a trustworthy person, he was also a smart person. If he saw Han Yan, who was only an early heaven immortal expert, he would easily be able to figure out the key point. It was never a good thing to be caught by others. All right. Little Chenzi de Huang, take care. Han Yan clasped his fists and left the courtyard, disappearing into the night. Now that he was already an early heaven immortal expert, flying in the sky was a piece of cake for him. When Han Yan walked over, Jiang Chen and Big Yellow felt somewhat disappointed. After all, it wasn't easy for the three brothers to meet in the immortal world, but they had parted ways after a very short reunion. Judging from the current situation in one-line sky, they didn't know when they would meet again. It was estimated that it would be a very long time. This is really depressing. When we were in Saint Origin World, we were the absolute kings. Who dared to disrespect us? But here we are like a stray dog. De Huang Dog said gloomily. Don't worry. There will be a place for us in the immortal world sooner or later. Back in Saint Origin World, didn't we also walk out step by step from a small red city? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He liked pressure, excitement and passion. The path of cultivation was endless. Whether it was the pressure from the northern and southern dynasties or the pressure from Tian Muyun, Jiang Chen liked this feeling very much. He liked the process of progressing bit by bit, and he admired the ending of stepping on a powerful enemy. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen walked out of the courtyard and found Fu Hui at his residence. Brother Fu, how's the trifling matter in the prefecture? Asked Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang, there's nothing much here. With my father and a few brothers here, there's nothing much to do in Cloud Mist City. I've been waiting for you. Where's Brother Han Yen? Fu Hui's expression changed when he saw Jiang Chen. He should have returned to the sect a long time ago. After all, cultivating in Cloud Mist City wasn't as good as cultivating in Tianyun Pavilion. The reason why he stayed in the prefecture was to wait for Jiang Chen. Yen came out of seclusion last night and left, said Jiang Chen. Brother Han Yen is injured and his cultivation isn't strong. How can he leave alone? I've already arranged an errand for him in the prefecture, said Fu Hui. Thank you, Brother Fu. But my brother has always been free and doesn't like to be tied down. I've disappointed Brother Fu. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Fu Hui. Fu Hui had helped Han Yen find an errand in advance, which showed his sincerity. This made Jiang Chen's impression of Fu Hui improve a lot. Chapter 1150. Alright. Since Brother Han likes to be free, I won't force him. Anyway, he has already left. Brother Jiang, let's depart for Tianyun Pavilion now, said Fu Hui. To him, being able to help Skycloud Pavilion rope in a genius was considered as a great contribution to their sect. Alright. Jiang Chen nodded. Entering Tianyun Pavilion was his main purpose in coming to One Line Sky. Now that he had Fu Hui's recommendation, it couldn't be any better. Fu Hui soared into the sky. Jiang Chen sat on De Huang Dog's back and flew towards the direction of Tianyun Pavilion. De Huang Dog was already an early heaven immortal expert. Even without using the wings of light, he could still fly. As for Jiang Chen, he was only at the peak of late Earth immortal realm. He hadn't even reached the half-step heaven immortal realm yet. In order to not attract too much attention, it was better for him not to fly. Given Fu Hui's ability, he could only introduce Jiang Chen to Tianyun Pavilion. Therefore, he couldn't bring Jiang Chen along. But De Huang Dog was different. In the eyes of outsiders, De Huang Dog was merely a pet of Jiang Chen. He wasn't even considered as a disciple. Brother Fu, we haven't arrived at Tianyun Pavilion yet. Why don't you tell me some things about Tianyun Pavilion so that I can have a better understanding of it? Jiang Chen spoke. After all, he was about to enter a new sect. It was good to have a better understanding of the sect in advance. Although Tianyun Pavilion is just a sect, it is similar to a country. It has its own complete system. The whole sect is divided into countless halls. As for the disciples, they are divided into outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples and core disciples, just like other sections. Outer sect disciples are all earth immortals. Once an outer sect disciple advances to the heaven immortal realm, he or she will be promoted to inner sect disciple unconditionally. Similarly, if an inner sect disciple advances to the divine immortal realm, he or she will also be promoted to core disciple unconditionally. Fu Hui said, the internal competition in Heavenly Cloud Pavilion is very fierce. The open and secret strife between the disciples is also very fierce. It's far from as peaceful as people think. It's also very common for disciples to form cliques. If you don't know how to behave yourself in Heavenly Cloud Pavilion, you'll definitely have a miserable end. Fu Hui's words were undoubtedly an indirect reminder to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shouldn't be too rash when he arrives at Tianyun Pavilion. After all, there were too many geniuses inside. If he offended an expert, he might be crippled. Given my cultivation base, can I enter the inner sect directly? Asked Jiang Chen. His current cultivation base had reached the late Earth immortal realm. According to the rules, he could only be an outer sect disciple. He didn't want to waste time and energy with those shrimps in the outer sect. Given his current strength, he could still thrive in the inner sect. No, the disciples of Tianyun Pavilion have a strict hierarchy. Those below the heaven immortal realm are not allowed to become inner sect disciples. However, there have been some talented geniuses in Tianyun Pavilion who were able to challenge heaven immortals when they were only earth immortals. The sect will give such geniuses a chance to challenge the Iron Dummy Array. As long as they can get out of the array, they will be promoted to inner sect disciples without the restriction of cultivation base. Fu Hui said, Iron Dummy Array? What kind of array is it? Asked Jiang Chen curiously. I haven't seen the specific Iron Dummy Array. There aren't many people in Skycloud Pavilion who are qualified to see this array. There have always been some arrogant disciples who tried to break the array, but they all failed and were disgraced by the array. It is said that there are 28 puppets made of special materials in the Iron Dummy Array. These puppets and the array itself have reached the most perfect coordination. Once someone enters the array, he or she will be attacked by these puppets. According to the rules, as long as the disciple who enters the array can hold on for 10 minutes, he or she will be considered to have passed the test. However, there are only a few disciples who can hold on for 10 minutes in the iron dummy array," said Fu Hui. "What's the cultivation base of these puppets?" asked Jiang Qin curiously. If there was such an array, he would be very interested in it. At least, he wouldn't need to go to the outer sect and could directly enter the inner sect. They should be early heaven immortal experts, but it is said that these puppets will adjust their combat strength according to the enemy's combat strength. The puppets themselves are supported by the array, making them immortal and very difficult to deal with. "Brother Jiang, don't tell me you are thinking of challenging the iron dummy array?" Fu Hui looked at Jiang Qin curiously. "I do have such an idea. After all, given my current strength, ordinary heaven immortals are no match for me. I really don't want to waste my time in the outer sect." Jiang Qin nodded and said, "Brother Jiang, I'm afraid that you will be disappointed." Fu Hui shrugged and spread his hands at Jiang Qin. "Why do you say so, Brother Fu?" Jiang Qin was a little curious. One should know that with his current combat strength, he wouldn't be afraid of the iron dummy array at all. Ordinary arrays wouldn't be able to enter Jiang Qin's eyes at all. Because the sect has a rule that disciples who have entered the sect for less than a year are not qualified to challenge the iron dummy array. So even if Brother Jiang wants to, you have no choice but to stay in the outer sect. Unless you advance to the heaven immortal realm within a year, you will be promoted to the inner sect and start cultivating in the inner sect. In Tianyun Pavilion, inner sect disciples will be able to obtain very rich cultivation resources. At least it's not something that outer sect disciples can compare with," Fu Hui said helplessly. He knew what Jiang Qin was thinking and knew Jiang Qin's ability, but the rules of Tianyun Pavilion weren't something that he could change. If an elder was willing to make an exception and promote Jiang Qin to the inner sect, no one would say anything. Unfortunately, Fu Hui didn't have the qualification and ability to do so. Fuck. Jiang Qin rolled his eyes. What kind of bullshit rule was this? He needed at least a year to be qualified to challenge the iron dummy array. He hadn't even reached the half-step heaven immortal realm yet. Breaking through to the heaven immortal realm wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. "Don't worry, Brother Jiang. Given your ability, no one in the outer sect would dare to provoke you. But now, many outer sect disciples are supported by inner sect disciples. So it's not good to offend them. When you enter the sect, Brother Jiang, you'll have to behave yourself. It's best not to offend inner sect disciples. All along, outer sect disciples who offend inner sect disciples will never have a good ending. Let me remind you." Fu Hui kindly reminded Jiang Qin. "And thanks for the reminder, Brother Fu." Chapter 1151. "Brat, what are you going to do now?" Da Huang Dog transmitted his voice to Jiang Qin. He knew Jiang Qin too well. With his ability, it was impossible for him to stay in the outer sect. If he insisted on keeping Jiang Qin in the outer sect, then the moment Jiang Qin stepped into the outer sect, the entire outer sect would never be peaceful again. "Let's take it one step at a time." Jiang Qin shrugged. After all, he hadn't even entered Tianyun Pavilion yet. He had to wait until he entered and see what was going on. The opportunity might come later. With Fu Hui and Da Huang Dog's speed, it only took them 2 hours to travel from Yunwu City to Tianyun Pavilion. In front of them was a boundless mountain range. Looking from afar, the mountain range was filled with verdant trees and flowing streams. The sky was filled with a faint mist. When they arrived here, they could clearly feel that the divine qi on the mountain range had become denser. It was at least twice as dense as the divine qi in Yunwu City. This mountain range was the location of Tianyun Pavilion. When they got closer, they could clearly see the buildings on the mountain. There were all kinds of ancient palaces and towering golden pagodas. Overall, it gave people a feeling of magnificence. This was the style of a big sect. Those small sects in Yin City couldn't be compared with it. They were on a completely different level. "Brother Jiang, the sect of Tianyun Pavilion is in front of us," said Fu Hui. His eyes were glowing. Every time he came to this place, he would be incomparably excited. This sect was the grandest, most honorable and largest sect he had ever seen. Although he had been here for several years, he was still amazed by the magnificence of Tianyun Pavilion every time. Similarly, a trace of pride could be seen on Fu Hui's face. It was the pride of being an inner sect disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. It was the symbol of one's identity. However, Jiang Qin and Da Huang Dog were somewhat calm. After all, they were people who had seen the world. Tianyun Pavilion was indeed a big sect, but compared to those super sects in St. Origin World, it seemed weak. Putting aside the 8 families of Pure Land and St. Origin Palace, the scale of Nebula sect alone was incomparable to Tianyun Pavilion. Of course, compared to Tianyun Pavilion, whether it was the 8 families of Pure Land or St. Origin Palace, all of them lacked a profound foundation, and that was the heaven and earth luck. No matter how weak Tianyun Pavilion was, it was still an immortal sect. No matter how powerful St. Origin Palace was, it was still a secular sect. There was an essential difference between the two. Brother Jiang, I'll bring you to the outer sect later. First, I'll find an elder of the outer sect to help you settle the disciple status of Tianyun Pavilion, said Fu Hui. Thank you, Brother Fu. Jiang Qin cupped his fists at Fu Hui and said gratefully. Under Fu Hui's lead, 2 men and a dog flew towards the mountain gate of Tianyun Pavilion. There were 4 disciples guarding outside the mountain gate. When they saw them flying over, they hastily went to greet them. Fu Hui and Jiang Qin also landed. The mountain gate of Tianyun Pavilion was very big. It was more than 100 meters high. The 3 words Tianyun Pavilion above the gate looked vigorous and powerful, containing great power. One had to land before the mountain gate. This was the rule of Tianyun Pavilion. Only the elders and core disciples of divine immortal realm could ignore this rule. They didn't need to walk through the gate and could fly directly into the sect. Everyone below the divine immortal realm had to land outside the mountain gate and enter through the gate. Even if they had to fly after entering the mountain gate, it wouldn't be a problem. The 4 disciples who were guarding the mountain gate were all outer sect disciples of Earth immortal realm. When they saw Fu Hui, they hastily went forward and saluted. Oh, it's Senior Brother Fu. The 4 of them were very respectful to Fu Hui. This was the basic respect that outer sect disciples had for inner sect disciples. In this world where the strong were respected and strength was the most important, the gap between levels was very obvious. Moreover, Fu Hui could be considered as a celebrity. Few people didn't know him, be it the outer sect or the inner sect. Fu Hui nodded casually and strode into the sect. Senior Brother Fu, may I know who this is? He doesn't seem to be from Tianyun Pavilion, does he? A disciple asked. He's the Jiang Qin who destroyed the mine of Shenyang School. I recommended him to join Tianyun Pavilion. From now on we'll be fellow disciples. Fu Hui said with a smile. What? He's Jiang Qin? The 4 of them exclaimed at the same time. Their eyes immediately fell on Jiang Qin. During this period of time, Jiang Qin's name had spread across the entire one-line sky. As a rival force to Shenyang School, Tianyun Pavilion naturally knew about it. Usually there were many topics about this audacious figure in the sect. They didn't expect that the real person would appear in front of them so soon. However, this young man who looked like a handsome scholar was different from the ferocious and fiendish appearance that they had imagined. Jiang Qin smiled at them, then followed Fu Hui into Tianyun Pavilion, leaving the 4 of them who were still in a state of shock. I never thought that this guy is Jiang Qin. I heard that this guy is only an earth immortal, but he could already fight against a heaven immortal. After destroying a mine of Shenyang School, he was able to escape from a late heaven immortal expert. He's simply inhuman. That's right. He's a rare genius. Never thought that Senior Brother Fu would rope him in. A genius is a genius, but I'm afraid that joining our Tianyun Pavilion is a dream come true for him. After all, he has offended Shenyang School. Shenyang School has already issued a must-kill order for him. Under such circumstances, only our Tianyun Pavilion would dare to take him in. That's right. If this guy is really a genius, then our Tianyun Pavilion will be bustling again. There's no lack of geniuses in this sect. The competition between geniuses is extremely intense. The 4 of them began to discuss. They didn't dare to underestimate Jiang Qin. A guy who dared to offend Shenyang School was destined to not be a kind person. If such a person were to join Tianyun Pavilion, they were afraid that the conflict between him and the other geniuses would be inevitable. Under Fu Hui's lead, Jiang Qin and the others arrived at the outer sect. Given Fu Hui's identity, he could go to the Institute of Elders of the outer sect and get an identity jade token for Jiang Qin, allowing Jiang Qin to officially become an outer disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. Today there was only an old man called Niu Mang in the Institute of Elders. Most of the elders in the Institute of Elders of the outer sect were idlers. Most of the elders would cultivate by themselves and rarely manage the affairs of the sect. Generally, the Institute of Elders would ignore the conflicts between the disciples. The purpose of the sect was competition. As long as no one was killed, the Institute of Elders would rarely intervene. When Elder Niu Mang saw the arrival of Fu Hui, he hastily came to greet him. Young Master Fu Hui, what brings you to our Institute of Elders today? Chapter 1152. Elder Niu, I'm here to introduce a disciple to the sect, said Fu Hui. Then he turned to Jiang Chen and said, Brother Jiang, this is Elder Niu Mang of the Outer Sect. You can get to know each other first. Young Master Fu Hui rarely introduces people to the sect. I think the person you're recommending must be a genius, said Niu Mang with a smile. As an ordinary elder of the Outer Sect, he wouldn't dare to offend Fu Hui. Plus, recommending an Outer Sect disciple wasn't a big deal to him. Of course it's a genius, a super genius. Elder Niu, this is Jiang Chen, the one who has caused a stir in One Line Sky recently. Fu Hui introduced. Upon hearing the name Jiang Chen, Niu Mang's facial expression changed visibly. His reaction was no different from that of the other 4 disciples. You're the Jiang Chen who managed to escape from the hands of a late heaven immortal expert? Niu Mang asked in astonishment. The incident of Xianxia School's mine had already spread across the entire One Line Sky. Because of the order to kill on sight in Xianxia School, it was hard not to know about Jiang Chen. Brat, I didn't expect you to be so famous. De Huang Dog darted a glance at Jiang Chen. Of course. My name is like a signboard wherever I go. Jiang Chen shrugged. Greetings, Elder Niu. I'm Jiang Chen and I've come to join Tianyun Pavilion with sincerity. I'm sure Elder Niu has already heard about my matter. I've offended Xianxia School and I have nowhere else to go. So I'm sure Elder Niu is aware of my sincerity in joining Tianyun Pavilion. Jiang Chen went straight to the point. He wouldn't put on airs because of his talent. Sometimes, it would be easier for him to gain a good impression by lowering himself. Moreover, this was Ouyanghe's sect. His purpose for targeting Tianyun Pavilion was only Tianmuyun. Of course. Given your talent, Jiang Chen, your future achievements will be limitless. Now that Xianxia School has issued the order to kill on sight, Tianyun Pavilion is the only sect that dares to accept you. Plus, you're recommended by young Master Fu Hui, so there's no doubt about your sincerity. This old man will immediately process the jade token for you. Niu Mang immediately said. He had no doubt about the purpose of Jiang Chen's visit. Under normal circumstances, if a new disciple wanted to join a sect, he or she would have to go through a strict assessment. First of all, it was necessary to ensure that the disciple was sincere in joining and would not have any ulterior motives towards the sect. After all, Tianyun Pavilion had a lot of enemies. It would be hard to guard against any of them if they managed to sneak in. However, Jiang Chen's identity didn't need to be assessed at all. The order to kill on sight from Xianxia School was enough to prove Jiang Chen's identity and intention. Young Master Fu Hui, you've introduced a genius to the sect. This old man will ask the inner sect elders' courtyard to give you some rewards, said Niu Mang. In Tianyun Pavilion, whether it was the outer sect elders' courtyard, the inner sect elders' courtyard, or the core elders' courtyard, they were all interconnected. It was just that they had different statuses. To put it bluntly, the status of the elders' courtyard was worlds apart. Thank you, Fu Hui said casually. As a matter of fact, he didn't care about these rewards at all. The main thing was to make friends with Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen was a genius, his cultivation was too low. He was just an earth immortal. He would only be an outer sect disciple in Tianyun Pavilion. He wouldn't get any good rewards if he introduced an outer sect disciple to the sect. Next, the process for the identity jade card went smoothly. After Jiang Chen got the jade card, Niu Mang found a place for him to stay and then left him alone. Although Jiang Chen was a genius, he didn't receive any good treatment. After all, the sect didn't lack geniuses. The place where Jiang Chen stayed was a huge dormitory area. There were buildings everywhere. It was noon now, but there were very few people here. This made Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog a little puzzled. Brother Fu, Tianyun Pavilion is a first-class sect in One Line Sky. There are thousands of outer sect disciples. Why can't I see a single person? Jiang Chen asked curiously. This is the time when the immortal qi is the densest. Naturally, everyone would go to the martial arts hall to cultivate. Fu Hui said. Martial arts hall? What kind of place is that? Jiang Chen asked. It's a place for disciples to cultivate. There are a total of 3 martial arts halls in Tianyun Pavilion. The outer sect martial arts hall, the inner sect martial arts hall, and the martial arts hall for core disciples. The martial arts hall was built by the experts of the sect. It has a huge array. The immortal qi inside is much denser than outside. Cultivating in the martial arts hall is very beneficial, Fu Hui explained. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with a cunning radiance. He had always been dissatisfied with being an outer sect disciple, but he couldn't find a way to enter the inner sect. Now that Fu Hui's reminder had given him a plan, Jiang Chen's mind instantly came up with a plan. "Brother Fu, bring me to the martial arts hall," Jiang Chen said. "Brother Jiang is going to the martial arts hall to cultivate so soon?" Fu Hui was stunned. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so fanatical about cultivation. How could he know that Jiang Chen didn't care about a mere martial arts hall even though he was fanatical about cultivation? He had an ulterior motive for going to the martial arts hall. "Am I not qualified to cultivate in the martial arts hall now?" Jiang Chen asked. "That's not it. You have already obtained the identity jade token. You are already a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. Naturally, you are qualified to enter the martial arts hall. Alright, I will bring you there now. You can go cultivate. I have to return to the inner sect," Fu Hui said and brought Jiang Chen to the outer sect martial arts hall. "Kid, what wicked idea do you have this time?" Da Huang Dog transmitted a message to Jiang Chen. Fu Hui couldn't see through Jiang Chen's thoughts, but Da Huang Dog could. Just by looking at Jiang Chen's eyes, he knew that this guy was up to no good. He had just arrived at Tianyun Pavilion, and he had already thought of a plan? "If I make the entire outer sect unable to cultivate normally, they will definitely give me a chance to enter the inner sect." Jiang Chen let out a mischievous laugh. Da Huang Dog rolled his eyes. Although he couldn't figure out what wicked idea Jiang Chen had, he had already prayed silently for those outer sect disciples in his heart. To them, encountering Jiang Chen was an extremely unlucky thing. Soon, under Fu Hui's lead, Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog arrived at the martial arts hall. The martial arts hall was a 9-story golden pagoda, emitting golden brilliance. This pagoda reminded Jiang Chen of the refining pagoda in St. Origin Palace. Both of them had the same function, they were both used for cultivation. After bidding farewell to Fu Hui, Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog went straight into the martial arts hall. Since he had obtained the identity jade token, he didn't encounter any obstruction. "What are you going to do?" asked Da Huang Dog curiously. "You will know in a moment." Chapter 1153. Jiang Chen strode into the martial arts hall with Da Huang Dog. The interior of the martial arts hall was extremely spacious and was divided into many rooms. In every room there were plenty of people cultivating. The immortal aura in this place was extremely dense and couldn't be compared to the outside world. The immortal aura in this place is several times denser than the outside world. It was absorbed and compressed by the array. Cultivating in this place is indeed much better than the outside world. Da Huang Dog said. "Let's find a place first." Jiang Chen randomly chose a room. At this moment, the stone door of the room was tightly shut. He could clearly feel the cultivation aura of the disciples inside and hear different sounds coming out from time to time. Jiang Chen didn't care so much and didn't care if his actions would disturb the people cultivating inside. He went up and pushed the stone door open. If someone else came late, they would definitely carefully push open the stone door, afraid that they would make too much noise and affect the people inside. If there was an existence inside that they could not afford to offend, and it just so happened that they were at the most crucial moment of their cultivation, then they would be in trouble. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen didn't care so much. He came with a plan. Therefore, the way he opened the door was very barbaric and rude. Naturally, the noise he made was also very loud. It was impossible for him to not disturb the cultivation of the disciples inside. Such an action instantly caused dissatisfaction among the disciples inside. There were nearly 20 disciples inside. At this moment, all of them opened their eyes and looked angrily at the man and dog who walked in. They wanted to see who was so bold and dared to ignore the rules of the martial arts hall. They must be tired of living. There were 20 people in a room. This was the treatment of the outer sect disciples. If it was an inner sect disciple, there would be at most 2 or 3 people in a room. If it was a core disciple, he would have his own individual cultivation place. This was the difference between the grades. "Who are you? Are you new here? Don't you know to be careful when entering?" Someone shouted at Jiang Chen. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was a stranger, and they had never seen him before. But since he was able to walk into the martial arts hall, it meant that he had the identity jade token of Tianyun Pavilion. It meant that he was a newcomer. There were too many outer sect disciples in Tianyun Pavilion, and there would always be newcomers. It was normal for them to not know each other. Jiang Chen didn't care about these angry gazes at all. He looked around the empty room and realized that there were no more praying mats for cultivation. Praying mats were special things. Sitting on them to cultivate could help people calm down and concentrate, and it could also help them condense immortal qi. Of course, for Jiang Chen he didn't need something like a praying mat, but he wanted one today. Why did you bring a dog in? Get out. This is the martial arts hall. Who gave you the right to bring a beast in? A mid-earth immortal shouted. Because Jiang Chen's action of opening the stone door had already aroused everyone's disgust. Now that Jiang Chen had brought a dog with him, they naturally wouldn't give Jiang Chen any face. Then Jiang Chen's eyes locked on that mid-earth immortal disciple. He was just worrying about where to start, and this guy had delivered himself to him. Jiang Chen walked up to the disciple and said with an indifferent tone, "You, get up, I'm going to take this cushion." What? Is he robbing me as soon as he arrived? For a moment, it wasn't just the disciple who was stunned. All the outer sect disciples on the scene were dumbfounded, staring at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Did this bastard have to be so arrogant? He immediately started a fight the moment he arrived. In Skycloud Pavilion, it was common for people to fight each other for a cultivation mat, but none of them were as tyrannical as this. Forcefully opening the door, interrupting the cultivation of his fellow apprentices, and bringing a dog in. This was simply lawless. Damn. Are all the newcomers so arrogant now? We haven't even found any trouble with him and he already came to rob us. This bastard seems to be courting death. A newcomer who doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and the immensity of the earth will definitely not have a good ending for him. The crowd couldn't stand it anymore. Some of them even stood up from their praying mats and surrounded Jiang Chen. There were many late earth immortal experts among them, but none of them were half-step heaven immortals. Oh. The disciple who was robbed by Jiang Chen suddenly stood up from the ground. His face was filled with anger. Without saying a word, he raised his fist and punched towards Jiang Chen's face. Brat, don't you know what kind of place this is? Are you courting death? Huh. Unfortunately, this punch was like a showy but impractical move in front of Jiang Chen. His fist was caught by Jiang Chen. Then Jiang Chen exerted a little force. With a cracking sound, the younger brother's entire arm was twisted and broken on the spot. Arg! A blood-curdling scream was heard. That disciple's forehead was covered with cold sweat due to the pain, but he was even more shocked in his heart. He never thought that this guy in front of him could be so abnormally powerful. Get lost. Jiang Chen casually kicked the disciple away, then came to the praying mat and sat down to cultivate. Damn it. This bastard is too arrogant. Everyone, let's kill him together. Someone shouted out loudly. 20 men surrounded Jiang Chen at the same time. They had seen arrogant men before, but they had never seen someone as arrogant as this. This newcomer didn't put them in his eyes at all, and he attacked them as soon as he arrived. How could this happen? Fine. Since you guys dare to disrespect me, I will punish you by breaking one arm each. Jiang Chen said casually. After that, he struck with lightning speed. In the next moment, the entire room was filled with blood-curdling screams, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. In just a dozen seconds, all 20 of them had fallen to the ground, wailing in pain. At this time, apart from anger, there was more fear in their eyes when they looked at Jiang Chen. This man was just too strong. No one in the outer sect had ever seen such a tyrannical expert. Even a half-step heaven immortal expert wouldn't be able to cripple all of them in a dozen seconds. All of them couldn't help but wonder where this bastard came from. When did such a powerful figure appear in the outer sect? Jiang Chen casually clapped his hands, ignored those wailing disciples and sat on the praying mat. De Huang, do you still remember the scene in the refining tower? Chapter 1154. What's going on? Why is the immortal Qi gone all of a sudden? Who is it? Who did this? All the immortal Qi has been sucked clean. Is there something wrong with the array that caused all the immortal Qi to disappear at the same time? Many of the outer sect disciples in the rooms were shocked. They had been cultivating in the martial arts hall for a long time, but they had never encountered such a thing. If the sect wanted to change the array, they would definitely inform them in advance. And this was just the beginning. The immortal Qi in countless rooms began to be sucked out one by one, leaving the rooms empty. This situation made the outer sect disciples think that there must be something wrong with the array. They shouldn't think so because the immortal Qi in the entire martial arts hall was incomparably dense. It was impossible for a single person to absorb it in such a short period of time. In just a dozen minutes, the entire martial arts hall was in an uproar. All the stone doors were opened and many disciples ran out, but no one could find the reason. At this moment, Jiang Chen pushed open the stone door and swaggered out of the martial arts hall with the Huang dog disappearing quickly. Kaka, this is really a vicious move of yours. I guess those guys still don't know what happened. Da Huang Dog shouted excitedly. This is just the first day. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. He had to admit that absorbing so much dense immortal qi was very beneficial to Jiang Chen. Although he didn't condense any new dragon pattern, his foundation was strengthened a little. If you go on like this every day, those outer sect disciples won't be able to continue their lives. Da Huang Dog said. That's why I said that the outer sect isn't a place for me to stay. Jiang Chen said. The martial arts hall was in an uproar at this moment. Countless outer sect disciples gathered together and were discussing what happened just now. What's going on? The martial arts hall had been established for such a long time, and nothing like this had ever happened before. If the array formation had a problem, the elders should have informed us in advance. Even if the array formation had lost its effect, there should still be some immortal aura left in the martial arts hall. Now it had actually been sucked dry. Look, there is no problem with the array formation. The immortal aura in the martial arts hall is starting to condense again. This is the effect of the array formation. However, according to this speed, it will take at least tomorrow for the immortal aura to return to its previous state. We can only come back tomorrow. Since there's nothing wrong with the formation, what happened just now? Could it be that someone absorbed all the immortal qi at once? That's impossible. The immortal energy here is too thick. It's impossible for someone from the outer sect to possess such great abilities. Everyone was discussing, but they could not find the main reason. At first, they thought that there was a problem with the formation, but now that the formation was still operating at high speed, continuously gathering new celestial qi, this meant that there was no problem with the formation, which was really strange. Everyone look. Someone saw some disciples lying on the floor in the room where Jiang Chen was, and quickly rushed into the room. The scene in front of them shocked them. All 20 disciples were lying on the floor and all their arms were broken. Also, it seemed like they had been brutally beaten, so much so that they couldn't even stand on their feet anymore. What happened? Who beat you guys? A half-step heaven immortal outer sect disciple frowned and asked. He was Wang Tao, one of the top disciples in the outer sect, a half-step heaven immortal, just a step away from the true heaven immortal realm. He was the genius who had the highest chance of advancing to the heaven immortal realm in the shortest time possible and enter the inner sect. Yes, it's a newcomer. Senior brother Wang, you have to stand up for us. Someone said while crying. What? A newcomer? A newcomer actually beat up a senior disciple? How could this be? What a ruthless attack, but I can see that this person still had some leeway. Although his arm was broken, it's just a fracture. It's just a superficial wound that will recover in a short period of time. How dare he? Even if it's just a disagreement, he didn't have to be so heavy-handed. Everyone sighed. While they were shocked by the ruthlessness of this newcomer, they were even more shocked by this newcomer's strength. There were a few late Earth immortal experts here. Didn't that mean that this newcomer's cultivation base was at least a half-step heaven immortal? Oh yes, senior brother Wang, the immortal qi here was completely absorbed by that newcomer. Someone said. They had been staying in this room all the time, so they saw how Jiang Chen absorbed the immortal qi. There was no mistake about it. What? This time, everyone exclaimed. All the questions had been answered, but no one believed it. Even a half-step heaven immortal expert wouldn't be able to absorb all the immortal qi in the martial palace in such a short period of time. Furthermore, the immortal qi here was constantly being condensed due to the support of the formation. This was also the reason why the amount of immortal qi in the martial palace didn't decrease even though there were so many disciples cultivating here every day. Is what you said true? Wang Tao asked with a frown. After all, this matter was too unbelievable. It's completely true. That bastard even brought a dog with him. He is very powerful. He snatched our praying mats and knocked all of us to the ground. I don't know what method he used, but he instantly absorbed all the immortal energy in the room. Then all the immortal energy in the entire martial arts hall was absorbed by him. That person's body is like a bottomless pit. Simply too terrifying. Someone recalled the scene just now and still had lingering fear in his heart. What's his cultivation base? Wang Tao continued to ask. I can't tell, but the fact that he could come here to cultivate, he must have obtained the identity jade token of an outer disciple. That means he must be an earth immortal expert. Someone said. Impossible. An earth immortal can't be so powerful. The immortal qi in the martial palace is very dense. Not to mention a half-step heaven immortal, even a half-step divine immortal would find it hard to absorb it all at once. This isn't something a human can do. No one believed that they had never seen such an abnormal earth immortal before. Where is that man now? Wang Tao continued to ask. He left before you all came in. I don't know where he went. Someone answered. Where can a new disciple go? He must have gone to the dormitory area. Let's go and take a look. No matter how perverted this person is, he can't do this. He absorbed all the immortal qi by himself and didn't even leave a strand of hair for us. How are we going to cultivate? Chapter 1155. Outside the dormitory was a spacious square. No one knew where Jiang Qin got a rattan chair from. He reclined on it lazily with his legs crossed, enjoying the warm sun. The Huang dog kept glaring at him, but Jiang Qin turned a blind eye to it. The reason why Jiang Qin was sitting here was because he was waiting for the outer sect disciples who were coming at him angrily. Not long after, a large number of outer sect disciples appeared on the square from the direction of the martial hall. There were at least a few hundred of them. Jiang Qin took a casual glance and thought that this Tianyun pavilion was indeed a major force in one-line sky. Just the aura of these outer sect disciples alone was incomparable to ordinary people. Moreover, among these people, there were at least 5 to 6 half-step heaven immortal experts, and many of them were late earth immortal experts. There were thousands of outer sect disciples in Tianyun pavilion. These people in front of him were just a small part of them. Those angry outer sect disciples saw Jiang Qin at first glance. They didn't know who Jiang Qin was, but they had heard the description of him from those people just now. Plus, this man was accompanied by a dog, which was the most obvious sign. Soon, hundreds of outer sect disciples arrived not far away from Jiang Qin. There were still a large number of disciples coming from behind. It seemed like Jiang Qin had angered the public, but Jiang Qin's method was indeed the kind that deserved to be killed. You are probably the first newcomer in the history of Tianyun Pavilion to be so unpopular. The Huang dog said while wagging his tail. So what? Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders. Facing hundreds of earth immortal experts, his expression didn't change at all, nor did he show any fear. You are the newcomer? You injured someone on your first day here. A half-step heaven immortal genius said. They offended me. Naturally, I have to teach them a lesson. I'm just telling them with facts that those who offend me will not have a good ending. So, you better stay away from me and don't provoke me. Jiang Qin said indifferently. He didn't even lift his butt during the whole process. Sure enough, this bastard was very arrogant. There were a few half-step heaven immortal experts on the scene, and they were the top geniuses of the outer sect. In the outer sect, no one dared to look down on them, but this bastard didn't even lift his head to look at them. Damn it, how did this bastard join Tianyun Pavilion? Are his eyes growing on top of his head? Too arrogant. Arrogant. I've never seen such an arrogant person before. Today I'll definitely teach him a lesson and let him know that newcomers shouldn't be arrogant. Otherwise, he won't be able to imagine or bear the consequences. Don't talk nonsense with him. Just attack him. Many of the disciples couldn't stand it anymore. Some of them even rubbed their fists, seemingly wanting to teach this arrogant bastard a lesson. Although this bastard was very strong and could defeat 20 outer sect disciples, there were hundreds of them, including 6 half-step heaven immortals and a genius like Wang Tao. Everyone knew Wang Tao's strength very well. He had once defeated an early heaven immortal elder without using his flying ability. All the immortal qi in the martial palace was absorbed by you? Wang Tao opened his mouth and spoke. His qi was overbearing and pressed towards Jiang Qin. Yes. My cultivation technique is a little special. I need to absorb a large amount of immortal qi every time. Jiang Qin said disapprovingly. After hearing what Jiang Qin said, many of them were incomparably shocked. What kind of powerful cultivation technique could achieve this? It was simply impossible. Jiang Qin must be lying, but one thing was for sure. The loss of the immortal qi in the martial palace was really related to Jiang Qin. Brat, I don't care who you are. I don't care what method you use to absorb all the immortal qi, but your action has damaged the normal cultivation of the other disciples. So you must pay the price. Wang Tao said. Price. Jiang Qin slowly stood up from the rattan chair and walked towards Wang Tao. He squinted his eyes and said, What price do you want? Wang Tao's soul shivered. He didn't know why, but under the gaze of Jiang Qin, he felt uncomfortable and his soul couldn't help but shiver. His intuition told him that this young man in front of him wasn't simple. But this was not the time to retreat. He had already made a name for himself. If he retreated now, all the outer sect disciples would look down on him, and he wouldn't be able to survive in the outer sect anymore. It's very simple. You have injured so many disciples. You have to bear the cost of their treatment and the loss of the immortal qi. You also have to apologize to all the disciples in front of everyone. Wang Tao snorted coldly. In his opinion, this was already a very small price to pay. Nice words. Unfortunately, you still have the ability to make me pay the price. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you see me in the future, stay far away from me and don't provoke me. Also, from today onwards, all the immortal qi in the martial palace will belong to me. You guys go find another place to cultivate. Jiang Qin said. His words were extremely arrogant. It had completely touched the bottom line of all the outer sect disciples. Damn it. This bastard is too arrogant. The martial palace is a place for everyone to cultivate. How dare he chase us away and make it his own? This is intolerable. Damn it. Kill him. Who asked him to be so arrogant? Many of them couldn't stand it anymore. Some of them had already unleashed their immortal qi, ready to attack Jiang Chen at any time. Courting death. Let me teach him a lesson. Let's see what gives him the right to be so arrogant. A half-step heaven immortal disciple beside Wang Tao was infuriated. With a roar, he threw a punch that carried a powerful qi at Jiang Chen. But, facing this man's attack, Jiang Chen didn't even look at it. He just casually slapped the disciple's face. That half-step heaven immortal expert let out a blood-curdling scream. His whole body was sent flying away by the slap. His body landed 10 meters away with a puff, spitting out 2 bloody teeth. What? The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone, including Wang Tao, stared with wide eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. The disciples who had been ready to attack all at once now hurriedly retracted their auras. They were truly frightened out of their wits. How strong was this bastard? Chapter 1156. No one wasn't shocked. The entire scene fell into silence. That was a half-step heaven immortal expert, the strongest expert in the outer sect. Despite such a cultivation base, he was sent flying away with a single slap without any strength to fight back. How could this scrawny and weak-looking guy be so powerful? How could this be? Who is this guy? How could such a powerful guy come to our outer sect? Is the sect trying to make life difficult for us? That's right. He should have entered the inner sect directly. Why did he come to the outer sect to compete with us? There must be a reason why he came to the outer sect. The sect will decide whether a newcomer will enter the outer sect or the inner sect based on their cultivation. Since this guy came to the outer sect, it means that his cultivation hasn't reached the heaven immortal realm. If that's the case, it's too scary. How could there be such a powerful earth immortal? That's right. He's too powerful. Even if Sect Master Tian was here, he wouldn't be able to do what he did. What's the background of this guy? No matter what his background is, he has already affected our normal cultivation. We have to get justice for him. Let's attack together. I don't believe he can defeat us. These outer sect disciples were shocked and angry. Some of them gritted their teeth, but none of them dared to attack again. Even Wang Tao gave up the idea of attacking Jiang Chen. He was slightly stronger than the outer sect disciple who attacked just now, but only slightly. He still had no chance of winning against Jiang Chen. Brat, do you know what you are doing? You are making an enemy of all the outer sect disciples. It won't do you any good. Wang Tao said fiercely. His fists were clenched tightly, but he didn't dare to attack. I don't think I did anything wrong. You guys were the ones who provoked me, and you guys were the ones who made the first move. I was just passively fighting back. As for me absorbing the immortal aura in the martial arts hall, that was my own capability. Didn't you guys enter the martial arts hall to cultivate to absorb the immortal aura? I'm just absorbing faster and more than all of you. Is this a violation of the sect's rules? Jiang Qin said in an indifferent tone. After listening to his explanation, those outer sect disciples were stunned on the spot. Each and every one of their faces were filled with astonishment. This bastard had absorbed all the immortal energy and even injured someone. What he said was actually reasonable, and they actually couldn't refute it because the martial arts hall was originally prepared for the outer sect disciples to absorb a large amount of immortal energy. Jiang Qin had absorbed all the immortal energy, and that was his own ability. It didn't seem to violate any sect rules. So, if I don't provoke you, you'd better not provoke me either, because I'm an existence that you can't afford to provoke. Jiang Qin said with a smile. De Huang Dog, who was at the side, grinned. He really admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of his heart. This was what it meant to be powerful. Even after beating someone up, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid. Jiang Chen was in the right, and absorbing the immortal energy wasn't wrong. As for injuring someone, be it in the martial arts hall or here, Jiang Chen seemed to be the one who made the first move. Since he made the first move, Jiang Chen naturally had to fight back. "Kid, what's your name?" Wang Tao gritted his teeth. It seemed like there was no way to solve today's matter. It was impossible for him to make a move. He couldn't even see through Jiang Chen's cultivation. It seemed like he could only find an inner sect disciple to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. However, he still had to know the name of this new disciple. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen reported his name. There was no need for him to conceal his name. After all, he was already a disciple of Skycloud Pavilion. That's right. Jiang Chen? Why does this name sound so familiar? Some of them frowned. They all felt that this name sounded familiar, but they couldn't recall where they had seen it before. Jiang Chen. He is Jiang Chen. The one who issued the order to kill in Shenyang School, Jiang Chen. Finally, someone recalled the origin of the name Jiang Chen and exclaimed on the spot. What? He is the Jiang Chen who destroyed a mine in Shenyang School and successfully escaped from a late heaven immortal expert? How did he come to our Tianyun Pavilion? That's right. It must be him. No wonder he's so powerful. I heard that he was able to fly when he was only an Earth Immortal expert and could even fight against a Heaven Immortal expert. I never thought that this monstrous genius would join our Tianyun Pavilion. That's right. He is now being hunted by Shenyang School and the order to kill has been issued. Apart from our Tianyun Pavilion, he has nowhere else to go. This malefic star even dared to destroy a mine in Shenyang School. He's a true ferocious genius. Today we finally witnessed how powerful he is. We are no match for him. Everyone exclaimed. The way they looked at Jiang Chen had changed. Many of the outer sect disciples looked at Jiang Chen with a trace of admiration instead of anger. That's right. They were all young men, but he was able to do something earth-shattering. How could they not admire him? If it was them, even if they had the strength of Jiang Chen, they probably wouldn't have the courage to do it. After Jiang Chen left his name, he turned and walked towards the dormitory area, ignoring those outer sect disciples. He had already achieved his goal on the first day he came to Tianyun Pavilion. Next there would be a better show to watch. Looking at the back of Jiang Chen, hundreds of outer sect disciples were speechless. They were originally here to find trouble with Jiang Chen. But now it seemed that this trouble wouldn't be solved so easily. Senior Brother Wang, what should we do now? This malefic star actually came to our outer sect. If we let him cultivate in the martial arts hall, we won't have any good days. That's right. With his strength, he should be able to enter the inner sect directly. Such a prodigy came to the outer sect to compete with us for cultivation resources. This is too unfair to us. What else can we do? We can only seek help from the inner sect experts. In the entire outer sect, no one is a match for Jiang Chen. Everyone began to discuss. They all felt that they should seek help from the inner sect experts to suppress Jiang Chen. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would be the absolute king of the outer sect. No one would be able to suppress him. Only Jiang Chen would be able to suppress them. Don't alert the inner sect first. I will go to the Elders' Hall to explain the matter and ask if the Elders' Hall is going to intervene. Chapter 1157. On the same day, Wang Tao gathered some half-step heaven immortal experts and went to the Institute of Elders to tell them about Jiang Chen's incident. The one who received them was still Elder Niu Mang. After hearing the news, Niu Mang was stunned because if he remembered correctly, this Jiang Chen had just arrived at Tianyun Pavilion not long ago. At most, it would be 2 hours. A prodigy is a prodigy. Some people are destined to be different no matter where they go. Niu Mang sighed and said to Wang Tao and the others, "You guys go back. There's nothing wrong with him absorbing the immortal qi." What? He sent them away just like that? Jiang Chen absorbing the immortal qi was indeed not wrong. But if Jiang Chen continued to absorb it like this, how were they going to live in the future? Elder, this guy is a freak. He absorbed all the immortal qi in the entire martial arts hall in just 10 minutes. Not a single bit was left for us. How are we going to cultivate in the future? Someone said with a sad face. I think that Jiang Chen did this because he didn't know the rules on his first day here. Didn't you guys find trouble with him? I believe he will restrain himself in the future. Niu Mang said. Restrain? Elder, this guy is very arrogant. I don't think he will restrain himself. If we have a way to solve it ourselves, we don't have to come to the Institute of Elders. Wang Tao was speechless. This Elder Niu Mang obviously didn't want to get involved. All right. Go back. Jiang Chen didn't do anything wrong. It's not worth the Institute of Elders to get involved. Niu Meng chased them away impatiently. The Institute of Elders didn't usually care about the fights between the disciples. Moreover, Niu Meng had a good impression of Jiang Qin. He even wanted to befriend Jiang Qin. After all, ordinary people didn't have the ability to absorb all the immortal qi in the martial arts hall. In the end, although Wang Tao and the others were unwilling, they had no choice but to leave the Institute of Elders. Senior Brother Wang, what should we do now? It looks like the Elder Council isn't going to do anything about this. In my opinion, we should ask our senior disciples from the inner circle to stand up for us. That Jiang Qin is too arrogant, we need to suppress him. Someone said. As a half-step heaven immortal expert and one of the best experts in outer sect, they often kept in touch with some inner sect experts. Obviously, it was no longer possible to seek help from the Institute of Elders. Under such circumstances, they could only seek help from the inner sect experts to suppress the situation. Don't be anxious. Let's wait and see tomorrow. Let's see if Jiang Qin will restrain himself a little. No matter how talented he is, I don't believe that he would dare to go against all the outer sect disciples. Wang Tao said. Many geniuses had appeared in Tianyun Pavilion, but no matter how talented they were, they wouldn't let themselves become the target of public criticism and become the target of everyone's hatred. In that case, it wouldn't do them any good. The next day, not long after the immortal aura in the martial arts hall was restored, a large group of outer sect disciples headed over. However, when they entered, they were so infuriated by the situation inside that they vomited blood again. The entire martial arts hall was empty again. Apart from the simple air, there was no trace of immortal aura. Damn it. That bastard has been here. God damn it. He came so early to absorb all the immortal qi. He must have done it on purpose. Damn it. We can't cultivate today. We can only come again tomorrow when the immortal qi is restored. What if he comes earlier tomorrow? If this goes on, we won't be able to continue our days. Many of them were on the verge of spurting out blood. An ingrate had come to the outer sect, leaving no leeway for the other outer sect disciples. If this continued, all the cultivation resources in the outer sect would be taken away by Jiang Qin. By that time, how could they still cultivate? On the third day, the same situation happened again. It was as if Jiang Qin had calculated the time. The moment the immortal qi in the martial arts palace was restored, he would go in and sweep it clean. Then he would leave without leaving any leeway for the other disciples. Their days couldn't continue. Many of the outer sect disciples were going crazy. If this continued, the outer sect would be in chaos. This won't do. This bastard has gone crazy. He doesn't leave any immortal qi for us. We can't let him continue like this. So, I didn't expect this Jiang Qin to be so arrogant. Since he has gone to the extreme, we can't just sit here and wait for death. The Elders Institute isn't going to do anything. We can only ask the experts in the inner sect to help us. Yes, we have to suppress him. Otherwise, we won't be able to continue our days. It had been like this for 3 consecutive days. From the looks of it, Jiang Qin wouldn't be able to stop. He had become the public enemy of the outer sect. He must be suppressed as soon as possible. Otherwise, the others wouldn't be able to cultivate anymore. None of the outer sect geniuses was a match for Jiang Qin, let alone suppressing him. I heard that Senior Brother Wang has a good relationship with Senior Brother Fang Hao of the inner sect. Why don't you ask Senior Brother Fang Hao for help? Senior Brother Fang Hao is a mid-heaven immortal expert. He has a certain status in the inner sect. It won't be easy to ask him for help. We have to ask him even if we can't. If we can't suppress Jiang Qin, how are we going to cultivate in the future? At this time, Wang Tao was naturally elected to take on the heavy responsibility of standing up for the outer sect disciples. All right. I will go to the inner sect now and see Senior Brother Fang Hao. Let's see what he has to say. As soon as Wang Tao finished speaking, he walked towards the direction of the inner sect. At this time, there was no way to avoid it anymore. Not long after that, 2 silhouettes flew back from the sky and landed in front of the martial palace. At this time, a large number of outer sect disciples were still gathered in the martial palace. When they saw the newcomers, they were shocked. One of them was Wang Tao and the other was an inner sect disciple, a heaven immortal expert who could fly. The newcomer wasn't Fang Hao, but an early heaven immortal expert. Everyone knew him. His name was Liang Hong, a follower of Fang Hao. His appearance should be sent by Fang Hao. But it was reasonable. Given Fang Hao's status, he naturally wouldn't make things difficult for an outer sect disciple. In everyone's opinion, an early heaven immortal expert should be enough to suppress Jiang Chen. Greetings, senior brother Liang. Many outer sect disciples came forward and clasped their fists. They wouldn't dare to show any neglect in the face of a heaven immortal inner sect disciple. And where's that Jiang Chen? Liang Hong asked. He had already heard about what happened here. Naturally, he had also heard about Jiang Chen. Today he would like to meet Jiang Chen. He really wanted to see what kind of person this Jiang Chen was. That guy must be in the dormitory area. Someone said. Let's go. Bring me there. Chapter 1158. Following behind Liang Hong, many outer sect disciples saw hope. After all, Liang Hong was a true heaven immortal expert and a respected inner sect disciple. No matter how arrogant Jiang Chen was, he would have to restrain himself in front of Liang Hong. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Chen was still sitting in the square of the dormitory area with his legs crossed, basking in the sun leisurely. Looking at him like this, all the other outer circle disciples had the urge to vomit blood. This was too shameless. Their days here were about to end, but Jiang Chen was still leisurely basking in the sun. They were all outer circle disciples, but why was there such a huge gap between them? Brother Liang, he is Jiang Chen. Wang Tao pointed his finger at Jiang Chen and said fiercely. Sure enough, arrogant. Liang Hong snorted coldly. This guy who was lying on the rattan chair and pretending to sleep was really arrogant. He dared to ignore Liang Hong's existence, which meant that he didn't put Liang Hong in his eyes at all. As a noble inner sect disciple, how could Liang Hong accept this? Liang Hong strode to the front of Jiang Chen and shouted at Jiang Chen, "Get down here. De Huang, who is barking here. Hurry up and clean him up. He's having a sweet dream." Jiang Chen didn't even raise his head or open his eyes as he spoke in a strange tone. Hearing this, Liang Hong's face turned extremely ugly. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. This was the first time he met such an arrogant outer sect disciple. All along, no matter how powerful an outer sect disciple was, he or she would have to be respectful to an inner sect disciple. De Huang dog wagged his tail and swaggered to the front of Liang Hong and said disdainfully, "Bastard, what are you shouting here for? Is this your home turf? Don't you know that barking here is very immoral to disturb people's sleep? As an inner sect disciple, you don't even have the least bit of respect. Can't you have a bottom line?" Ugh. Everyone was stunned. Then they all spurted out blood. Motherfucker, this guy just said one sentence and this dog even used his bottom line. How could he be so shameless? Also, what is this dog? How could a dog be so arrogant? A dog dared to look down on an inner disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. What did he think an inner disciple was? Could it be that like master like dog? Liang Hong's face was flushed red. He could feel his anger rising. He couldn't bear it anymore. He wanted to suppress Jiang Chen, but he didn't expect that Jiang Chen didn't even put him in his eyes. Jiang Chen was so arrogant that he didn't even get down from the rattan chair and sent a dog to humiliate him. That's right, it was a humiliation. He was a dignified inner sect disciple, a heaven immortal expert, but he was humiliated by a dog. How was he supposed to live? Damn it, even a dog is so arrogant. Who does it think we are? Damn it. This damn dog actually dares to humiliate senior brother Liang. He's simply courting death. Kill him and skin him. We'll eat dog meat today. Countless outer sect disciples gritted their teeth, seemingly ready to skin De Huang dog alive, but De Huang dog didn't care at all. That arrogant look of his was exactly the same as Jiang Chen. Sure enough, you're arrogant. Jiang Chen, I heard that you were able to escape from a late heaven immortal expert, but I don't know how strong you are. Your actions have aroused public anger. You have damaged the interests of the entire outer sect and have become the target of public criticism. If you apologize and compensate us now, you might still have a chance. Liang Hong harumphed coldly. How can you be so shameless? I've already told you not to disturb people's sleep. You are a dignified inner sect disciple. Don't you have any public morality? De Huang dog continued. Hong. Liang Hong finally couldn't stand it anymore. Being reprimanded by a dog, no matter how well-mannered a man was, he wouldn't be able to stand it. You're courting death. I'll skin you alive first. Liang Hong was infuriated. The immortal force in his body burst out. Suddenly he reached out a huge palm. The palm shone brightly like a huge cage, enveloping De Huang dog. Io? How dare you attack Master Dog? Looks like you're tired of living. De Huang Dog widened his eyes and charged forward with his head. Seeing that De Huang Dog actually used his head to collide with his palm, Liang Hong's face revealed a trace of a sneer, looking at De Huang Dog as if he was looking at an idiot. This dog was indeed barbaric and ridiculous, using such a suicidal method to collide with him. Liang Hong was almost sure that De Huang Dog's head would immediately burst into pieces. Unfortunately, he hadn't witnessed the power of De Huang Dog's head, otherwise he wouldn't have such a funny thought. Bang! Liang Hong's huge palm smashed onto De Huang Dog's head, but it was directly smashed into pieces. De Huang Dog's speed didn't decrease at all. Carrying a powerful force, it hit Liang Hong's chest in the blink of an eye. Arg! Gotcha! Accompanied by a scream, Liang Hong's entire body was directly sent flying, landing heavily tens of feet away. Blood spurted out from his mouth, and after wriggling a few times, he completely fainted, lying there motionless. Many of the outer sect disciples heard the sound of bones breaking, and when they looked at Liang Hong again, there was indeed a huge dent in his chest. And this was because De Huang Dog showed mercy. Otherwise, Liang Hong's entire body would have been pierced through. De Huang Dog's head was a true divine weapon, an existence that could directly fight against an immortal weapon. Liang Hong's current cultivation base was also at the early heaven immortal realm, so it was impossible for him to find an opponent at the same level as him. What? Looking at the fainted Liang Hong on the ground, countless exclamations were heard. Everyone's jaws dropped, and they couldn't help but re-evaluate this dog. Liang Hong was a mighty heaven immortal expert, but he was sent flying by a dog. Motherfucker, was this not a joke? What are you looking at? Do you want to have a taste of Master Dog's power? De Huang Dog's majestic words made all the outer sect disciples leave hastily. Wang Tao carried Liang Hong's body and left quickly. That dog was just too ferocious as Jiang Chen. If they continued to stay here, they wouldn't know what would happen to them. Outside the square, countless outer sect disciples had gathered together, their faces covered with dirt. Liang Hong, who had fainted, hadn't woken up yet. After being hit by De Huang Dog, if he didn't have any medicinal pills, it would be normal for him to be unconscious for half a month. Why is that dog so terrifying? I think the reason why Jiang Chen is so arrogant is most likely because of that dog. Senior Brother Wang, what should we do now? Even Senior Brother Liang of the inner sect couldn't suppress Jiang Chen. We really don't know what to do. That's right. This bastard is too arrogant. With him around, we won't be able to live a good life. Chapter 1159. I'll go to the inner sect again and see if Senior Brother Fang Hao can suppress him. Wang Tao gritted his teeth and decided to carry Liang Hong's body to the inner sect to look for Fang Hao. In his point of view, Fang Hao was a powerful intermediate heaven immortal expert. If Fang Hao could take action, he would definitely be able to suppress Jiang Chen. If Fang Hao didn't take action, there was nothing they could do. Inner sect. In a quiet courtyard, a man in white robes who looked to be in his 20s stood there. His face was fair and clear and his eyes were bright. At this moment, his gaze fell upon Liang Hong, who was lying motionless on the ground, and he frowned. Wang Tao, are you sure that dog only has its head to hit Liang Hong to this state? Fang Hao asked. Yes, Senior Brother Fang. We didn't expect that dog to be so powerful. It's even scarier than Jiang Chen. Plus, both Jiang Chen and that damn dog were incomparably arrogant. They didn't put us in their eyes at all. They are simply lawless. They don't put anyone in their eyes. They really think that they are the local tyrants of the outer sect. Wang Tao's words were full of complaints, but he had to admit the power of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. He told them everything that happened without hiding anything. What a powerful dog. Judging from Liang Hong's injuries, that dog has shown mercy. I'm afraid that dog's combat strength is on par with mine. Fang Hao said. One could tell how powerful an expert was from his injuries. This was what surprised Fang Hao the most. Liang Hong had been following him ever since he entered the inner sect. Fang Hao knew very well how powerful he was. Even so, he still couldn't withstand a single strike from De Huang Dog. Fang Hao knew that he might not be a match for De Huang Dog even if he personally attacked Liang Hong. That can't be true. No matter how strong that dog is, he can't be a match for Senior Disciple Fang, can he? I hope Senior Disciple Fang can teach Jiang Chen and that dog a lesson, and seek justice for the outer circle. If that's the case, Senior Disciple Fang will be able to establish a great reputation in the outer circle, and we will join hands to give you some benefits. Wang Tao said in a pleading tone. He had no other choice. It had been 3 days since Jiang Chen had entered the outer sect. Everyone in the outer sect was in a state of panic. No one could cultivate. There were complaints everywhere. It could be said that the heavens were angry and the people were resentful. Wang Tao, I can't do anything about this. Fang Hao shook his head. What? Wang Tao looked at Fang Hao in surprise. If Fang Hao didn't do anything, would he allow Jiang Chen to do whatever he wanted? Could it be that even Fang Hao was afraid of Jiang Chen? It's not that I'm afraid of Jiang Chen. There are 2 reasons why I can't do anything. First, I have a rough idea of that dog's strength. Even if I personally take action, I may not be a match for him. To put it bluntly, if I'm unlucky enough to lose to a dog, I can't afford to lose my face. Even if I win, it won't be something to be proud of. Second, I have already investigated. Jiang Chen was personally introduced into Tianyun Pavilion by Fu Hui. Fu Hui's connections in the inner sect are pretty good. I don't want to make things difficult for Fu Hui. Fang Hao said. These 2 reasons weren't fake at all, especially the first one. If he took action, he had to ensure his victory. Once he failed, he would lose a lot of face and become the laughingstock of the inner sect. Even if he won, it wouldn't be something to be proud of. After all, he was an intermediate heaven immortal inner sect genius. Plus, Jiang Chen was personally introduced into the pavilion by Fu Hui. Fang Hao didn't want to make things difficult for Fu Hui. Therefore, no matter from which angle, Fang Hao had a reason not to take action. AI. If even senior brother Fang isn't willing to take action, our outer sect will really become the world of Jiang Chen. Wang Tao couldn't help but sigh. He wasn't a fool. He understood Fang Hao's concern. After all, whether it was Jiang Chen or that dog, both of them were too powerful. If he was in Fang Hao's shoes, he wouldn't act rashly without absolute confidence. Furthermore, it wouldn't be good for an inner sect disciple, an intermediate heaven immortal expert, to find trouble with an outer sect disciple, let alone a late heaven immortal expert. All of these geniuses were working hard to break through to a higher realm, so how could they have the time to care about the matters of the outer sect? As a matter of fact, even if Jiang Chen became the local tyrant of the outer sect, it wouldn't be a problem as long as it didn't harm the cultivation of the outer sect disciples. But the current situation was that Jiang Chen was too overbearing. He alone had monopolized all the cultivation resources, leaving no chance for the other outer sect disciples to survive. If this continued, the outer sect disciples wouldn't be able to live a peaceful life. Although I can't take action, I can give you an idea. Fang Hao said with a smile. What idea? Wang Tao's expression changed. This matter isn't something we inner sect disciples can meddle in. If Jiang Chen was an inner sect disciple and acted so arrogantly, there would naturally be countless people who would teach him a lesson. Unfortunately, he's an outer sect disciple now. It would be beneath our status to deal with him. The one who can help you suppress him is the Institute of Elders. No matter how arrogant Jiang Chen is, he wouldn't dare to offend the Institute of Elders. You should know that there are late heaven immortal experts in the Institute of Elders. You can go to the Institute of Elders to lodge a complaint against Jiang Chen and let the Institute of Elders uphold justice for you. Fang Hao said. We have gone to the Institute of Elders before, but they didn't care at all. Senior brother Fang, you should know that the Institute of Elders doesn't care about the fights between disciples. Although Jiang Chen has gone overboard, he didn't do anything wrong by absorbing the immortal qi in the martial palace. Wang Tao shook his head. That was in the past. Now that Jiang Chen has become more and more arrogant, the Institute of Elders has no choice but to intervene. You can send a large number of people to the Institute of Elders every day, constantly pressuring the Institute of Elders. The Institute of Elders will naturally help you. As the outer sect elders, if they allow the outer sect to be in a mess, they won't be able to answer to their superiors. Fang Hao said. Wang Tao thought for a moment and nodded. It seems like that's the only way. I'll take my leave first. Wang Tao bid farewell to Fang Hao and returned to the outer sect. This time he was going to gather a large number of outer sect disciples to lodge a complaint against Jiang Chen. Just like what Fang Hao said, the Institute of Elders was the only one who could help them at this time. That afternoon, hundreds and thousands of outer sect disciples gathered at the entrance of the Institute of Elders, blocking the entrance. The Institute of Elders was the supreme existence in the sect. No one dared to disrespect the Institute of Elders. This was the first time in the history of Tianyun Pavilion that a large number of disciples had besieged the entrance of the Institute of Elders. Chapter 1160. In the dormitory area, there were only 2 people, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. All the other outer sect disciples had gathered at the Institute of Elders. Everyone was doing this for their own benefit. As for Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog, they were the public enemy of the people. Brat, those outer sect disciples have gone to the Institute of Elders to complain about you, De Huang Dog said with a smile. And this is the result I want. Just wait and see. Wait for the Institute of Elders to summon me. Jiang Qin had a relaxed look on his face. If these people didn't go to the Institute of Elders to complain about him, then wouldn't his efforts in the past 3 days be in vain? Jie, you brat, you're really insidious, but I like it. De Huang Dog laughed evilly. He liked Jiang Qin's wisdom. Jiang Qin was a cunning old fox that others couldn't even catch up to. In front of the gate of the Institute of Elders, hundreds and thousands of outer sect disciples had gathered together. It was inevitable that there would be some chaos. These outer sect disciples were gnashing their teeth in anger. That was a kind of hatred towards Jiang Qin. There was no way they wouldn't hate Jiang Qin. This was too abominable. A good outer sect was turned into such a state by Jiang Qin. Even senior brother Fang Hao won't help us. We can only rely on ourselves. The Institute of Elders must give us an explanation. Otherwise we will continue to cause trouble here. That's right. That Jiang Qin has gone mad. If the Institute of Elders doesn't come forward to solve this problem, we won't be able to cultivate in the future. Damn it. This is too abominable. We must let Jiang Qin receive the punishment he deserves. He must pay the price. The heavens were angered and the people were resentful. All the resentment had gone out of control. Tianyun Pavilion had been established for so long, but there had never been such an insane person. Crick. The gate of the Institute of Elders was opened. 3 elders walked out from inside. All of them were early heaven immortal elders. The leader was Niu Mang. Why aren't you cultivating? What are you doing here? Niu Mang shouted. There was some anger in his tone. These people's actions were already very disrespectful to the Elder Council. If it were not for the fact that there were so many people involved, he might have directly punished them. Cultivate? What's there to cultivate for? There isn't even a place to cultivate. We want to cultivate, but you can find a place for us. Elder Niu, that Jiang Qin has lost his mind. He has already absorbed all the immortal qi in the Light Martial Palace for 3 consecutive days, depriving us of our right to cultivate. I beg the Elder Council to give us justice. Elder, please suppress Jiang Qin, punish him and seek justice for us. The Martial Arts Hall is a public cultivation ground, and it doesn't belong to Jiang Qin alone. That's right, Elder. We can't live like this anymore. That Jiang Qin is very powerful. We can't defeat him. Many people have already been injured by him. Even the inner sect disciples are no match for him. That dog beside him is even more powerful. We can't afford to offend him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to the Institute of Elders. I beg the Elder Council to give us justice. I beg the Elder Council to punish this evil thief severely. We must punish Jiang Qin and return peace to our outer sect. The crowd was stirred up. All the outer sect disciples were extremely emotional. Some of the disciples who had been beaten up by Jiang Qin had even burst into tears when they talked about their sorrows. The scene was so spectacular that it shocked the 3 elders. The Institute of Elders had been in charge of the outer sect for so long, but such a thing had never happened before. Geniuses don't act according to common sense. It seems that our Tianyun Pavilion has another devil incarnate. One of the elders couldn't help but sigh. It seems that our Institute of Elders has to step in. Otherwise the outer sect will be in a mess. I would like to see what kind of person this Jiang Qin is. He is so ruthless in his actions. I will go and find that Jiang Qin. One of the elders said. Let me go. I have seen him before. His identity jade token was personally made by me. Niu Mang said. Previously, Wang Tao and the others had come to the Institute of Elders to look for him. In his opinion, it was just a competition between the disciples. He didn't take it to heart at all. He didn't expect that Jiang Qin wouldn't restrain himself at all and caused such a commotion. Alright, all of you can go back first. I will go and find Jiang Qin in a while. I believe he will give me face. Niu Mang waved his hand at the crowd and then walked toward the outer sect's dormitory area. Seeing that the elders of the Institute of Elders had stepped in, the outer sect disciples finally calmed down a bit. They seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope. As far as they could tell, no matter how arrogant Jiang Qin was, he would have to give face to the Institute of Elders. In the outer sect, no matter how powerful a disciple was, he wouldn't have the courage to go against the Institute of Elders. In the plaza of the dormitory area, Jiang Qin was still sitting calmly on the rattan chair with a dog lying next to him. It seemed that apart from taking a nap, the man and the dog had nothing else to do. Niu Meng walked over with a smile when he saw Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Niu Meng's eyes lingered on De Huang Dog for a moment. When they first met, Niu Meng didn't pay much attention to this dog. He thought that this dog was just an average pet of Jiang Chen's. Little did he know that this dog could be so powerful that not even Xuanhuan could survive one move from it. Naturally, Niu Meng didn't dare to put on airs in front of this dog. It should be noted that Niu Meng himself was no match for Xuanhuan, let alone De Huang Dog. Jiang Chen. Niu Meng called out. Jiang Chen stood up from the rattan chair and cupped his fists at Niu Meng. Oh, it's Elder Niu. I don't know what brings you here. Hee Jiang Chen, we're all smart people. I think you already know why I'm here. These days, because of you, the outer sect has been in a mess. If this continues, the Institute of Elders will lose face. I hope you can give the Institute of Elders some face and restrain yourself. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Niu Meng went straight to the point. As he said, they were all smart people. There was no point in beating around the bush. Elder Niu, I'm just cultivating normally. I don't think I'm breaking any rules. Besides, they took the initiative to trouble me. I haven't gone to the Elders' Hall to complain yet. Jiang Chen said with a wronged expression. Jiang Chen, I know you. But the situation is special. Your ability to absorb divine energy is too strong. It has seriously affected the peace of the outer gate. I hope you can restrain yourself. If you become the target of public criticism, it won't be good for you, Niu Meng said earnestly. A genius like Jiang Chen was destined to achieve immeasurable achievements in the future. Niu Meng was just an insignificant elder of the outer gate. It was better for him not to offend Jiang Chen for no reason. Yes, I will consider Elder Niu's words carefully. Alright, I know why you're here. Chapter 1161. Sigh. Niu Meng let out a sigh and turned around. He didn't feel anything about Jiang Chen's arrogance. Geniuses were always arrogant. As an elder of the outer sect, he had seen too many arrogant geniuses. Jiang Chen had already given him a lot of face. Niu Meng might be a member of the outer sect Elders Institute, but he wasn't qualified to represent the Elders Institute. Why didn't you state your conditions directly to that old man? De Huang Dog asked puzzledly. What's the use of that? Can Niu Meng make a decision on behalf of the Elders Institute? I have to wait for the real decision-maker to come to me. Jiang Chen smiled casually. He was very clear about Niu Meng's status in the Elders Institute. There was no difference between him and Niu Meng. Jiang Chen wanted to enter the inner sect through the iron dummy array, which wasn't something that Niu Meng could decide. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't state his conditions and didn't even bother to say anything to Niu Meng. After Niu Meng went back, he told those outer sect disciples that Jiang Chen had promised to restrain himself and asked them to cultivate peacefully. Such an answer didn't satisfy those outer sect disciples. After all, in their opinion, Jiang Chen needed to be punished. But geniuses always had certain advantages which they knew very well. Besides, as long as Jiang Chen didn't absorb all the immortal qi in the martial arts hall and didn't affect their cultivation, they didn't mind letting Jiang Chen be the local tyrant of the outer sect. At worst, they wouldn't provoke him in the future. Even if they couldn't afford to provoke him, they could at least hide from him. However, things didn't go as smoothly as they imagined. It turned out that Niu Meng didn't have that much influence. The next day, when a large number of outer sect disciples rushed to the martial arts hall excitedly, the same thing happened again. Many of them had already wasted 3 days. They thought that they must cultivate well today to make up for the previous delay. They didn't expect to suffer another merciless blow. Arg, this damn bastard. He absorbed all the immortal qi again. Is he going to let us live? Lawless, truly lawless. Does he really think that the outer sect belongs to him? He doesn't even give face to the elder. What should we do? This person has completely lost his mind and acted without the slightest scruple. He robbed us of all our cultivation resources. The outer sect was once again thrown into chaos. Many of them had the urge to go crazy. Some of them wanted nothing more than to find Jiang Chen and tear him into 1,000 pieces. But fortunately, their remaining rationality prevented them from doing so. Otherwise, they could already imagine the consequences. They had no choice but to block the entrance of the Elders' Council again. Apart from relying on the Elders' Council, they had no one else to rely on. Unfortunately, the Elders clearly didn't want to care about such matters, and the main gate didn't open. For the next 3 days, Jiang Chen became even more aggressive. Every day he would be the first to go to the martial arts hall and absorb all the immortal chi, leaving nothing for the other outer sect disciples. His actions had finally infuriated all the outer sect disciples. The outer sect was in chaos, complete chaos. Curses could be heard everywhere, and a large number of outer sect disciples surrounded the elder's courtyard. "Elder, please save us. Give us justice and chase away that vampire. I beg the elder's council to return justice to the outer sect. Chase Jiangchen away. We can't live anymore. We can't live anymore. If the elder's council doesn't do anything, we will commit suicide in front of the elder's courtyard. Yes, mass suicide. I have my saber ready. I want to be the first to mutilate myself." Crazy. The outer sect was going crazy. Inside the elders' council, more than 20 elders had gathered together. In the outer court, the Grand Elder's reputation was still extremely high, and no matter how amazing a genius was, they wouldn't dare not give the Grand Elder face, unless they didn't want to live in the outer court anymore. Chapter 1162. Greetings to Elder Niu. Before Niu Mang could say anything, Jiang Chen cupped his fists and greeted first. "Jiang Chen, I've reminded you before to restrain yourself, but you've become even worse. Now the outer sect is in a mess. All of the outer sect disciples are blocking the entrance of the Institute of Elders. This has never happened before. Your matter has already alerted the Great Elder. Now the Great Elder wants you to go to him." Jiang Chen said with a smile. Niu Mang spoke. "All right, Elder Niu, please lead the way." Jiang Chen smiled and said. His reaction surprised Niu Mang. He thought that Jiang Chen would show a trace of fear or dread when he heard that the Grand Elder was alarmed. He didn't expect this guy to not only not worry, but also reveal a trace of joy on his face. Niu Mang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The mentality of this prodigy was really hard to grasp. Outside of the Elder's chamber, Jiang Chen arrived with Niu Mang. This time he didn't bring the Huang dog. After all, not every place allowed a dog to come in. When those outer sect disciples saw Jiang Chen's arrival, each of their faces revealed a happy expression. In their opinion, since the Grand Elder came personally, he must be going to punish Jiang Chen. Looking at Jiang Chen and Niu Mang entering the Elder's chamber, there were people who gritted their teeth and said, "We must punish him well, or else we won't be able to dispel the hatred in our hearts." That's right. Because of this guy, we have lost a few days of cultivation. If we don't punish him, it will be unreasonable. What punishment? Logically speaking, Jiang Chen didn't do anything wrong, and absorbing the immortal energy in the Wu Wu Hall isn't against the rules. I don't expect Jiang Chen to receive any severe punishment. As long as he doesn't go to the martial arts hall to create trouble, I will be satisfied. In terms of hatred, there was not a single outer sect disciple present who did not hate Jiang Chen. After all, such a big thing had never happened in the outer sect. Jiang Chen had affected their normal cultivation, so they naturally hated him. However, there were also some sensible people in the outer sect. Although they had come to the Elder's Hall to complain about Jiang Chen, they knew that Jiang Chen had not done anything wrong. It could be said that he had been cultivating normally, but because he had been cultivating too vigorously, it was not his fault. Jiang Chen strode into the Elder's court. Looking at the over 20 heavenly immortal elders seated in the Great Hall, Jiang Chen's expression did not change at all. Looks like the outer sect still has some foundation. They actually have a late heaven immortal elder. Jiang Chen thought in his heart. The higher the cultivation of the Grand Elder, the happier he was, because the higher the cultivation, the greater the authority he had. All the eyes of the elders fell on Jiang Chen the moment he entered the Great Hall. They had long heard of Jiang Chen's name. They all wanted to see what the guy who dared to destroy the mine of Shenyang School looked like. Shock could be seen in the eyes of these elders. Anyone who saw Jiang Chen for the first time would be shocked, because he looked too young, and he had a delicate and kind face. Just by looking at his appearance, it was really hard to associate him with that ferocious and evil man. I didn't expect him to be such a young genius. Plus, he didn't show any signs of nervousness in front of so many elders. His temperament is very rare. He's indeed a dragon among men. Such a figure will have limitless achievements in the future. It's just that he doesn't know how to conduct himself. He has offended the entire outer sect as soon as he arrived at Tianyun Pavilion. It's really rare for a young man to have such a temperament. One should know that this is the Elder's court. Ordinary outer sect disciples would be agitated when they come here. This was the first impression that the elders had of Jiang Chen. Could be said that it was pretty good. After all, being in the elders' court, they also liked the appearance of geniuses in the outer sect. When a powerful genius appeared in the outer sect, they would also feel proud. In their point of view, it was really rare for Jiang Chen to remain calm in front of so many heaven immortal elders. As a matter of fact, these people couldn't make Jiang Chen nervous, because if a fight really broke out, all of these elders combined wouldn't be a match for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, this is the Grand Elder Yuan Kuei. Niu Ben introduced in a low voice. Greetings, Grand Elder. May I know why Grand Elder called me here? Jiang Chen clasped his fists at the Grand Elder and said seriously. What is it for? This bastard was still playing dumb at this time. Jiang Chen, I can see that you are a smart man. I'm sure you know why I've asked you to come here. You're just a new disciple, but you've offended the entire outer sect the moment you arrived. Even we, the old men, are worried about you. What do you think we should do about this matter? Yuan Kuei pretended to be cold and said lung lung. In front of a disciple, he, the Grand Elder, had to show some imposing manner. Disciple doesn't understand what Grand Elder means. Disciple doesn't want the outer sect to be in a mess. Disciple has always been dutiful since I entered the Tianyun Pavilion. It's just that because of the special cultivation technique I cultivate, I need a huge amount of immortal qi for every cultivation. The immortal qi in the martial arts hall isn't enough for me to absorb. But you can't blame me. As for beating those outer sect disciples, the heavens can bear witness that they attacked me first. I was just defending myself. This isn't my fault, right? I can't just stand there and let them hit me. Jiang Chen said with a wronged expression. The elder's court was a reasonable place and Jiang Chen had this reason. That was why he acted so unscrupulously. All the elders were shocked and stunned on the spot after hearing such words. They deeply felt how shameless this guy was, but they couldn't refute Jiang Chen's words. Jiang Chen wasn't wrong at all. Was it his fault for absorbing immortal qi? No, was it wrong for him to defend himself? Not at all. Since that was the case, what reason was there to punish Jiang Chen? There didn't seem to be any reason. Could it be that they had to restrict Jiang Chen from entering the martial arts hall to cultivate? That would be too unfair. In the history of the Tianyun Pavilion, there had never been a situation where disciples were prohibited from entering the martial arts hall to cultivate. If even cultivation was restricted, then why would disciples come to the Tianyun Pavilion? What a headache, what a headache. How could there be such a weirdo in the outer sect? Jiang Chen didn't care about the punishment, but if they didn't restrict Jiang Chen, how were they going to deal with those outer sect disciples outside? Chapter 1163. Looking at these elders who were frowning in front of him, Jiang Chen's heart was blooming with joy. Everything was going according to his plan. This ending was what he wanted the most, and it was also one of his goals. Jiang Chen, you are not in the wrong in this matter, but it is a fact that the outer sect is in such a mess because of you. This elder thinks that you better not go to the martial arts hall to cultivate in the future, and return peace and tranquility to the outer sect. Yuan Kuei pondered for a moment and made a decision. The outer sect was in a mess now, and it had to be resolved as soon as possible. In order to resolve the root of this mess, it had to start with Jiang Chen. The only solution was to stop Jiang Chen from entering the martial arts hall to cultivate. There was no other way. It had to be said that the elders present were all shocked by Jiang Chen's ability to absorb all the immortal energy in the entire martial arts hall in a short period of time. They couldn't imagine how Jiang Chen did it, but they also knew that there were always some geniuses in this world who couldn't be judged by common sense. Geniuses always had their own trump cards and methods. I can choose not to go to the martial arts hall, but Grand Elder, please find a place for this disciple to cultivate. Jiang Chen spoke in a calm tone, without any intention of contradicting the Grand Elder. What he said was also reasonable. You don't want me to go to the martial arts hall to cultivate, but you have to find a place for me to cultivate, right? This request didn't seem to be excessive at all, and it was a matter of course. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, Grand Elder Yuan Kuei and the other elders looked at each other and finally shook their heads helplessly. What a joke. The immortal energy in the martial arts hall was the densest in the outer sect, and it wasn't enough for Jiang Chen to absorb. Where else could they find a place for him to cultivate? However, if he didn't find a place for Jiang Chen to cultivate, then Jiang Chen definitely wouldn't do it. Depriving Jiang Chen of his cultivation for others' cultivation was no different from Jiang Chen depriving other outer sect disciples of their cultivation. Moreover, all the elders present understood that a monstrous genius like Jiang Chen had a truly boundless future. As outer sect elders, they were very clear about their own status. Even the most honorable great elder, Yuan Kuei, was not willing to offend a genius like Jiang Chen for no reason. But where could he find a place for Jiang Chen to cultivate? For a monster like Jiang Chen, only the inner sect's martial arts hall could accommodate him. I see that the elders are having a hard time dealing with this matter. Disciple has a way to ensure peace in the outer sect. Seeing that the time was right, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Oh, if you have a method, tell me about it. Yuan Kuei looked at Jiang Chen curiously. It's very simple. Let me challenge the iron dummy array. As long as I enter the inner sect, the outer sect will naturally be peaceful. In this way, it won't affect the cultivation of other outer sect disciples and it won't affect my cultivation. It can be said to be the best of both worlds. I think all the elders should be very clear that with my current strength, the outer sect will not be able to accommodate me. Although my cultivation is still at the earth immortal realm, I already have the combat strength of a heaven immortal. Jiang Chen said. In fact, what he did before was to create the conditions for him to create the iron dummy array. Otherwise, with the rules of Tianyun Pavilion, it would be impossible for him to challenge the iron dummy array. This won't do. You have just arrived at Tianyun Pavilion. According to the rules, you are not qualified to challenge the iron dummy array. This is against the rules. That's right. New disciples who have not been here for a year are not qualified to challenge the iron dummy array. This is the rule of Tianyun Pavilion. Jiang Chen, your method won't do. Several elders shook their heads in disapproval. They had thought that Jiang Chen would come up with a good idea. They didn't expect that it would be against the rules. The rules are dead but people are alive. Moreover, if I am allowed to stay in the outer sanctum for a year, I will definitely go to the martial arts hall every day. Jiang Chen said. Hearing this, many elders couldn't help but roll their eyes. This guy was acting shamelessly. But according to the current situation, if Jiang Chen was allowed to stay in the outer sanctum for a year, the result would be unimaginable. Moreover, they had no reason to prohibit Jiang Chen from entering the martial arts hall to cultivate. All the outer sanctum disciples were qualified to enter the martial arts hall and absorb the immortal qi with their own ability. This was also the rule. If it was against the rules to allow Jiang Chen to challenge the iron dummy array, then it was also against the rules to prohibit Jiang Chen from cultivating in the martial arts hall. Jiang Chen, the iron dummy array is not that easy to challenge. You have just arrived at Tianyun Pavilion and have no idea about the horror of the iron dummy array. Only a few geniuses have succeeded in challenging the iron dummy array. Great Elder said. This is my own choice. Jiang Chen said in an unusually firm tone. Alright, I will let you challenge the iron dummy array. Great Elder Yuan Kuei thought for a moment and said. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up instantly. He didn't expect the Great Elder to be so strong-willed and agree so easily. This made Jiang Chen's impression of the Great Elder improve a lot in an instant. Great Elder, this is unprecedented. Yes, and the iron dummy array is controlled by the inner sanctum elders. If anyone tries to challenge the iron dummy array, the inner sanctum elders must personally supervise it. The other elders spoke one after another. Jiang Chen snorted coldly in his heart. This group of stubborn old men who didn't know how to be flexible. Such people wouldn't achieve anything no matter where they went. Great Elder Yuan Kuei was a shrewd man. Compared to the trouble that Jiang Chen would bring to the outer sanctum, if Jiang Chen could break through the iron dummy array and enter the inner sanctum, it would be a great thing for both the outer sanctum and the inner sanctum. Sending Jiang Chen away was equivalent to sending away a huge trouble. Yuan Kuei waved his hand, indicating for everyone to keep quiet. He then looked up at Jiang Chen and said, Jiang Chen, I can let you challenge the iron dummy array. As for the inner sanctum, I will talk to them personally. But you have to agree to one condition of mine. No problem. If I fail in the iron dummy array, I will never step into the outer sanctum martial arts hall in the future. It won't affect the cultivation of the other outer sanctum disciples. Jiang Chen was very smart. He knew what Yuan Kuei's condition was before Yuan Kuei said anything. Therefore he agreed immediately. As for the iron dummy array, although he was curious about it, he didn't really care about it. After all, his combat strength was too strong. If he used the dragon transformation and went all out, it would be easy for him to kill Yuan Kuei. Yuan Kuei looked at Jiang Chen with admiration. It was always a happy thing to talk to smart people. Some things didn't need to be said clearly. Alright, it's good that you agree. Go back and wait. Come to the Elders Institute tomorrow. I will bring you to the inner sanctum to challenge the iron dummy array. Yuan Kuei waved his hand indicating for Jiang Chen to leave. Thank you, Great Elder. Chapter 1164. The Institute of Inner Sect Elders. As the Great Elder of the Outer Sect, Yuan Kuei was the only one who could enter the Institute of Inner Sect Elders at will. This was the privilege given to him by the sect. At this moment, Yuan Kuei met with the elders of the inner sect. There was a fundamental difference between the elders of the inner sect and the outer sect. The most obvious difference was the cultivation level. In the Institute of Outer Sect Elders, the lowest cultivation level was Early Heaven Immortal and the highest was Late Heaven Immortal. In the Institute of Inner Sect Elders, the lowest cultivation level was Half-Step Divine Immortal and the highest was the Great Elder, a Late Divine Immortal Supreme Expert. Therefore, Yuan Kuei was a little nervous and excited when he arrived here. After all, the gap in cultivation level would make people lack confidence. The few inner sect elders in front of him were all divine immortal experts, which was much higher than him. The great elder Li Zhong was also here. His cultivation level was at the terrifying late divine immortal realm. At this level, even in Tianyun Pavilion he had a certain status and countless people had to respect him. Great Elder, if we really allow Jiang Chen to challenge the Iron Dummy Array he will be breaking the rules. But even Yuan Kuei has come here in person. It seems that the outer sect is at a loss on how to deal with this Jiang Chen. Is this Jiang Chen really that scary? If he really is a peerless genius, Tianyun Pavilion can nurture him well. It's not a big deal to make an exception for him. I just don't know if he has the ability to get through the Iron Dummy Array. This man's reputation was raised because of the order to kill in Shenyang School, but we don't know what his real ability is. After listening to Yuan Kuei's introduction, a few of the inner sect elders were slightly surprised. All of them had been in Skycloud Pavilion for a long time. They had seen plenty of geniuses in Skycloud Pavilion, but none of them had ever seen someone like Jiang Chen. He was just a new outer sect disciple, but the Institute of Outer Sect Elders was at a loss of what to do. Alright, then we will make an exception for him. If he can really pass the Iron Dummy Array, the sect will definitely nurture him well. If he can't, then it means that he is just a proud and arrogant person. He is just a superficial braggart and doesn't have any real capabilities. When the time comes, he will not be allowed to enter the martial arts hall to cultivate. The great elder of the inner sect, Li Zhong, said. The Iron Dummy Array was under his control. If he said that he could make an exception, then he would. Although Yuan Kuei was only an elder of the outer sect, he had the right to participate in the Iron Dummy Array due to his identity. This was also the reason why he agreed to Jiang Chen's request. Alright then, please set a date, elder. Yuan Kuei said. 3 days later. The Iron Dummy Array will be opened in 3 days. This Iron Dummy Array has not been opened for a long time. I also want to see whether this Jiang Chen, who has caused a ruckus in One Line Sky, can break out of the Iron Dummy Array. Li Zhong said with a smile. On the same day, the news that Jiang Chen was going to challenge the Iron Dummy Array spread across the entire Tianyun Pavilion, setting off a huge uproar. In Tianyun Pavilion, every time the Iron Dummy Array was opened, it was a major event. Be it the higher-ups of the sect or the disciples, they were all very concerned about those who had the guts to challenge the Iron Dummy Array. Anyone who could break out of the Iron Dummy Array was a genius among geniuses. Their future would be limitless and they would receive the attention of the higher-ups. In the past, when someone successfully broke out of the Iron Dummy Array, the Golden Immortal Elder of the sect made an exception and made him a true disciple. Could be said that he soared to the sky. Have you heard about it? That Jiang Chen is really daring to challenge the Iron Dummy Array. But this is a great thing for us. If he can succeed, he will enter the inner sect. From then on, our outer sect will be at peace. Finally, this god of plague has been sent away. Moreover, he has reached an agreement with the Grand Elder that if he fails to challenge the Iron Dummy Array, he will never enter the martial arts hall to cultivate and won't affect us anymore. That's right. Such a decision is indeed a great thing for us. At least it has solved the problem of our cultivation. But it is also a miracle that Jiang Chen could make the elders open the Iron Dummy Array for him. Otherwise, what other solutions can there be? That guy is too powerful. The outer sect can't tolerate him. Are we going to let him stay in the outer sect and be a local tyrant? I suddenly feel that the reason why that Jiang Chen unscrupulously absorbed the immortal energy in the martial arts hall and didn't leave any leeway for us was because he wanted to challenge the Iron Dummy Array. He used us as a hostage to make the elders make an exception. What a smart guy. We have all been used by him. Who cares? Anyway, we can't afford to offend Jiang Qin. Isn't it better for us to let him go to the inner sect? When the people in the outer sect heard the news, they were all elated. They had no reason to be unhappy that the god of plague had been sent away. Even if Jiang Qin failed to challenge the Iron Dummy Array, he wouldn't come to the martial arts hall to affect them anymore. At most, they would take a detour when they saw Jiang Qin in the future and not provoke this evil star. For the next 3 days, the name Jiang Qin was being discussed everywhere. Apart from the outer sect, it was the same for the inner sect. A person who had just arrived at the sect for a few days had created such a big incident. How could it not be shocking? Naturally, he would become the topic of discussion among everyone. Interesting. Someone is challenging the Iron Dummy Array again. I have to go and have a look 3 days later. I want to see what this Jiang Qin looks like. He has been very famous recently. What's so great about him? He just came to our Tianyun Pavilion to seek refuge. If Tianyun Pavilion doesn't take him in, he will die in the hands of Xianyang School in a few days. This guy is too arrogant and doesn't know how to restrain himself. He has just arrived here for a few days, but he has already created a foul atmosphere in the outer sect. He even made the elders open the Iron Dummy Array for him. I don't believe he can really break out of the Iron Dummy Array. Don't underestimate this guy. What if he really succeeds? In that case, he will immediately attract the attention of the upper echelons. Perhaps, there might even be a golden immortal elder who will come out to accept him as a direct disciple. A direct disciple? Don't be ridiculous. Golden immortal elders are very busy. They won't have the time to waste on him. Besides, is it so easy to break out of the Iron Dummy Array? In the past, I also broke out of the Iron Dummy Array and almost died in it. If I wasn't rescued by the elders at the last moment, I would have been torn into pieces by those barbaric puppets without spiritual intelligence. Some people were optimistic about Jiang Qin, but most of them were not optimistic about Jiang Qin. After all, there weren't many people who could successfully break out of the Iron Dummy Array. In addition, Jiang Qin's behavior was too arrogant and domineering after coming to Tianyun Pavilion. Therefore, many people didn't have a good impression of him. You're tuning in to this Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.